I always keep that motherfucking thing on me, okay? Always. You know I keep the thing on me. Abracadabra, motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got the wand out, baby. Let's go. I got the fucking wand out. I'm ready. If I was a music producer, I would sample this shit. 100%. I mean, that's fire.
So Hasan Piker, everybody. He's too important to be voting in the show, and he already knows everybody.
I am Hasan.
It's glamour time.
emote on Twitch. KegW supremacy, dude. I farm KegWs all day, every day. It's the best. It's just the funniest emote, dude. It makes me happy. It makes my insides tingle whenever I see a KegW in the chat.
What's going on,
And
everybody?
Megaphonics, honestly, champion at bad clips and like the shit that you shouldn't be sending.
What's going on, folks? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening and fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from actually kind of sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Right. Folks, today is Friday.
Awesome. You know we finally
That's
here,
right.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What?
Ladies and gentlemen, today is fucking Friday. It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. It's a beautiful day. And I think it's Memorial Day weekend now, right? Isn't it? It's official. It's a 3-day weekend. God damn, dude. To all the motherfucking wage cucks out there, you get to experience a modicum of freedom and self-respect, autonomy. You get to act like you're a normal guy for like 3 whole days. You have it to yourself. You don't have a fucking manager breathing down your goddamn neck, and we're here. We're doing it.
Let's go.
That's right, folks. And we're live and we're fucking alive. Live and alive, baby. Why are you asking, Little Bear, why I'm using that as the intro, Megaphonics? Like, even when I do a thing that you should just love, you gotta still be weird about it. You gotta still be like, what's up? What does this mean? Like, I don't know, man. Maybe I was looking for a different intro. Okay? Maybe I was looking for a different intro and it fucking bangs. Okay? It's a good intro. What's wrong with you? Embarrassed over what he made? No, that shit was fire. The video is fire. The audio, the song is great. Great. It's a great intro. It's just like, let it happen, Let it happen. You don't have to be like, what the fuck? Why did he do this? I wonder, what does this mean? Am I going to get banned today? That kind of thing, New season of HasanAbi means new intro. I mean, are we in a new season? I don't feel like it, but it's a great intro. But I got to say the AI art classical one got me in here ASAP. If you don't remember, I made a playlist of all of them. Wow, I did not know that there was a playlist of all of these because these are fucking fire. These are fire. I'm going to save this. Bookmark this right now. Anyway, folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a great one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, what's happening in my life, what I'm doing. This is where I give you updates on everything I did in between the time frame where I pressed the stop streaming button and the start streaming button. I finally finished Heat. It took me like 8 days, which was great. And then I watched Inside Man. I'm watching like a bunch of early 2000 and like 90s movies right now, like crime movies, which is pretty good. Inside Man is great. Heat was great too, obviously classic. It's pretty sick. The reason why I'm doing this is because, and I'm not watching One Piece for that reason, obviously, because I'm watching all this other shit, because my mom is here, right? And when I am spending time with her at night, I have to figure something out that, like, we can watch together, and we can't actually, we can't sit there and watch One Piece because she doesn't appreciate pirates like that. You know what I mean? She doesn't have that pirate dog in her. And she, understandably, as like a 60-year-old woman, is like, what the fuck is this anime shit? So, that's how it works. So I can't be watching anime with my mom. So we figure this is a good, movies from her era are a good comfortable middle ground for both of us. You know what I mean? Because I'm an extreme centrist in that regard. So I watched that new train video from Chris abroad in Japan. Oh, did he do the luxurious first class 7-star train? Fuck, man. I hate other people living my dreams like that. You know what I mean? Oh, it's so sick, Chris. I'm glad it happened to you. It should have happened to me instead. Okay? Anyway, we'll do all of that. We'll look at all of that. But so, oh my God, you're on time? Man, I'm always on time. I've been extra on time this week. Folks, don't cap me. Don't you dare do that. Don't you cap me like that. This is the parasocialist hour. Okay? This is where I tell you about what's going on in my life. So, I'll admit. I've talked a big game about Kaya. I've talked a big game about how smart she is. I've talked about how, you know, how intelligent she is. She's not just a regular old dog. She's like, she has her dog PhD, that sort of thing. And I'm wrong. I'm so fucking wrong, dude. I was so goddamn wrong. Bro, last night, you know, we're hanging out, whatever. She never pees inside the house. She never poops inside the house. It's awesome, right? And I'm feeling great. And then there is a feeling of safety that starts taking over, where you're like this false notion of safety that, like, oh, maybe she is a good girl. Maybe she's a different dog now. Maybe she learned, like, you know what I mean? She's like about to hit she's about to hit month 3. She's about to complete her 3rd month of being alive. And it's like a lie, okay? It is just a total fucking lie. I take her out, as always, before I crate her at night. I take her out and try to get her to pee. She doesn't. And she had peed before, so I was like, all right, she's not going to pee. Put her in the crate. Go to sleep. Randomly wake up at like 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, as I often do now, because it's a part of who I am, okay? What the fuck? Oh. But I'm gonna fix the camera. So, I wake up at 1 a.m. thinking, you know, it's fine. She doesn't need to pee at all. And I start hearing drip, drip, drip. I start hearing water noises. And let me tell you, I'm not near a goddamn stream. You know what I mean? It's not raining outside. Oh no, that's right. Kaya fucking got up when I got up just to piss in her fucking crate. Yeah, Aldous Designer got me drip drip is what she said. And just straight pissed in her fucking crate, dude. Absolutely ruining the streak, the hot streak that she was on. I take her outside. Now it's 1 a.m. and I have to fucking sit there and like clean her fucking crate with like anti-piss spray. Okay? I have to clean her goddamn crate. She's outside in the balcony. I leave her out there for timeout because when you punish a dog, when you punish a dog, you have to do it immediately, right? Because if she, luckily, if she had pissed and I was sleeping, I was fucked. I wouldn't be able to punish her. So I immediately take her outside, put her in the fucking, put her in the balcony. And it's actually great. You don't punish a dog for pissing law. What? Yes, you are. What are you talking? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Yes, a dog should know that they are not supposed to be pissing in their fucking crate or inside of the house. Shut up. That doesn't mean you like beat the shit out of them, but it just means like, you know, they should know when they're doing something wrong. God damn, dude. Chatters are so fucking insane. Like, chatters are so soy. They're like, you're not supposed to do that. Anyway, so I take her outside, and like, the thing is, the balcony is actually great for her. Like, she could literally sleep out there if she wants to because it's cold, right? And this is a fucking mountain dog, and she wants the cold anyway. So I've actually legitimately contemplated on like trying to figure out if I should like, you know, let her out, like let her free roam at night or whatever when she gets old enough, or not do that. Crate is too big if they're going to the bathroom in it. No, the crate is, you're right about that. I actually did make the crate size a little bit larger so she's more comfortable. Okay. But this dog does not give a shit, okay? This dog does not give a shit. She will piss and then lay in her piss. Anyway, so I put her in the balcony and I go back to sleep. I'm like, you know what? I clean up. I go back to sleep. I'm like, you know, sleep out there. Have fun. Because the balcony is not like a fun environment. It's like confined. It's perfect. It's like large. She has her pee pad on there. Like not her pee pad, but like she has the turf on there. On the balcony. So she can go pee and shit wherever she wants to. And also it's cold, right? But of course, she hates it. She fucking hates that shit because she's not next to me. So like then she starts crying. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to let her in. I'm not going to let her in. I'm not going to let her in. I can't cave to her crying, right? But she just kept crying for like an hour. So then I put her in a different balcony in the house, far away. And then she cried a little bit there too. But actually that one was a major success. She stopped crying after a while. So then when she stopped crying, I brought her back in. This is what I was doing from like 1 to 3 a.m. Bro got multiple balconies. I don't know if you know this, but like I have a house. So yes, I do have multiple balconies. Yeah, I got a fucking estate, dog. You know how it is. Socialism when no balcony. Extra socialism when extra balcony. Dogs need positive reinforcement. They don't work on punishment systems. Man, I know, dude. I know that. But there are certain things you have to do with dogs. Okay? Like for example, if your dog gets really out of hand and is like getting the zoomies. Hi, Hasan. I've been watching super long, but I hope to stay for the future. Keep up the streams, please. It's what you love to do and do what others love to see. Okay, thank you, Yonder Live, for the $3 dono. Anyway, like there are. First of all, yeah, they need to know the meaning of no. They need to know the meaning of enough. These are weapons in your arsenal when you're training a dog. For example, a lot of dogs get really riled up when they're playing, especially when they're puppies. If they're getting really bitey, if they're getting really nippy, and you can't control them, okay, one thing you have to do is put them in timeout. Like you have to put them in a confined space that's safe, that they can't like chew, but that's far away for like 5 minutes. Like if you don't do that, they're never gonna fucking learn. You know what I mean? It's not just about like redirection, because I do that. It's not just about positive reinforcement, which I do. You also have to do sometimes like actual enforcement. It's the same with kids. Yeah. Waiting till she's quiet to let her in is positive reinforcement. Thank you. Exactly. That's what you do. If she's crying, you don't respond because you don't want to train them to think, oh, every time I bark, he's going to come and pay attention to me. So when I'm bored and I want to be let out of the crate for no reason because I want fun time, I'm just going to bark. That's why I always try to differentiate between, is this a piss bark? Is this a shit bark? Or is this a bark simply because she's bored and wants to get out of the crate? Which is why, for example, you're not supposed to, for puppies, make piss time playtime. Okay? For those of you who don't know, like when I take Kaya out, and this is a little bit difficult while I'm streaming, but when I take Kaya out to take a piss, I'm not letting her play around too much. Because I don't want her to think like, oh, every time I bark, he's going to let me outside and I can play with him and I can play by myself even if I want to. That's where you're supposed to just like let her out, let her piss, bring her back inside. Manipulating the dog, yes, it's called grooming, which is a basic component of like training your child, grooming your child, whichever way you want to put it. And it's the same as training your dog. This is a normal part of it. Don't behave like a conservative, okay? And look at like normal things such as schooling and make it seem like it's something nefarious and evil. Yeah. Saying dogs don't work on punishment systems is just silly. Dog-to-dog interactions have punishment systems. Parent dogs will scruff their puppies when they misbehave. Yeah. I literally fucking bark at her if she gets too out of hand. Yeah, I'm not going to do that right now because she's sleeping and I don't want to wake her up. But it's a normal part of like, you know, teaching a puppy. You do that. Because if she's not in a fucking litter with other dogs regularly, you sometimes need to do that. You just sometimes need to like recreate what a dog would do. Refused dog bed, sleeps on the floor instead. Yeah, she's refusing the dog bed because the floor is colder. The floor is cooler. That's why. Look. How an experienced dog mother teaches her 8-week-old puppies to be calm. Watch. Like they're going fucking crazy mode, okay? They're going bananas mode. Look at that. Chatters look at this and go, wow, that's really messed up. This mother is behaving. Chatters are like, someone called Child Protection Services because this mommy is being abusive. I literally do this to Kaya. I'm not even kidding. I do this exact same thing. I growl and do this exact same thing to Kaya. That mom is problematic. See? Look how she fucking set them straight. Look at that. That's what Fiona does to Kai, by the way. She's teaching her manners. Yeah, except Fiona can't fucking teach her manners. And because you want to know why? Because Kaya doesn't give a fuck. She keeps barking at Fiona. Fiona stops growling at her. She just like avoids her. Does it work? Does Kai chill out? Oh yeah, 100%. When I growl at her and I bark, when I growl and bark at her, she absolutely chills the fuck out. Like 100%. Look how she cleared it out though. Look at, like, she made space, she cleared it out. Everybody's fucking cool. Everybody's calm. Everybody's chilling. Why you growl at her? When she gets too nippy and she thinks that like when she gets too nippy and she thinks that she can like bite me or bite my mom, I have to keep her in check because like you guys have to understand this bitch is 24 pounds now, okay? At like 3 months. She has now officially hit 3 months. Like by the end of this week, she will be officially fully 3 months old. She's entering her 4th month of existence, and she's already fucking 24 pounds. Like, and she's gonna be a puppy for, you know, at least another year. You know what I mean? And during that process, she's gonna get really fucking big if she has all of these bad habits that she continues with. You know, it's gonna actually be a problem. You feel me? If you do not train your dog properly when she's a puppy, when they're more like in their more formative years, when it's like much easier to train them, by the way, they will be a much larger problem later down, and you know, when they're older. It's not good. Anyway. Questions answered. Thought you would appreciate this update on West Elm Caleb. Wait, really? Dude, no fucking way, dude. Oh my god, this is so sick. This West Elm Caleb update is so fire. You know I'm gonna talk about that shit. Yo, that lady who I made fun of for the West Elm Caleb stuff, like, literally said I was like a misogynistic piece of shit too. Like, she took her fucking sweet ass time. Like, she 100% rad femmed the fuck out of me. Anyway, we'll look at all that. Yeah. No, got clipped. Are you using Next Star? They've been wearing more dog ads since Kai came around. What do you mean? What? Next Star? What is that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, Hog Watch. Trump Watch. Conservatives. Fighting gay ghosts for pride. Get in now. Okay. All right, let's do this. All right, let's blast off. Let's fucking blast off then. Uplifting news. Washington State's new capital gains tax brings in hundreds of millions of dollars to schools with only a bare bones implementation. Taxing the rich works. Yeah. Damn, that's crazy, man. Who would have thunk it? You see that shit that Trump put on his Insta? We already covered that, yeah. Barbie trailer react is gonna happen, of course, obviously. Do you eat Skittles? I love Skittles. Anyway, here's the I'm live and alive. Here's the blast off link. Let the people know. Bring them in here. Let them know. Let them know. Let them know that we're live and we're alive. Let's get started. Yeah, but the rich are all going to leave the state, like in California. That's why real estate prices are so low in California, because all the rich people left. Yeah. Dude, could you imagine if all the rich people left California, how much nicer California would be, though? Like, it would be sick. First of all, I would stay because, you know, regardless of my financial status, I like California and I like the weather. Okay? So I would definitely be here. I would not be going anywhere. But could you imagine what would happen to the real estate market? Like, well, that's never going to happen because rich people do not leave. You would have to move as well. Yeah. They could convert the oversized homes into halfway houses for the homeless. Wait, what? Why halfway houses? Why not regular houses for the homeless? Why do they have to be a halfway house? Like, even when we house the homeless, we have to make sure that they still go through the institutions. You know what I mean? Like, we're still putting them in jail in some form of like punishment directly for the crime of being poor and homeless. By the way, this is such a funny fucking. I love this. This song slaps. Yeah. Once again, I just want to tell you guys something, and that something is Benny Johnson is a homosexual man who cheats on his wife. Okay, this is a known thing in conservative circles. I literally had people texting me. I'm not gonna say who. I'm not gonna say what. After that tweet, okay, about how right I am. Benny Johnson is a known homosexual man in conservative circles who, you know, someone should ask him why he's not allowed to go on work trips without his wife anymore. You know what I mean? Someone should ask him that. That's what I would do. If I saw Benny Johnson, I would say, hey, why are you not allowed to go on work trips without your wife any longer? What's that about? Why does it matter if he is a homosexual? Are you fucking stupid? Think about it. Think about why that's relevant when he's cutting anti-gay, anti-trans propaganda. Do you think that that's relevant? Do you think that it would be relevant for a gay conservative, in the closet gay conservative man and his like actual sexuality? Do you think that that would be relevant? What? Guy broke down crying after winning OTK event and accidentally brought up your picture on screen? What? The fuck is this?
I'm fucking like, dude. Dude, big shouts to Hasan, man. You know, our kid have to stick together. You know, he might look better than me. He might be the successful cousin, but we're fucking here, man.
Wait, what?
You know.
Wait, what happened? I don't even know what's going on here. What happened here? He won OTK elevated? Why did he bring... Oh, he's Turkish? Yo, let's go. Respect. He broke down crying after winning OTK event and accidentally brought up your picture on screen. It doesn't look like an accident. The new bullshit self-help crypto bro for your radar.
Greg.
Oh, I love that, dude. I fucking love these freaks. I think we need to I think I need to utilize the I think I need to utilize the CIA in this chat a little bit more. You know what I mean? You guys look at all these fucking freaks on your own time and then you never share. Okay? I need more sharing. Sharing is fucking caring. Okay? Comments on your last guest podcast actually really positive. Yeah, we covered that yesterday. So, XQC's chat sends cringe links too, not gonna lie. No, I want like fucking cringe weirdos. You know what I mean? I want like... Anyway, we'll get into all of that. David Dayen is gonna be here in like an hour. He's gonna be here at like 1 p.m. Pacific. So, but that's when we'll talk about the debt ceiling. The debt ceiling is a lie. The U.S. is in a good shape, so chill. Dude, these are all of... Just save all of those takes, okay? Save all those takes for when David Dayen is here. David Dayen of the American Prospect. He knows better, okay? I don't know anything. I don't know anything about anything. Okay, I'm a stupid, dumb guy. He's a very smart guy. Very intelligent, smart guy versus very stupid, dumb guy. Okay? He will explain everything to you. This is the last time I wore this iconic shirt.
Maçom, né? Maçom.
It got hot.
What the fuck?
I thought about not wearing it.
このシャツは綺麗お母さん大好き。
What does that mean?
You beautiful, beautiful old ladies you like.
Old ladies. Don't stop eating.
Bro, that was 3 years ago. You look exactly the same. Japan might as well be 3 years ago because of how much time has passed. Okay. Definitely top 5 streams you've been in. Yeah, that it feels like it was so long ago because like since then I got a dog, you know what I mean? I might actually go back to Japan at the end of June, but like I haven't figured it out for VCT with Todek, alongside Todek. So you know, we'll see how that works out for everybody. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Some Twitter discourse about how men apparently show open disdain for women when they're unwillingly shown the backgrounds of the TikToks in public. This is that bait account again, the one that said Hasan is like a 10 out of 10 or something. Okay? The problem is there's a lot of stupid people on Twitter. So when someone makes like a bait account like this, there's a lot of people that will go and fucking like it and agree with it, okay? TwitchCon is at the beginning of July. You'd be so jet lagged. Yeah. What happened to not traveling when you got a puppy? Well, luckily, I have an entire fucking village of people that is like willing and able and actually trying to get me to go to Japan or travel regularly so they can take care of Kaya themselves. This is not even a joke. I have a whole town in my fucking house. And not only that, but also I have a lot of people who are very clearly and deliberately pushing me to go and, you know, travel so they can take care of her. I'm not even kidding. Clearly that can't be done. You must stay at the home with your dog and never leave. I mean, to be fair, I do stay at home and never leave for the most part. So that's not even all that crazy. Mr. Gall is John Thick, courtesy of Corridor Digital.
I had it all.
Fuck the dramas. Let's watch this instead. It's hilarious. No, dude, there's like a couple people who are just so obsessed with Lawman. Every time I even click on Steven Seagal shit, they go crazy mode. They go like, dude, it's Lawman time. Someone said Steven Seagal. What the fuck's that about? Are you watching Lawman? Puggo, is it Lawman time? When are we watching Lawman? You promised we'd be watching Lawman. Calm down. Okay? It's not happening. It's not going to happen for you. Okay? All right, let's get started. Some of you remember who West Elm Caleb is, and a lot of you have real lives, so you probably don't. But I covered this a long time ago. Okay? West Elm Caleb was this guy who worked at West Elm. His name was Caleb. He was in New York, and basically what ended up happening to West Elm Caleb was he was going on dates on Hinge, and he was just like ghosting a bunch of women after like having wonderful dates. And the women that he was going on dates with were also literally like going on multiple dates as well. But of course, what ended up happening was that as a man, he was serially dating, and that's not allowed. And these people got very upset at her and like upset at him, and basically like doxed him. And did, you know, they did the TikTok do your thing, okay? I covered it titled, These Women on TikTok Are Insane. And I covered it pretty extensively. And then this is like the main West Elm Caleb lady. Here, I'll show you like the OG video real quick. But here, there you go. Do not harass this person. Do not harass this person. You know, we did all that, but of course that doesn't fucking really matter, does it?
This past Saturday, we get coffee, then we hang out again on Sunday, right? All this shit on TikTok went down on Monday, okay? So the dude and I are texting on Monday night just about dinner or something, and then I get tagged in this video on TikTok, and he knows after a second date that I do TikTok as a job. I get tagged in this. I'll tag the original creator so you guys can go watch it. So I watch the video, I freak out, rightfully so, because this is the dude that I've been going on a date with. Like, this is at like 6:30 on Monday. I get a text from Caleb, which I'm gonna insert, because I don't really give a fuck if this man lives or dies, if I'm gonna be honest here. He just
like, that's insane. I don't give a fuck if this man lives or dies. Like, the fuck, dude? Dude, that is just like psychotic. Also, you're adding a dude to your arsenal. I mean, he's doing the same shit.
Goes, I'm really upset. And I was like, what happened? This was right as I got tagged in the video. And I was like, I wonder if he knows, even though he's offline. And then he said, like, yeah, someone from work sent him this TikTok about West Elm Caleb. I had a few coworkers message me about it. So the time receipts of this, it's like 6:30 p.m. on a Monday. So then in that video, people are commenting like, is this about Kate Glaven's video? Me being Kate Glaven. So I start getting DMs on Instagram from other girls, which I'm going to insert here. I got a DM from a lovely girl named Kelly, and this is where things just hit the fan for me. So Kelly DMs me and she goes, hey, I know you've been on a few dates with Caleb, because she saw my videos and then saw that video by the other creator and like put together that it was about me. She said, I dated him for the past 6 weeks, sent me a playlist, blah, 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 blah. As you can imagine, I was like, oh, cool. All the shit that I was worried about. Like, he told me he wasn't on.
He sent me the same playlist, everything. He's a manipulator and will make you feel so great until you're all in. He told me he wasn't on Hinge and deleted the app, but he was actively going on dates with other people. I spent the night and woke up in his bed the day you went on a date with him. I'm not doing this to hurt him or hurt you or blah, blah, blah. I'm sad right now.
He deleted Hinge after we were talking. He wasn't on apps, ghosting. And this was like the timeline of her experience with West Elm Caleb was right, not, if not overlapping to mine. Now here's where it gets sick and twisted. Kelly saw in my video that my first date with Caleb was on Saturday. She woke up in Caleb's bed on Saturday. She was with Caleb Saturday morning.
4 months.
Caleb and I went on a date at 3 p.m. on Saturday.
Bro, this is like women going Joker mode, okay? Like this is the same exact energy as like all those fucking like Midwestern dudes that are like, I'm deranged. I'm going Joker mode right now. Like this is just the female version of that. What the fuck, dude? What are you doing? Why is this like what is happening, dude? Now, this is not where it fucking even ends, okay? West Elm Caleb's crime against humanity is that he was just like, he's kind of a dick, okay? He's like juggling, okay? He's dating multiple people at the same time. Now, of course, because of the way that we like act as though dating is black and white and like interpersonal relationships are, especially devoid of context, analyzed by third parties on the outside in like really black and white ways, as though like it just immediately is like criminal behavior or criminal activity. It's just
how wonderful that nothing has changed, by the way. I mean, I've talked about this it was a fucking year ago, okay? January 22nd, 2022. Same exact shit. Bro, you were hyper intelligent back then. Yeah, what happened, dude? I got dumb as fuck, dog.
Of course, everyone went fucking psycho mode, okay? It's just like, why is everybody so bricked up? Chill the fuck out, okay? Chill the fuck out. Same day, though? What's it to you, motherfucker? What do you mean, same day? Yeah, same day. What if it's the same day? Literally do role reversal for a brief moment, okay? Not to pull a fucking PUA, red pill Andy moment here, but like, if a woman is going on multiple days on the same fucking day with multiple men, I don't have a problem with that. Who gives a shit? Any guy that fucking cries about that is correctly called a misogynistic fucking weirdo. Okay, what is this, the Fresh and Fit podcast all of a sudden? What's up? Like, so when women engage in this kind of behavior, it's totally valid, but like when men do it, they're fucking incels? Are you crazy?
Anyway, so nah, it's kind of weird, lol. No, like you can do, I mean, it doesn't matter, okay? You can, first of all, you can be a bad person. I need you to understand something, okay? You can do something that's like kind of fucked up even, okay? That doesn't mean like that this person deserves to be like losing their fucking job. This is something that people don't understand. Like, you don't deserve to be doxxed for being like a bad person for a brief moment, okay? You don't deserve to live with that for the rest of your life as like your marker. You worded that terribly? No, I worded it deliberately like that. I mean, you're talking to a person who obviously is not like in favor of prison abolition, but is like pretty aggressively on board with a rehabilitative approach to criminal justice, who regularly talks about people who've done bad things who could still redeem themselves. So, of course, if I have that perspective on crime and like people who have actually caused real damage and real harm to others, then yeah, doing something that's like kind of not great, that's nothing in comparison to like someone who, engaged in vehicular manslaughter or something. You know what I mean? Absolutely rehabilitatable. So why are we bringing this back up? Yeah, it's also super normal. It's also super normal behavior too in like big cities, like people dating around, even in little cities, people dating around. People still get mad at you, Hasan, about a brothel visit a decade ago. Yeah, also, I stand by that too. That's the other part of it. They make it seem like this is like a shameful thing that I should be upset about. Like, they make it seem like they're more mad at me for going to a brothel, the Artemis one, the one that's like internationally renowned too, like a very famous one. They're mad at me. They're more mad at me than the fucking dudes operating the brothel. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, I was 19. I went to a brothel and I'm fucking pro sex work. And I talked about that experience when I was talking about being pro sex work and how legal sex work and how that works. So yeah, suck my dick. But people are fucking weird. They're gross. They're weird. They also make it seem like the other part about it is like they make it seem like, oh yeah, he had to go to that brothel because he's like weird and gross. It's like, no, man, I can have plenty of sex without paying for it. Okay. It's an experience. Anyway, as a matter of fact, I'm fucking your mom right now. You know what I mean? Dumbass fucking swerfs online. They're so insane. It sucks. But it's a part of RadFems on Twitter. They just go crazy. My dad was a trad mod lib, and I showed him use as your election show, and you pilled him. He ran for school board and won, and had Liberty moms harass him, but he stayed the course and community agreed. You the man. Wait, what the fuck? That's a wild story. Wow. So why am I bringing up this old news? Well, it turns out that the West Elm Caleb saga, because they like doxed him and shit. They found who he was because it's TikTok. And I told you back then, like, this is not good. Well, it turns out the girl who started dating West Elm Caleb is dating a known sexual predator and blocks everyone who DMs her about him. Sorry, but that's so girl boss. Literally started a TikTok crusade against a guy who ghosted her, not a crime, then dating a violent sexual predator and blocking his victims. I think that's incredible. Women contain multitudes. Women's stories matter. They just matter. This is so funny. I need this to be real. I don't even know who the fuck she's dating. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I would love to know more about the fucking receipts and the actual information. But, there it is. Source equals Twitter. I mean, this is TikTok. This is TikTok on, this is the written form of TikTok. I would like to know. I would like to see some sources on this. Okay? That's what Nick is not green is for. I would love to ask him about all of that shit. The whole ghosting part is wild too. Pretty sure everyone is ghosted and been ghosted. So the reason, listen, I need you to understand something, okay? Like, we treat like people being inconvenienced or being like, upset with the seriousness of like tackling like real injustices in the criminal justice system or real injustices that exist in like the highest levels of power. And the only reason why we do that, okay, like when someone gets slighted or is inconvenienced or feels bad and then everyone gets up in arms, the real reason why we do that is because We know we can't change shit, dog. So we just do these like little crusades and keep fucking eating each other alive. And there's no reason to behave like that. Be a little bit more empathetic. Be a little bit more understanding. Be a little bit more normal. Okay? Like, nobody gives a fuck about, like, I don't know, the BlackRock executives. You know what I mean? No one cares about Elon Musk in the same way. They just care about, like, what's right in front of their faces. I support sex work. The one that the sex work does not clearly define is each one of the workers clearly have to be a subscriber to the HasanAbi broadcast to skip the 3-minute ad break. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a good one. Workers also have the option to skip the ad break by joining Jeff Bezos' brothel. Oh, shit. Jeff Bezos' brothel. That reminds me. Jeff Bezos is a bit of a cuck. I forgot to talk about this. Anyway, yeah. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Obviously, you don't want to be cucked by the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. So you can subscribe to avoid that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. If we got some fucking Oilers in the chat, like Pizza Hut 233. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. So, Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos is... Where is he? We need to fucking... Fuck, I can't find it. God damn it. Does anyone have a link for this? Be mad at Raytheon, not some guy in New York named Caleb. Yeah, well, they don't give a... I think some of these people also don't give a shit about Raytheon. Let's be real. You know what I mean? Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 10 gifted. Strawberry Cake Pop Fanatic, thank you for the 5 gifted. Strawberry Cake Pops are pretty fire. You're saying you can't be besties with your wife's tall, handsome, muscular ex who made her calves cramp without being a cuck? So much for the tolerant left. No, I tweeted it, but that's not the one I want. I want another. There's another photo that's even worse where they're like walking and Tony Gonzalez is like right behind him. And he is so fucking jacked and so muscular behind him. He's like this intimidating presence that's like hulking over him as they're walking down the street. And it is an even worse photo than this one. Jeff Bezos is hanging out with his girlfriend, who he left his wife for, okay? And Tony Gonzalez, who happens to be the father of his girlfriend's oldest son, Nico. And... oh, this is it. This is what I was looking for. Yeah. Jeff Bezos not having friends, so he hangs out with his fiance's ex is the funniest shit ever. So this photo is the one I first saw, and I thought, damn, that looks kind of weird, okay? And then I saw these photos, and I was like, oh my God. What is he doing? Do we think Jeff Bezos sits on the Sneeko chair or not? The hot wife bull vibes are fucking unreal. Dude, this is a wild situation, okay? Isn't that a common thing in like super high status guys? I don't know. But like how are you openly doing this? Like, I don't get it. I actually don't understand how he's, like, openly doing this. He just... Bro, he wears the Superman outfit in the closet and watches. Would Bezos go HGH if he had hair? No, Bezos did the right thing. For as far as, like, all of the billionaire oligarchs and their body types, I've talked about this a lot. I actually do respect Bezos for just straight going the HGH TRT route and not trying to fucking... fix whatever the hell was going on up there. He just said, fuck it, YOLO, I'm bald and I'm jacked. You know, what of it? Whereas like Elon Musk's body is disgusting, okay? He's like barrel chested. He can't lift weights. Like his arms are weak. Jeff Bezos, on the other hand, Jeff Bezos, on the other hand, strong. Definitely on the juice. Definitely on the yak, okay? Definitely. I mean, he's got the HGH jaw. Like, you can tell his face is, like, grown out. Elon, on the other hand, nasty to look at. Ew. Yikes. Okay? Please stop Hasan. Jeff is already being hit hard by Washington's new capital gains tax. Be nice to him. Yeah. Oh. Shit. I don't know. No. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute him. It's not on here, I don't think. Okay, well, you came here, now you have to take her out 100%. Shayabak, Mom just comes in here and says, I need your wallet. Wakes Kaya up and just leaves, okay? It's crazy. It's madness. How is this happening to me? Now she's going to be fucking unruly for like the next hour because she's like, well, okay, I could have gone outside. Bye-bye. Kaya is the same size as my 9-year-old Cocker Spaniel. It's so adorable. Anyway, I need to see more of this, like, Jeff Bezos getting cucked shit. Why is everyone saying tax the billionaires when they should be saying tax the fucking churches? I mean, why not both? I don't understand. You should tax both, actually. Don't steroids lower your life expectancy? Yeah, but, like, it's kind of like cigarettes, right? You know? Which, by the way, this is a joke, actually. I can't even fucking say this is a joke. Jesus. But I was going to say cigarettes also lower your life expectancy, but make you look cool when you smoke them. But also don't do it. Don't do it. It's the worst. It's literally the worst addiction. Don't do it. Anyway, I say as I chew nicotine gum every day, all day, nonstop. But, yeah, steroids do lower your life expectancy, depending on how you do it, how much of it you do it. It definitely shaves off a lot of your life at the tail end. So who gives a shit? You look good for the rest of it. Thank you, Hasan. I will start smoking now. Do not start smoking. Hit the organs hard for sure. Yeah, I mean, I just wished that our lame ass, like, stupid communist USADA and FDA and all of these other institutions would finally just, like, say, YOLO, everybody does steroids anyway. Instead of this dumb fucking Neuralink shit that's, like, blowing up people's brains, how about we do FDA clearance on fucking steroids? How about we make everybody into, like, muscular giants? Okay? We already did it for Ozempic, okay? We are in the Ozempic era. Until we find out that, like, Ozempic is making people's, like, fucking throats explode or something, or, like, making people develop goiter, everyone's going to be on that shit, okay? Turns out Ozempic is, like, also fucking, possibly, like, has secondary effects, like other side effects that are positive. Cigarette Overlord, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Ozempic has been around for diabetes, I know, but now it's like fat medicate. They're using it as a way to, like, tamper. They're using Ozempic now as a way to suppress appetite. Pretty sure Ozempic already has a black box warning for thyroid cancer. Okay, well, I know. Well, that's why I don't take it. But, like, people definitely, I mean, Ozempic is, like, definitely broadly prescribed now. And it will get even crazier. For the record. Ozempic is an appetite suppressant, which is why people are, and it seemingly is, like, relatively safe. So they are prescribing it like fucking crazy. It slows down your digestive system. All the women in my family except me. You want cancer but be jacked, or do you want not to be jacked and not have cancer? The answer is clear. No lie, Ozempic has been shown. You shit yourself. Literal warning about at the correct moment. Wait, really? I just checked. I'm right. It's extremely rare, but you're right. As more people use it, the incidence of thyroid cancer will go up. Yeah, it had the capacity to create thyroid cancer in the animal trials. I looked into it a lot because, you know, the boy also needs to shave off some pounds, okay? And has a binge eating disorder. So it would be nice. But it's not worth it. For me, at least. Especially right now. There's no reason to do it. But from what I understand, I thought you hit your goal. Yeah, I'm trailing around in the 240. In the 245 to 248 area, but I still have a long ways to go. I want to get down to. I still want to get down to fucking what do you call it? I want to get down to 220. I want to have a six-pack abs again.
And so a new medication, a new drug labeled the King Kong of weight loss is going to be available in approximately 1 year. This diabetes drug led to 20% or more weight loss in up to 57% of the people who took the highest dose.
The worst part about Ozempic is that, one, the FDA is inevitably going to fucking crack down on it, okay? They're going to crack down on it, or they're going to restrict the amount that you can actually fucking release to the market. And when that happens, America is going to reach a new level of obesity no one has ever seen before, called omega obesity, okay? I'm telling you right now, Ozempic and any kind of appetite suppressant drug, as a matter of fact, will be very good for you while you're taking it, okay? However, when you're off of it, and people will inevitably go off of it because they don't have access to the medication, because it's too expensive, or because they like change the, I don't know, they restrict it or something like that. And there is shortage of Ozempic as far as I understand already. It will it creates a process where you're so reliant on the drug for appetite suppressant that you eat way fucking more than you did before. Okay? You eat way more than you ate before, and you gain all the way back and then some, okay? It's also kind of fucked up because it's, you know, medication for diabetes. So, like, there's diabetic people who need it. Like, literally need it, okay? For survival and stuff. So, I don't know. How fucking wild would it be if this is how we get healthcare in America? No. America's the only country with tiers of obesity. I feel like I'm playing a gotcha game of health issues. Yeah. So if I want to gain weight, should I go on it and stop taking it? No, man. If you have if you're already having issues gaining weight, like, no, never take Ozempic. You fucking weirdo. What are you, crazy? That means you're not eating enough already. Just eat more, forehead. They have cracked down on similar drugs like Mounjaro. The FDA cracked down on off-label manufacturer coupon use towards the end of last year. Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't learned some type of martial art or fighting style. I don't have enough time for it. POV, you can't eat and everyone's taking the meds that make you eat aware. It's not even approved already for people who aren't obese for weight loss. Bro, listen, this is purely anecdotal, okay? But from what I know, especially in Los Angeles, baby, it's been out here, okay? Let me tell you something. I've known about Ozempic for some time now. This is only becoming more, like, I never knew it by name. My dad actually was suggested to use it many, many years ago. He had diabetes. He doesn't anymore because he did the gastric bypass and stuff. I never put two and two together until I saw the 60 Minutes video where they basically did a fucking marketing campaign for it on 60 Minutes. But people have been using this miracle drug in Hollywood for a minute now. Took a similar drug. It often makes you sick to your stomach. Had to take an anti-nausea med with it. These formulas are so highly linked to pancreatic cancer. Yeah, people have been using it like a lot. Jonah Hill, Post Malone, every fucking fat celebrity, or like not even fat, but like slightly overweight celebrity that you've seen that like got got peeled out of nowhere has probably taken Ozempic. Pharmacists here, the goals are noble, but it needs to be used in conjunction with being aware of portion control and reevaluating one's diet. Unfortunately, that's not normally done. Yes, I know. No one does that. Everyone wants like, I mean, I get it, dude. I have issues. I get it. I know how hard it is. So I'm not going to fucking sit here. I'm not going to fucking sit here and act like, oh, these people are just lazy. They haven't fixed their diets. Like, no, that shit is incredibly difficult. You mean Zac Efron? No, Zac Efron's on clenbuterol, okay? Or maybe, but he's on a lot. That's different. Yeah, see, someone said they should use clenbuterol just like us bodybuilders. Yeah, no. I do think that Ozempic is probably safer than a horse bronchitis steroid, which is what clenbuterol is. For those of you who don't know, it's asthma medication for horses. And bodybuilders like using it for its fat burner weight loss properties. On that Bradley Martin cocktail, yes. It is a bronchial dilator for horses. Ozempic are infinitely more healthy than weight cycling, which happens to like 70+% obese people who try to just diet, e.g. what happened for you during COVID. No, what happened to me during COVID was I broke my very consistent lifestyle of like consistently going to the gym and consistently dieting and tracking my calories. That's what happened to me during COVID. It wasn't like a fucking yo-yo diet. You know what I mean? That you can't say that that's the cycle. The cycle is not 5 years. Yo-yo dieting doesn't happen over the course of 5 years. It happens over the course of a year. Anyway. Good Dr. Mike,
Hey folks,
not that one.
Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Periodization. And today's...
What the fuck? This guy, this guy's a doctor? What is he, the doctor of gains? What the fuck? Does he have a doctorate in being brolic?
I'm going to weigh in on a bit of a fitness controversy that's kind of happening. And
bro, I've never seen a doctor that's... Dude, if this guy was my doctor, I'm trusting anything he gives me, okay? I love this guy immediately. Holy fuck, dude. He punches the tumors. He literally has a doctorate in being brolic. Bro, this is the most thumb-like doctor I've ever seen. He looks like he got a doctorate in criminology, okay? He looks like he could walk into a precinct and immediately all the cops would be like, oh, sir, you're the chief of police, right? Thank you for coming to the precinct today. I love him. I immediately love him. This guy's awesome. I don't know who this guy is, but I fucking love him.
In the social media space, and that is weight loss drugs versus lifestyle choices. And I think this is a false controversy. I think it is a false dichotomy, and I'll be very clear about this in 9 points.
Dr. Mike is right-wing as fuck. I don't give a shit, dude. You know me. Listen, I've told you this so many times, okay? I don't care I do not care what people's like personal ideology or background is. If someone has done that to their body, I respect it. I know how much time that takes, okay?
Let's get to the point. So here's the thing to set this up. There is a new generation of weight loss drugs out on the market, FDA approved, and more people are using them. They are GLP-1 and GIP agonists. These are gut hormone, gut peptides. And these drugs, the most famous of which is the first really effective one, is known as...
The irony of this is that like all the fucking crystal mommies were so right about the gut shit. Like, I mean, I guess it's like, it goes beyond that, but like, But you know what I mean? Like all the holistic mommies that always are talking about like, oh, I'm fixing my gut biomes or whatever the fuck they talk about. Now, obviously, they're not right because they're like drinking their own piss or whatever, which isn't doing shit. But like, they're not wrong when they say this is important.
Ozempic, aka semaglutide. There's also tirzepatide, and it's coming out with all kinds of new drugs on the horizon. And what these drugs do is they do a few things. They're actually very good for your health in general, and seemingly from all the research we have and all the inference from what pathways they activate and how. But their biggest thing is, so small stuff is they improve insulin sensitivity and all this other stuff. But their big major beneficial effect is that they absolutely crush appetite. Now, to be more technically correct, they have a very powerful dose-dependent effect on appetite. So if you take very little amount of the drug, you get a slight reduction in appetite. Well, that's okay, whatever. If you take much more of the drugs, you can take enough of the drugs in a safe and healthy manner. This has been tested over and over on large groups of people. Even huge doses of the drug, relative to how much they crush hunger, are totally safe. And that's the thing, is when I say huge doses, it's a very small amount of actual stuff, and it can make your appetite basically just go away. We don't want appetites to go away because we still want people eating food, but as you can imagine, if we titrate the drug appropriately in a particular patient that's taking it, we can kind of set their hunger levels at, anything we want. So if you're...
Yeah, this shit's fire because ultimately, again, the fat shamers, when they say just stop eating forehead, are technically not incorrect because that is the way you lose weight. Okay? Like, you lose weight by eating less than your body fucking, needs, I guess. You eat at a deficit and then you end up losing weight. That's just how it works. Okay? So this technically just shuts off that fucking part of your brain that is responding to your, gut biome or your gut, I guess, that says like, I'm hungry. I need to eat, please. I need to eat real bad. I need to eat more.
Your normal hunger level has you consuming 4,000 calories a day, and thus you're overweight and in bad shape. We can give you just enough drug to get you down to 2,000 or 2,500 calories.
Doesn't this make them 100% right? No, just like the holistic mommies, they're 100% wrong, even though the technicality behind it is correct. It's just saying to a fat person, just stop eating, fatty, is demonstrably bad, okay? It has the reverse impact, okay? That's why it's wrong. Like, they're right that, like, technically it's calories in, calories out. They're wrong when they constantly fucking are fat shaming and saying, just stop eating, just stop snacking, because that part is so fucking difficult and they will never understand it because they've been skinny their whole lives until they hit, like, a wall.
Calories, and over a long time you will lose lots of weight and then just stay there. If you continue to take the drug, it seems that the negative feedback loops from the research we've seen so far are minimal, if non-existent, perhaps. So thus, if you continue to take, let's say, a milligram of Ozempic every week, you get that same milligram of effect every week for a year and a half at least. There are other drugs that do this in a different category of drugs altogether. Modafinil, for example, so maybe the first neurologically enhancing drug, you could say, the first smart drug.
What? Yo, what? Isn't this guy a doctor? What the fuck's he talking about? Modafinil? No. Hello? Bro, no. That's crazy. Is he like a kratom guy too? He has a PhD in sports physiology. Oh. But still. Doctors don't know as much as pharmacists when it comes to drugs. Modafinil is narcolepsy medication. It is what pilots use sometimes. He is a doctorate in gains. I wasn't wrong, by the way. That's weird. But people basically make it seem like Modafinil goes hard. That shit would make me see shit while being wired at JJAEP. Shit was wild, dog. I don't know. When I hear someone just like drop modafinil like that, I'm like, wait a minute, what?
Ever to some extent. It's used mostly to keep people awake for various things, but it also seems to be a cognitive enhancer. Modafinil doesn't seem to have a negative feedback loop. You just take it, you get the same effects. You take it one day, you take it the first time you take it, and the 500th time you take it, it gives you the same identical effects, which is really cool. So these drugs are really neat in that they do this. Now, more and more people have been taking them, and some people in the fitness industry have brought up what they think is a problem. And they basically saying, if you give people this drug, it takes the onus off of them changing their fitness and health habits. For example, their propensity to make better food choices, and you're just masking the problem. It's like drugging away the underlying problem, right? And
yeah, I mean, but you can use drugs like Ozempic, or you can use drugs like even Adderall, Ritalin, Concerta, Vyvanse, and things like that to fix portion control and make better health choices, especially if you train your body to eat a certain way. That's it. That's just, but a lot of people, unfortunately, when they get off of the drug, then go bananas mode and eat like crazy. He isn't saying no side effects. He said no tolerance develops. That's kind of crazy.
There is a lot to say about that. There's a lot to say about that. And I'll kind of put forward my thesis in 9 separate points. And please let me know in the comments what you guys think. And if you find the points contentious, please let me know on what inferential or evidentiary grounds you find them contentious. And we'll get to chatting in the comments about who's marginally more correct or incorrect. All right, so here we go. So point number 1, it is absolutely true. I do agree that the drugs do not get you directly to eat healthier. They definitely get you to eat less, but eating healthy is still something people should try to do, and something we should, in the fitness industry, advocate for our clients and our followers and et cetera to do as well. Okay, so yes, absolutely, I don't agree with just taking a pill and saying, hey, look, the pill solved it all, because the pill didn't solve it all. Now, what did the pill solve? There's actually 2 situations here, 2 issues, 2 problems, not one. One problem is people eat too much, and 2 is people eat also unhealthy. So there's the amount of food they eat, and then what it is that composes that food. 2 separate problems. They're interrelated problems, but nonetheless, they can be bifurcated into 2 separate problems. And modern weight loss drugs, and in the future more and more effectively and for less money, have essentially knocked out problem number 1. Like, how much you eat is a pharmacologically now solved problem, which is crazy to say. I can't believe it's 2020. I guess I can believe it's 2023 and I'm saying this. We live in the straight up future, but like, that's a big deal. Like, that's nothing we've been ever able to say.
I think he's not wrong. I mean, it is the reason why they're like selling this as a miracle drug is because like it has, as far as I understand, less side effects, like less negative side effects than the other amphetamines like that I just mentioned to you. And therefore it's just like directly tackling the problem of appetite, which is directly linked to weight gain and weight loss. Animal studies have shown that it can cause thyroid cancer in like very, very limited. I mean, it's like rare. It's super rare. It will become probably more common as people are mass using this drug now, because doctors are prescribing the shit out of this. Okay, maybe it's anecdotal, maybe it's Los Angeles, but I'm gonna tell you, doctors certainly are fucking prescribing the shit out of this. Our obsession with skinniness is such a disease. No, I don't agree with that. I mean, I'm saying that as someone who has body dysmorphia and is obsessed with being skinny. I think that if we have a drug that could truly limit a lot of people's appetite, that would eliminate a dramatic amount of secondary problems caused by obesity. Okay, not necessarily a bad thing at all. as long as people are basically being taught on top of everything else, portion control, and making better and healthier dietary choices that they can take with them for the rest of their lives, that they can continue for the rest of their lives. Okay. It's not even about it's not even about being skinny. It's about being fucking healthy. And the reality is, no matter how much we talk about fat shaming, and I have talked about this a lot, about how negative fat shaming is, how stupid fat shaming is, and body positivity overall is not a bad thing unless you're like using it to fucking, sell Oreos because you're working for Mondelez International secretly as a PR spokesperson. It's greatly important. Very important. Yeah, it's called fiber. Yeah, totally, dude. It's just fiber. Just eat fiber, forehead. You'll shit out 4,000 calories when you are supposed to be eating like 2,500. Huh.
In the weight loss and obesity space. Okay, so like they give you it as long as you respond well to the drug, which almost everyone does, especially if the doctor titrates it and you are honest about your responses. Most people can take the drug and just get about to the level of hunger that they want. Okay, it's a very similar effect to blood pressure drugs as far as the landscape of effects. Like doesn't matter what kind of blood pressure you have, you can take a small amount of blood pressure drugs and a moderate amount of blood pressure drugs, especially combined therapy, will absolutely get your blood pressure as low as you want.
I assume a lot of people taking this do not have weight health problems, especially in LA, Lamont. No, we're talking about America, man. Maybe not in Los Angeles, but like in the United States of America, the people taking it definitely do have weight and health problems. Come on.
Even low enough to kill you. Okay. And the same thing actually for boner pills. Like if your penis is medically capable of getting blood to it, boner pills absolutely will get you an erection. Okay. It's actually something I read several years ago. I was doing a little research. You know what I'm saying? Boy, everybody could use a little enhancement. You feel me for those whiskey nights. And it's literally a sentence like by
this guy, what the fuck kind of doctor is this guy? He's like, yeah, sometimes my dick don't work when I'm drinking whiskey, so I take Viagra. What the fuck?
Accredited body that was like erectile dysfunction.
Bro, this is my doctor. I'm about to get the gains of a lifetime, though. I still love him immediately.
Is a pharmacologically solved problem. Anyone healthy enough to be having sex can absolutely get an erection. I was like, holy shit, I didn't know they were that strong. Then, a quarter of a Viagra tab. And I'm like, holy shit, do I have to go to the hospital after this? Yes. But just kidding. But, some close calls there. Sooner or later.
Okay.
If you imagine.
They don't get you to eat healthier. It's correct. Point 2 is they don't get you to eat healthier. Point 3 is they don't get you to eat healthier. They don't address the fundamental problem. People become emboldened by weight loss, willpower, the problem space. What is this? The most replayed part. Let's look at that, and then we'll move on from this.
Nietzsche or whoever the fuck said that shit. Now Jordan Peterson, I guess. I'm not interested in a fucking SJW world where everyone's a fucking pussy and nobody ever has adversity and they're like, oh my God, man, my feelings. 100%. I feel you guys on that. There is no fucking shortage of adversity. And if you motherfuckers feel like you have too few problems.
Bro, this went on wait, what? At the 24-minute mark, he just goes, yeah, fuck SJWs. What? That's awesome. Why? What is happening? Why is this? What?
Because you take enough drugs and all your problems are gone up. I don't have to worry about what I eat anymore. And I'm super healthy and I'm live till 100. Go solve other problems. Go to the inner city and help clean the streets. Do whatever. Take care of your kids better. There's always more problems. And again, if you're really worried that we'll run out of problems eventually, tell yourself that in your head one more time. Your concern, I don't even mock anybody, I'm just getting passionate, is that we're going to run out of problems? Oh my fucking God. Can you imagine? You just have no problems. That means you have a genie, essentially, that grants you every wish you could have. Pray to fucking God that we get there eventually. And if this Ozempic and that class of drugs is one tiny step of the way there, I'm 100% in. Right? Here's the thing. Point number 9, to that effect. It is probably a good idea to work to make everything easier or completely solved. Then we can go solve the next thing and the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah. Oh, he was responding to those guys who are saying that kind of shit. No, he's saying it's a good thing overall. He's saying he's right. I mean, this is not like a miracle drug in the way that like it automatically solves the actual issue, which you still have to work on. It suppresses your appetite, so it makes it easier for you to combat like binge eating disorder or any kind of like eating problems that you have, and you can regulate your intake a lot better. It's a good thing. It doesn't fully solve the problem, and when you actually don't fucking when you get off the drug due to shortages or whatever the fuck, which can happen and it has happened, you will then yo-yo diet because you didn't actually fix the underlying the underlying issue. You did not fix your diet. You just took a supplement that made it easier for you to not eat. That's it. So, he said, I agree with the anti-SJW shit though, Hasan. I mean, yeah, that part is fine. But he's still saying ultimately that, adversity and adversity is important for character development, but it doesn't matter. It's still better to like fix these issues, and
Yes,
so we can move on to other
because
shit.
you have a car that means you don't know how to stable and train and take care of a horse. But instead, you could have a job that trains large language models to solve every other fucking problem we have.
He's right.
It's a matter of perspective, and it's a matter of understanding that just because you get rid of one challenge doesn't mean that you are now soft pussy who's never going to get challenged and is going to wither away and just spend more time in mom's basement.
I like this
You
guy.
could always do that, but you could have always done that. We've had a standard of living since the 1950s in the United States where pretty much everyone could get their food and basic medical care and a place to live on minimum work per week. And so like anything you do now is bonus points anyway. So if now you have less of a problem of people having hunger, don't you worry. Yes, that problem is no longer an instrument by which people can improve themselves. It is not an instrument on which they can flex and make their willpower better because it doesn't exist anymore. You just take the drug and you're fucking done. Lots of problems left over for us to fucking get into and try to solve and really improve our willpower and our internal value as people. Because a big part of having self-actualization and being really at peace with yourself is being able to work on making yourself better and regularly challenging yourself. And again, we have a shitload of problems left over. Bucking, world hunger, world peace, all that shit, mortality, aging.
So this guy supports universal income and houses for all homeless people, right? I'm not kidding. He strikes me as the type of dude who would. Like, I think you're hyper focused on the aesthetics. Like, I don't think he's like the average like David Goggins type dude. I don't think he's like the average David Goggins type dude who's like, no, actually, we can't give houses to homeless. Yeah, he said he's a libertarian. You're coping. But he just said, like, it's okay to fix some of these fucking issues so, like, you can focus on other things. Like, for example, when we have, with the invention of the internal combustion engine, we no longer have needs for fucking horses, but now we can, like, work on other shit, like language models. Okay? He's anti-SJW, which, like, is the normative position. I'm sorry, okay? So when you hear that from a guy that looks like that, you immediately assume he's like super, super reactionary. But I doubt it. I think he's like, he might have been like a hyper libertarian guy back in the day, but I don't think a hyper libertarian guy would turn around and fucking be like, no, it's actually good to solve these issues instead of like forcing people to fend for themselves.
Could be solving aging in the next 20 years. Think about that. I'd rather people spend time solving aging than spend time looking at macros and being like, shit, I'm eating too much, I'm fat. Anyway, how's that for a rant? All right, guys, thank you so much. See you.
I don't know, whatever. I believe in UBI. I agree with the thumb. He would be talking about big pharma if he was like that. What? He also said that people can get housing and food and a good quality of life with a small wage, though. Yeah, I mean, he's wrong on that. I think he was comparing it to like the 50s, which is ironic because like in the 50s, it was probably more manageable for white people, especially, to be able to get houses and you know, have a comfortable existence. Anyway, whatever. It's crazy how people fall into the right-wing pipeline. This dude seems so reasonable and regular at the beginning, and then blam out of nowhere, just a crazy tangent. I don't know. I would like to explore more about his worldview and develop a better understanding of where he's coming from. But I don't think he's like necessarily a bad person. from what I got. There's a separate political channel and talks about UBI 2 minutes in. UBI doesn't mean that someone is a leftist. UBI just means that someone can be convinced of left-wing positions. UBI can be a very right-wing idea. As a matter of fact, the Yang Gangers were literally pushing for a right-wing UBI instead of a left-wing UBI. Okay. Snoring so fucking loudly behind me is so funny. Okay, so this is for the record, I just want to point out this is a warning, okay? This person is not a real person. Apparently they like LARP as a woman online and have like a cuckolding fetish or something. They're like a race pervert. There's a bunch of weird shit about this account. And you know, they did it again. They done did it again. They say stuff like that's ridiculous. And they get a lot of people to talk about this whatever their tweet is about. So let's take a look. Who's the woman in the well, this is a random TikTok of people saying like, look at the guy in the back. No, he made a face. And this person posted, somebody needs to investigate the instinctual disdain men have for women who are happy and having fun. How does a society fix this? I'm in shambles right now. Just found out the chilling fact that not one but two men were involved in this incident. So this is fake, okay? This person, the TikTok is real. But this perspective uttered by this person is not real. They're just saying this because they want. They're saying this because they want other people to talk about it. And of course, this bait hit. It hit real fucking hard. 4,000 likes on some dumb shit like this. What do you expect? 11 million views, 3,680 quotes. Okay, 1,399 bookmarks. And how did that happen? Because it's a fucking idiotic assessment of another situation. But of course, Twitter is the best place to get your idiotic perspective validated, even if you are doing it deliberately to actually get shit on, which this lamey-pilled person is actually doing it to get shit on. Okay? No, they're not a HasanAbi head. Shut the fuck up. You guys are so stupid. You believe anything you see on the internet. This person is not a fan of mine, okay? They are not. This is not a real account. Like, this is just completely, like, look, I will be going on the HasanAbi broadcast soon, and I would like to thank Hasan and Hasan for the opportunity. It's not real. They are doing this to get fucking interactions and engagements. They routinely say lies all the fucking time. Chatters, of course, immediately get sucked into the fucking bait. Okay? You got baited. This community is the only other place outside of Twitter where a bunch of people will legitimately jump on the bait, hook, line, and sinker, eat it up, and straight up go, oh my God, this guy is a HasanAbi head, and actually, they're saying some good shit. That person is in their 40s pretending to be 19. Yeah. It's like a 40-year-old dude, from what I understand, pretending to be a 19-year-old girl. Okay? Yeah. How'd you figure it out? Because it's Twitter. Everybody figures this shit out all the time. I don't know how the fuck they do it, but they do it. Anyway, the point is this. This person wrote this specifically so that, like, people would dunk on her, or him, sorry, okay? And yet, it's still got a fuckload of support. Do you want to know why? You want to know why? Because some of you motherfuckers are dumb, okay? Some of you in here do it. You did it right now. You literally did a different version of that by literally fucking saying, oh, this person is a fan of yours, actually. No, they're not. And Zoomers and people on Twitter need to fucking calm down, okay? They need to calm the fuck down. Why the fuck would you agree with this? You see this TikTok and you go, oh, wow, that's great. Like that. I agree. You know, these people have disdain for women having fun in public. It's like, no, man. When you're in fucking public and you're getting filmed, you can sometimes make a face, okay? That doesn't mean that, like, that person is going to get doxxed or anything like that, okay? But TikTok has the tendency to go fucking crazy, okay? Everyone needs to calm down. Do people not know people will purposely lie anymore? Yeah, I don't understand. The guy didn't even fucking react. So what is really frustrating about this is the fact that lol overruled tweet goes viral for stealing your take. Guy who knows the age of consent in every country, the LGBT community is predatory. Oh yeah, yeah. Hitler Cunny Rapist 1488 and Lolicon Epstein fan 6045 on their way to call gay people degenerate losers. Somehow chat thinking it's Hasan's take. No, I've said it a lot as well. That's why they said that. And also that person put a /s. They were being sarcastic. Okay, calm down. I don't think that person legitimately thinks that, like, Alex stole my take or whatever. Yeah, the reason why I fucking posted that is because, like, we get baited so frequently online, and the original take is sort of true overall, but it's very clearly rage bait to get interactions on a completely irrelevant, harmless situation. Yeah, but the problem is, and this is just like the gym talks, right? Remember gym talks and how big of a deal that shit was, where it was like, oh my God, you're looking in my direction. I'm going to literally make like videos about how you're a fucking gross, creepy pervert when I'm filming myself in the fucking gym. And then the other side was literally trying to find like any tweet that they could or any fucking content that they could of like women at the gym recording themselves to go feral over it. And it was like gender wars again. Someone mentions HasanAbi without calling him racist. Chat, must be a fan of his. To be fair, that is true. My point of view on this is that if you are filming people in public, they are not your playthings. They are not your actors. You do not get release forms from them. That doesn't mean that, like, you can manage their reactions. Stop filming random people who are fucking reacting to being filmed in public in a negative way. They have every right to do that. People are not fucking NPCs, okay? Everyone needs to calm down. Holy shit. Yeah, that account is the same one that called you and Tate the most leftist rightist. Exactly. That was bait back then, and it's fucking still bait, and they're doing more bait. Me, when I'm out in public because I'm in fear of my life and livelihood, if I'm in the background of a TikTok and not enjoying myself. Exactly. You have to literally smile all the time because some teenage girl or teenage boy might be filming you, and you might be making a sad face because maybe your fucking dog died or something, and millions of antisocial, brain broken Zoomers who unfortunately learned social development when they were, coronavirus shut-ins, will now hyper-analyze the situation without understanding the full context of it, and will dox you and will, ruin your fucking life. It's sick. I love that. Me looking slightly annoyed at someone filming me in public being obnoxious because I just got a 15-hour shift at McDonald's. Internet, this man deserves death. Remember when they said you were more racist than Hitler? Yes, I do remember, because that's what happens when your brain is broken. Yes, because I said the word cracker, okay, as a white person, mind you, people legitimately said I was the most racist person. I would have been the most racist person in the 1900s, more racist than Adolf Hitler. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I love the people being like, that was just bait, dog. They got you. Yeah. It's super cool when someone's like, I'm going to say the absolute stupidest thing you've ever heard and make myself look like a buffoon, a clown. And then when you react to it by going, hey, man, are you a fucking clown? That seems very clownish of you. You can turn around and go, uh-oh, I got you. I got you. I was just pretending to be a clown. Anyway, let's talk about some good stuff before we get to the Crypto Bro video. And then we're going to talk about the debt ceiling when David Dayen is on board and gets over here. And we can have that convo. Okay? Washington's new capital gains tax brings in far more than expected. Shocking that early figures suggest Washington can bring in almost $1 billion, $849 million in its first year of collecting the state's new capital gains tax, potentially sending hundreds of millions more than expected to schools across the state. State lawmakers passed the 7% tax on the sale or exchange of stocks, bonds, and certain assets above $250,000 in 2021. It has faced legal challenges, but got the go-ahead from the state Supreme Court in March. The legislature passed a budget based on earlier projections indicating Washington could collect $248 million in capital gains tax payments in the 2023 fiscal year, which ends in July 1st. Instead, as of May 9th, the state has collected $601 million more dollars. However, that figure could change later this year once the roughly 2,500 taxpayers who have filed for extensions to submit their returns, according to the State Department of Revenue. But that amount holds roughly the same. But if that amount holds roughly the same, it can mean significantly more money going towards K through 12 schools, early childhood education, and building and repairing schools. There it is. The first $500 million collected from the capital gains tax annually goes into the state's Education Legacy Trust account, which can only be spent on public schools, said Senator Christy Rolfs, a Democrat from Bainbridge Island, the chair of the Senate's Budget Committee. My dick has not been harder than right at this moment thinking about additional capital gains taxes in the state of Washington and having those capital gains taxes go directly to public schools. This is, once again, Democratic state legislators doing the right thing, okay? Doing the right thing. Any excess above $500 million goes into the state's construction budget, specifically for school construction projects. If the $849 million figure holds steady, more schools could get help with their construction projects, Rolfe said. She said that the capital gains tax can be unpredictable, an unpredictable source of revenue because it depends on the stock market and how investments fare from year to year. Lawmakers didn't want state programs to become reliant on revenues from the tax. So the excess above $500 million gets spent on one-time construction projects. And while the $849 million is much higher than what lawmakers expected in the first year or two of the tax, it is consistent with the scale of collections that lawmakers were expecting looking ahead in future budget years. What? Sorry, Sweaty, but have you thought of this, though? I'm sick of voting for the lesser of two evils, so I'm not voting. Frankly, I don't care if you're sick of it. LGBT rights are on the line, and keeping Republicans out of office makes it more likely to keep my rights, so vote even if you hate it. Yeah, this is... we've talked about this already. Like, I don't want to get back into it. Yes, I blocked this person because They're probably another person who like constantly says I'm fucking transphobic or some shit, okay? Like there are people who are on left Twitter that like regularly fucking routinely talk about how bad I am, and I block them because it's like easier to ban that fucking person saying Han, please. Dumbass. Left Twitter does hate you. Yeah, left Twitter also hates itself. Everyone that is like a routine poster is everyone on left Twitter that is a routine poster is like 3 seconds away from literally ending it all. Of course they hate me. They hate themselves. The fuck do you mean? Like, yeah, it's just a demonstration of how fucking mentally unstable they are, which I understand as I am also mentally unstable myself and post all the fucking time. Anyway, who cares? It's irrelevant. Every door lover hates you online. That's not those people, of course, hate me. They're not actually leftists. Those are like the MAGA communist weirdos. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about like I'm a social democrat, but like in Europe kind of way. And I hate Hasan because he's like a tanky or whatever the fuck. The online left isn't taken seriously. Even fucking RevCom does more than whatever the fuck the online left thinks they do. Yeah, all they do is post. It's stupid as fuck. I don't care. All they do is post. Go out in the fucking real world and do something, okay? Anyway, this is great. This is good stuff, okay? This is why you do go out and you vote for not the presidency, but not the president, but at least like shit that's lower than that. You know what I mean? Your state legislators. This is why you vote. This is why you should vote. This is why I always tell you down ballot voting is incredibly important. Voting for local positions is incredibly important. Voting for ballot measures is incredibly important. Okay? And when you're there, might as well fucking vote for president. That's how I justify it. That's how I do what I do. Okay? That's why it's important. That's why I fucking do more door knocking than any fucking random dumbass on Twitter who says I'm a tanky or says that I'm actually that's why they say I'm a liberal cuck. Okay? But I don't give a shit. And you shouldn't either. Anyway. So, FBI could do something funny. What? Could have done something funny? The FBI file reveals the 1983 plot to kill Queen Elizabeth II during the Yosemite National Park visit. Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, what?
Millions of people around the world are mourning the loss of Queen Elizabeth II, from laying flowers at Windsor Castle to singing songs of tribute outside Buckingham Palace. Flags are being flown at half-staff in the U.S. and in Canada. The Queen made more than 270 state visits during her reign. Her travels included a trip to Yosemite.
Oh, there was a plot to kill her. They didn't do it themselves. Okay, boring. The IRA plotted against the Queen. That was very commonplace. The FBI should have let it happen instead of foiling it. Those fucking cucks. Anyway. Yeah, good stuff happening in Washington. See what happens. We're going to talk about Ken Paxton, but before we do that, here's a quick brief picker-upper on Disney v. DeSantis. Now that DeSantis is running for president.
This is a feud that has garnered nationwide attention. The battle between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney takes a new turn.
The House of Mouse now taking legal action against the governor.
Disney, the parent company of ABC, filing a lawsuit against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
The Mouse House dealing another blow to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Disney ditching its plan to build a billion-dollar office complex in Lake Nona.
Pinning one of the world's most beloved companies.
This is about one thing and one thing only, and that's retaliating against us for taking a position about pending legislation.
Against one of the nation's most popular governors.
You're a corporation based in Burbank, California, and you're going to marshal your economic might to attack the parents of my state?
So
I don't understand. Like, does he think that Disney is not like a supremely important revenue driver for the state of Florida? Like, I actually don't understand it. It was so stupid that he did
just what exactly is behind this feud? What's at stake for both Ron DeSantis and Bob Iger? And which side will ultimately come out on top?
Bro, this dude is literally spammed this non-fucking stop. Okay, I gotta show you something. HasanAbi, have you seen how the Norwegian girls are going crazy for the sailors of USS Gerald R. Ford ship that has come to port in Oslo? Here's a pic of an advertisement from an airline for the sailors to come back in 9 months. Like, brother, I haven't seen it and I don't want to see it, okay? You were like getting dinged because you weren't subscribing. You got timed out because you kept spamming it. Then you subscribed so you can spam it, and you've been using like all these other like cutie Cinderella emotes, which I love cutie, but like, chatter, if I haven't looked at your link and you've spammed it this much, I'm probably not gonna click on it. Okay, I'm probably not, but it like you can subscribe to fucking send the link, but I'm still not gonna click on it. But at least you won't see the ads at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And now, Tropsy, alongside many others who have already subscribed or are subscribing right now, will no longer see said ads at the top of the hour. It's 3 minutes long, and if you don't want to see it, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or, if you're lucky, you can get gifted a sub. That's right. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I spam a link 3 times and then give up. He's a rookie linker who probably doesn't watch to see if you pass on them. It's a skill. Yeah. Sakuragor, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. But fear not, chatter. Welcome to the community. You will learn the etiquette soon. Don't worry. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Learn the etiquette of like linking soon. I look at all of the links that you put in here. Okay, I do. Volley Bear, very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Volley Bear, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
The feud between Ron DeSantis and Disney really started in 2022 when the
Ron DeSantis got married at Disney, by the way, which is fucking awesome.
Came forward against the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which prohibited Florida public schools from teaching sexual orientation to kids in kindergarten through 3rd grade.
We will make sure that parents can send their kids to school to get an education, not an indoctrination.
Then Disney CEO Bob Chapek largely remained silent at first, declining to take a stance. But after mounting public pressure, he released a company-wide memo to employees, writing in part, "As we have seen time and again, corporate statements do very little to change outcomes or minds." And that, quote, "the best way for our company to bring about lasting change is through the inspiring content we produce."
That memo was not well received at Disney, and there was immediate pushback, and it was all over social media. It was basically seen as though Bob Chapek had not taken a stand for the LGBTA community.
After facing intense backlash for his initial statement, Bob Chapek released a second statement days later, saying in part, "It is clear that this is not just an issue about a bill in Florida, but instead yet another challenge to basic human rights. You needed me to be a stronger ally in the fight for equal rights, and I let you down. I am sorry."
When he did that and sort of waffled a little bit, in terms of messaging, DeSantis pounced on it and he called Disney woke.
Our policy is going to be based on the best interest of Florida citizens, not on the musing of woke corporations.
And in April of 2022, DeSantis took things a step further, signing a bill into law that would officially strip Disney of a special self-governing status in the area around its Orlando theme parks, then known as the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
Since then, Bob Chapek has been fired as the Disney CEO and Bob Iger has returned. That's where the DeSantis-Iger feud begins.
With CEO Bob Iger back at the helm, Disney began to go on the offensive, filing a lawsuit in federal court in April against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other officials, alleging a targeted campaign of government retaliation.
But a year ago, the company took a position on pending Florida legislation. And while the company may have not handled the position that it took very well, a company has a right to freedom of speech just like individuals do. And obviously, in taking the position, the governor got very angry about the position Disney took. And it seems like he's decided to retaliate against us, including the naming of a new board to oversee the property and the business. In effect, to seek to punish a company for its exercise of a constitutional right.
In response, less than a week after Disney's lawsuit, the newly appointed local governing board voted in May to sue Disney in state court. And in the latest turn of events, Disney just announced it would not be moving forward with plans to build a roughly $1 billion office complex in Lake Nona.
Disney is the largest taxpayer in Florida. It has said it plans on investing $17 billion in the coming years in the greater Walt Disney World theme park area. It pays more.
Okay, fuck. We already covered this so much. All right, fuck it. It's David Dayen time. Okay, let's do it. It's motherfucking David Dayen time. David Dayen is from the American Prospect, a wonderful. On a second. It's a great publication. Been around for a very long time. They do incredible work. They actually do end up suggesting pretty solid policy proposals to the Democratic Party, which the Democratic Party sometimes actually follows through on. Crypto Bro video after David Dayen which you can ask him questions, by the way. After David Dayen explains to us, hold on, put this on the speakers. After he explains to us, the debt ceiling, what it is, what's going on, you can ask him questions. Hold on one second. I'm gonna turn off my camera. Hello?
Yeah. Hey.
Hello. Can you hear me? Oh. David?
Yeah. Yes.
What's going on?
Hi.
Your camera is not on. Do you want to? Do you mind turning it on?
Something I need to do? Yes, I've just done that.
Okay,
there you go.
Perfect.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm gonna turn off my camera and turn it on over there real quick. Hold on. 1 second. Deactivated. Now let's do.
Man, if we get more than 200,000 people on here, I think we're gonna have a problem.
Oh, got him. Wait, where is it? Oh, that's the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. Oops, that's just my screen. That's my dog.
Hey, dog. What kind of dog?
There it is. Okay.
Hey, man.
And let's pop it out. Boom. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
If you were going to have any more problems, I was going to suggest it was a DDoS attack.
You're ready. You
like
got
the
it.
man. Like Jason. At Jason.
Yeah. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is David Dayen. You guys already know he's our favorite boomer.
I am not a boomer.
Okay,
I
he's
am firmly Gen X.
Okay, they call me a boomer, David. they call me a boomer. I'm a boomer too. Anyone who's not a Zoomer is a boomer.
I see. Okay.
It's just internet culture.
Got it.
But regardless, you're here and you're going to educate us on what's going on with this debt ceiling thing because we don't understand it. We don't know. There's a lot of people on here who have no idea what the fuck the debt ceiling is. So,
Right.
Without
So let's go
further
back to
ado,
the beginning.
Yeah, let's get to the beginning of this conversation. What is a debt ceiling?
Right. So, Congress appropriates money to spend all the time, whether it's on war or on Medicare or, whatever it is. Congress appropriates money and says, we're allowed to spend this. Obviously, almost every year in the existence of the United States, Congress does not take in as much money as goes out. So in order to cover that spending, the U.S. borrows money. So they sell bonds to national investors, and they borrow money. For the longest time in America, every time the government wanted to borrow money, Congress had to affirmatively vote to allow that. Every bond Congress had to vote for. In 1917, Congress said, okay, you can just go do your bond selling, your borrowing operations. However, we're going to put a limit on how much you can borrow. And that is called the debt limit. And that can be raised, but only by an act of Congress. And 80 times, I believe, over the last 80 years, practically like clockwork, Congress raises the debt limit to allow for more borrowing to cover the spending that they have already put in place. So, that's the important thing, right? Congress has already appropriated money, said, we're going to spend money on this, and all the borrowing is paying those bills. So it's no different than you getting your credit card bill. You've already spent the money, you've already paid for the goods and services, and it's just a matter of paying those bills. About 10 years ago, Republicans had an idea, and that idea was, this is something that the country really needs to happen, because if you don't increase the debt limit, the country runs out of money, it goes into default, it would be financial calamity. So in Republican brain, they thought, this is an opportunity. This is a shot. This is a weapon. We can use this to extort things that we wouldn't normally get through the regular legislative process. Unfortunately, Barack Obama played along with that. In 2011, he said, okay, let's have a negotiation on a grand bargain to cut the deficit.
Brilliant.
He had this negotiation with John Boehner, who was the House Speaker at the time. Ultimately, it was only thanks to the Tea Party balking at more tax increases that didn't go through. What we ended up with was this sort of second order thing called the sequester, where they just cut spending across the board for years. And it actually had a really debilitating effect on the recovery from the Great Recession. Flash forward to now, and Republicans, same situation. They have the House. Democrats have the Senate. Democrats have the White House. House Republicans think, hey, great opportunity. Now we're going to hijack the government again, hijack the full faith and credit of the U.S. Government, hijack the global economy, and say, you got to give us some stuff until, and that's the only way we're going to raise the debt limit. So that's where we are right now.
So what happens if we don't pay these debts?
So we go into default. Our credit rating goes down, just like if you didn't pay your credit card, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd owe more money. Your interest rate would go up. You'd owe more money later. It's similar thing with the government. We would owe much more money later. In the short term, what would happen? We literally don't have the money in the U.S. Treasury to pay the obligations that we have coming right now. So On June 1st, there's Social Security payments supposed to go out. Contractors get paid. There are millions of payments made almost on a daily basis to meet the obligations of the U.S. government. And some of those payments would stop. It's actually uncharted territory because the U.S. has never gone into default before. But any number of things could happen from, okay, we don't have enough money to pay everything on June 1st. So we're going to wait until revenues come in because, you know, money comes into the federal government in taxes all the time. We're going to wait until that money comes in. And then when that money comes in, we'll pay the June 1st bills. And then we'll wait until we get enough money to pay the June 2nd bill. So, you know, I mean, people rely on these things, right? So that would be really catastrophic. You're talking about, you know, payments to people who work in the government. You're talking about payments to contractors. You're talking about payments like veterans benefits and Social Security payments. And you're talking about payments, reimbursements for Medicare and Medicaid. You're talking about food stamps. I mean, it's literally everything the government does that they pay for would be, you know, imperiled, at least in the short term, until an agreement was made.
Okay, so you said this is unprecedented, uncharted territory. But as far as I understand, with my limited knowledge, wasn't there maybe a similar threat launched by conservatives who were sore losers in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War that caused that created?
Well, they threatened. They threatened it, and so after the Civil War, there were payments that were owed, and the Confederates, the conservatives of their day said, you know, maybe we'll just obviate those payments. We won't pay them. And so in the Civil War amendments to the Constitution, one of them being the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, they put in a little proviso, and the sentence says, the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. In other words, you can't repudiate these debts. If someone has a claim on the federal government, they're a bondholder, they're an investor, you can't repudiate that claim. And so what that means for today is many people have made the argument that it is actually unconstitutional for the president to not pay off these obligations that have already been laid out by Congress. If you think about it, what it forces the president to do, if we hit that debt limit, the president will have to pick and choose what things to pay and what things not to pay. Congress is supposed to set the rules on what gets, you know, they have the power of the purse, right? Mm-hmm. They are supposed to set the rules on what gets paid and what doesn't. But, you know, under the debt ceiling statute, if we run out of money, the president now has to do that. And that essentially gives the president kind of a line item veto, where they can say, all right, I'm going to pay this bill, but I'm not going to pay this bill. And that itself, many have said, is unconstitutional. And so there are some court cases that are actually happening right now that discuss this very idea, trying to say that the debt ceiling statute that was passed in 1917 actually violates the Constitution and should be tossed out. And so that's happening sort of in parallel to the negotiations between the president and House Republicans right now.
It's interesting you say that. Now, I'm no big city lawyer, nor am I a constitutional scholar, but that does seem like an immediate avenue for Joseph Robinette Biden to utilize. So
many have asked him to do so, and yet
I would be shocked if you were to tell me that he's that they're refusing to use that.
Right. What he said consistently is that I think I have that authority to, you know, under the terms of the 14th Amendment, to continue to borrow and to continue to pay bondholders. However, there would be litigation. It would take too long. And in the meantime, we'd hit the debt ceiling, and the financial chaos that would ensue would result. And so I'm not going to do it. The problem with him saying that is that there's already litigation. There is a case in Boston, the National Association of Government Employees, which are, you know, government workers who are threatened by hitting the debt ceiling, of not getting paid, of being fired, being furloughed. They have filed suit in federal court in Boston, and they have said that the debt ceiling is unconstitutional, and we're harmed by it if we ever hit that. In fact, we're harmed right now because what essentially has happened is we've already hit the debt ceiling. We did it back in January, and the Treasury Department, to conserve cash, has engaged in what they call extraordinary measures to try to, have enough cash to pay the bills. And one of the things that they've done is there are retirement accounts that federal government employees have, and they reinvest the benefits, the dividends and whatever of those retirement accounts, and they are not doing that right now. They are not reinvesting in those funds, and that causes a loss to those funds. And so the government employees who rely on those funds for their retirement have said, "Look, you're costing us money right now because you hit the debt limit, and actually this law that created the debt limit is unconstitutional. So why don't you just get rid of it?" And so that's what they're asking a federal judge to do. There's actually a hearing on this next Wednesday, which is, the day before the date. June 1st has been sort of the date everyone's working with, as that's the last day that the government's going to have enough money to pay its bills. So, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Another question I had was, so we talked about the 14th Amendment and the Biden administration's reluctance to use anything at their disposal to combat this, even though they kind of like flashed it, as you noted, as you mentioned. They flashed it as though this was a negotiations tactic, like, oh yeah, it's not gonna be a problem, because I think that was a miscalculation on their part. I think that they thought that their corporate benefactors would go back to them and be like, okay, enough with this shit. Like, you can't let the economy implode.
You don't have to think that, Hasan. They said that explicitly, that they expected corporations, banks, the kind of people that are donors to the Republican Party to go to the leaders of the Republican Party and say, knock it out, knock it off. Just don't do this anymore. You don't threaten the economy for your needs. We need to get on with business. Unfortunately for the White House, those businesses did not do that at all, and allowed.
Why do you think that's the case? That's actually kind of interesting. Like, I thought that the business interests would like also be on board with not imploding the economy.
There's been kind of a weird complacency on the part of corporate America about this, that, this is all political talk and they'll come to a decision and they'll figure it out. So there wasn't, and indeed the Chamber of Commerce, when Biden was sort of flirting with saying, I can use the 14th Amendment, the Chamber of Commerce, which represents corporate America essentially, came out with a letter that said that would be a radical usurpation of executive power. So they have not just been non-committal, but corporations have been on the side of Republicans saying you have to strike a deal rather than use unilateral authority.
So what I don't understand about this, and there's plenty I don't understand,
right?
Is
it's
that
tough stuff?
Yeah. So I guess why? Like, is it really that? I mean, is it really that important for there to be cuts to discretionary spending? Obviously not the military budget, because we would never touch that.
That's magic.
Is it really that important for corporations to do that? Are they operating on this like weird, libertarian strategy? Like what?
I mean, I think
how does it impact the broader? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think the leaders of corporations are sort of ideologically conservative, and they're going along with a conservative vision of limited government. If there are cuts to the discretionary spending budget, do you know what some of those cuts would be on? The regulatory agencies that deal with corporations. they would be happy with cuts to food inspection and financial regulators and environmental regulators. That would be great for corporations. They could pollute with impunity. They could swindle people with impunity. So I mean, I think that's also part of it.
So this goes beyond Kevin McCarthy just trying to do the classic, Boehner or even the classic Mitch McConnell move of like obstruction without a real purpose, simply for the sake of obstruction. But it's actually to make so the demands that Kevin McCarthy has put forward with respect to cuts to discretionary spending are very real ones that you're saying corporate America also is on board with. They definitely want.
I mean, to an extent. I mean, I think from McCarthy's perspective, the 2011 precedent is that the debt ceiling is a loaded gun that is sitting on the table. And so why not pick it up and point it at the Democrats and say, what are you going to give me for me not to shoot you and the global economy along with it? I mean, that's really how you have to look at this. It's an extortion attempt. Yeah.
So let's talk about what other things that the Democrats could have done that they failed to do. Because if I recall correctly, Tim Kaine in the membrane, came out and criticized the Democratic Party and said, why didn't we knew that this was going to inevitably happen. Why didn't we utilize the lame duck time frame that we could have to actually deal with this when we had the numbers to deal with it?
It's the worst kept secret on earth that Republicans were going to use the debt limit for their ideological ends. Like, they did not make a secret of this at all. Before the 2022 election, they were saying things like, "Oh yeah, we think this is a good idea. This is a way for us to stop this runaway spending." They said it over and over and over and over again. And there really weren't any defectors from that. It was the entire Republican Party that was saying, we are going to use this tool if we get the chance. And so, forget about just in the lame duck session of 2022, going back to 2011 when this happened before and almost strangled the economy. Democrats at every step of the way, whether they were in the minority and this, ending the debt limit could have been their ask, or whether they had, the full control of the U.S. government and could have done it on their own, they could have taken steps to, either raise the debt limit to a cajillion dollars, raise it to a number like Denmark. Denmark is the only other industrialized nation that even has a debt limit like this, and they have it at an impossibly high number that they'll never reach. So it's never a problem. So they could have done that, or they could have just said, there was an old rule in the 1980s called the Gephardt rule. It was named after Dick Gephardt, who was minority leader for a time, majority leader actually of the House of Representatives, Democrat. And his rule was that every time Congress passes a budget, they inherently say, we're going to raise the debt limit to cover the spending in that budget. So there would not be a separate vote ever. It would just be a budget vote. And every year Congress passes a budget unless the government shuts down. And so that would be an automatic way. It would essentially end the debt limit as a concern forever. So they could have done that. So they could have done a number of things. The reconciliation, there's this whole thing where you need 60 votes, et cetera, et cetera. But the budget reconciliation process can be used to increase the debt limit. Of course. It was done in the 1980s and 90s.
Of course, if that was an avenue that the Democrats would go down, we would have still had the same villains in the Democratic Party that could have potentially also posed the threat to utilizing the budget reconciliation.
Well, it's why they didn't. I mean, they
Kirsten
said
Sinema, Joe Manchin, Bob Menendez, Maggie Hasan, yada, yada, yada. So, so the Democratic Party sucks. We already know that. They, at a certain point, at least, maybe from what you're saying, I'm just finding out about all of this, David. just now from you, it kind of seems like the Democratic Party is, at least when you look at the way that they have acted or reacted or refused to act consistently, it almost seems like they don't care if austerity measures are implemented. And, they are, even when they are in a position of power to do something, it feels like it's better for the Republicans to react and force austerity measures so that they can just, throw their hands at the side and say, oh, we just had to preserve the sanctity of these institutions.
Right.
And
well, you have to say
there's
there's
nothing we can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to say there's some complicity there, certainly on the part of the Democrats. Now, let's talk about what is on the table, what we're actually talking about in this deal, which seems to be pretty close at this point. So it looks like they're going to essentially freeze federal spending at the current level for the non-discretionary non-defense discretionary budget. The defense budget will rise. So, that's magic spending.
Wait, what?
Doesn't count. Exactly. It doesn't count. Nobody, you can't, you got to support troops, right? That's going to go up. But the non-defense discretionary budget, which is kind of everything else, by the way, also not Social Security, not Medicare, not Medicaid. That's all mandatory spending.
Yeah.
This is discretionary spending where Congress can say, okay, we'll choose not to do this. It's really a tiny part of the budget. It's only about 13% of the overall U.S. budget is in the non-defense discretionary side of the ledger. And they're going to freeze that spending. Now, we have inflation right now. So if you have $100 today and you have $100 next year, you're actually cutting your purchasing power, right? Because inflation has gone up 4%, 5%. So in real terms, it's a cut, but it's a freeze of that spending for the next 2 years with a nominal 1% increase in the second year. It's not as bad as they were asking for. Republicans were asking for a 10-year cap originally. So we've gone from 10 years to 2, which is actually really massive in terms of the actual impact of this. If the caps go away in 2 years and if Democrats, get a majority again in the House, then they can raise the budget again.
That is, of course, if we're operating under the basis that there was nothing else the Democrats could have done other than negotiate with these terrorists who are holding a gun to the head of the American economy and the global economy in general.
Absolutely. As soon as you started negotiating, you were going to get a bad deal. And this is a bad deal. And I don't want to sugarcoat it in any way. But relative to what we were hearing before, it's actually gotten a fair bit better. Now, let's talk about some of the other things that are in this deal. In order to cover some of that discretionary spending so it's even from the last fiscal year to the next one, they're going to take money that was given under the Inflation Reduction Act to the Internal Revenue Service. The IRS was given $80 billion over 10 years to modernize its operations, to actually answer the phone, to hire enough people, and also to audit the rich, which the IRS hasn't been doing very often lately.
I don't like that.
Right. Well, Republicans really don't like that. I mean, maybe you don't like it either, but Republicans really don't like it.
No, I love it.
They have yelled about, there are going to be 87,000 IRS agents running around, poking into all your financial records, et cetera. So
well, they thought that they were going to come with guns to their houses, the 87,000 armed IRS. They weren't going to be nerd number crunchers. Yeah. They're coming for your jet ski.
So anyway, in this deal, as we've heard about it, $10 billion of that $80 billion would be taken away. And here's how ridiculous this is. If you take $10 billion away from the IRS, you're taking away the ability for them to collect revenue.
Yeah.
You're actually adding to the deficit. This is supposed to be all about deficit reduction, but you're actually going to add to the deficit by taking that money away from the IRS.
Yeah, I don't get it. Isn't that, every dollar spent on the IRS is actually returning more dollars to the American government's coffers, right? So how does that work?
About $6 for every dollar. So here are
Interesting.
these fiscally responsible Republicans who have demanded that we increase the deficit by making it easier for rich people to cheat on their taxes. That's part of this deal. Another thing that's part of this deal is clawing back unspent COVID relief money. So there's about $30 billion out there that hasn't been spent. However, it was earmarked for programs like making a universal vaccine so that the next coronavirus pandemic would maybe not happen. So it's a little short-sighted to take away this COVID aid. That's another part of the deal. Another part of the deal is changes to the permitting process for large infrastructure. And it seems like Democrats are getting making it a little easier to put together transmission lines so you can get renewable energy from where it's produced to where it's consumed easier. But Republicans in exchange make it a little easier to permit fossil fuel infrastructure like pipelines and oil drilling and things like that. So we're going to pollute the earth as part of this emerging deal. And then the last thing, which is actually probably the thing that's most in flux right now, is increasing what are called work requirements for federal benefit programs like TANF, which is the welfare program, temporary assistance for needy families, and also the SNAP program, supplemental nutrition assistance program, sometimes it's called food stamps. So the only reason that you would increase work requirements so that someone has to work 30 hours a week in order to get this food aid is it's really a way to kick people off the program because it's a hassle, it's complicated, you got to fill out these forms. It's a way to lower the rolls on nutrition assistance. So these are people who can't afford food or who just need generalized assistance to live. Part of this deal is we're going to kick some of those people off of their benefits. So that's what the emerging deal is. And none of it is what any sane person would actually do. But Republicans are essentially holding a gun to the head of the U.S. economy, the global economy, and saying, you got to do this.
Well, we gotta do something about these working poors. They've
Right.
they've had it far too good for far too long. Unemployment is at an all-time low, and yet we're still unrolling. At the state level, at least in Republican states, child labor protections, so that we can, I guess, have a fresh new resource of children who should be working in the factory floors instead of protecting them against such predation and exploitation. What could be the possible reason as to why Republicans want this to happen? Is it just like pure malicious awfulness? Is cruelty the point here, or is there like not legitimate, but what is the reason as to why they would want to kick people off of SNAP coverage with work requirements when these people are already working in many instances? So you're just like increasing the hours that they need to work, right?
Yeah. The way they've talked about it is saying, we have a workforce problem. We need to make our economy grow.
Do we have a workforce problem? Let me just ask you that.
We absolutely do not. I mean, we have, to an extent, we have a shortage in some industries of available workers, but changing the rules around welfare and food stamps isn't going to change that. These are, largely skilled jobs that we're looking for new workers on, like construction and advanced manufacturing and things like that. And just this isn't going to make a dent in that. It's not intended to. The what they say versus what they mean is what you have to pay attention to here. What they say is we got to get America back to work. What they mean is we think poor people who are being paid not to work, in their words, have it too good, and we're gonna shut them off from their benefits. I mean, that's the goal here.
I mean, this is very frustrating stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of seems shitty that the Democratic Party, which made a lot of promises and was very well received by a lot of people, especially on Twitter and the mainstream media circles as like the new FDR. Kind of seems like that is fallen apart dramatically in a spectacular fashion.
We put together this whole pop-up welfare program during the pandemic. We paid people, this super unemployment. We gave people stimulus checks. We helped people in an hour of need so they could stay home and stay healthy. And we even increased the child tax credit, if you remember, at the end
which
of
eviscerated child poverty.
Yeah, it cut
very
it in
bad.
half.
I hated that. The children yearn for the mines. Have you thought about the fact that the kids would develop important skills in the mines, though?
It is true. They learn about teamwork. All of that stuff that I just talked about went away. All of it has been rolled back. We're seeing.
It was so good that Mitt Romney was on board with it, right? Sorry to cut you off, but
the
like
child tax credit. Yes,
yeah.
he's put forward proposals on that. We're seeing right now there was an extension previously during the pandemic of getting people on Medicaid so that they had some form of health insurance during the middle of a pandemic. That is being rolled back as we speak, and millions of people are losing their Medicaid coverage, losing their health insurance. And all of these safety net programs that were put in place for the pandemic, and all of us said, this is like a normal country where that protects you in case of calamity. All of those have been taken away. It's really depressing to see. And even if you think, oh well, they made the best of a bad situation with this debt ceiling deal, if you look at it sort of in a holistic way. The way that the welfare supports in this country have went up and then like a rubber band snapped right back down to where they were is really staggering.
Yeah. I mean, it pairs along perfectly well with like how much of a freak out we saw from small business owners, Chamber of Commerce, when they thought that they could not fulfill some of these roles in restaurants, for example, and there was like probably 7,000 New York Times articles about how nobody wants to go to work anymore, and all of that was signaling.
That's why we saw that child labor laws like being changed in certain red states, and that's why they cut unemployment early because they wanted to push people back to the mines.
And it didn't work. That was the other
because
it didn't even work.
People
They
are
cut
fed up with those jobs. They have more opportunity to get the kinds of jobs that actually respect them and give them a little bit of dignity. And those Mick jobs, working at fast food or working in the service sector, are just soul crushing, and people weren't going to take it anymore.
Yeah. Where do you foresee this going? So what's your speculation? So the Democrats are going to do what Joe Biden has done in the past when he Ryan Grimes talked about this extensively. He wrote about it. The sidestepping of Harry Reid in 2012 when the Democrats did have the power in their hands to literally not to let the Bush era tax cuts on the wealthy expire. And Joe Brandon gave them that personally. He's doing a similar thing now, even though it doesn't seem like he originally
it's not as bad as 2012.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem like he also intended it to happen this way.
Yeah.
Like, I do think that they are.
I think what happened is they didn't think McCarthy was going to get his act together and pass a bill. They never believed that McCarthy would be able to unify his caucus so that they could put something on the table as a counterpoint to the Biden budget. And when they did, I think they weren't prepared for any kind of plan B. And then they started negotiating. Now, the negotiation doesn't seem as bad as it was in 2012, but it's still not great, right? And it's still unnecessary if they would have used their inherent authority under the various things that we talked about. There are even other things that they could have done.
I was going to say there's a coin.
Mint the coin.
You want to elaborate on that?
There's an obscure law that says that the Treasury Department can mint a platinum coin of any denomination, and using this law, they could have conceivably made $1 trillion coin and put it into the Federal Reserve and thereby pay down bills based, from that. It sounds silly, but you know what? The debt limit is silly. I mean, the debt limit is ridiculous. Almost no country has this. It's like saying I rang up a bill. I had dinner somewhere and I ate everything, and the check comes at the end of the meal, and I say, you know what? I'm only going to pay this if you give me ice cream. I'm only going to pay this if you give me something else. It's absurd. It's playing Russian roulette with the U.S. economy and the global economy. And so for some reason, the media sees certain things as silly and certain things as very serious.
Yeah. So, give me if I'm wrong here, but it sure seems like the Democrats are. I don't know. It seems like the Democrats are more worried about possibly not giving Republicans this weapon down the line if they utilize whether the minting of the coin or the 14th Amendment, because that would effectively destroy this this debt limit conversation in its entirety, because then you would have established precedent and there would never be a weapon that they could utilize like this ever again.
I mean, let's just explain how crazy this is. We're having this negotiation, and it's all the things I talked about: cuts to spending, work requirements, clawing back COVID aid. In exchange, they're going to raise the debt limit for 2 years. That's it. So in 2 years, they could come right back, and we'll have this happen all over again. You think about this like a hostage negotiation, right? It's like you paid the ransom, you get the hostage release, but in 2 years, thugs are going to come and kidnap the hostage again, and then you're going to have to pay another ransom. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. And yet that's what we're faced with until someone in a position of power uses the authority that appears to be available to say, we're not doing this anymore.
Wow. Doesn't seem like Biden is going to be that someone, which I'm shocked. I mean, I thought he was Dark Brandon, but it doesn't. He doesn't seem to be that guy.
Median Brandon, yeah, he's in the middle.
Okay, so what do we do here? Where do we go from here? I mean, how do we get the Democratic Party, in your mind, to actually stop reacting to the insanity that is the Republican Party, the purposeful, destructive behavior that they engage in? How do we get them to do the right thing? And also, what are some of the internal forces, in your opinion, within the Democratic Party that's like operating this way? Are there truly no Democrats out there who want to be like, for example, the Minnesota State Democratic Party?
Yeah,
which has gotten a lot done with a incredibly narrow majority in the Senate, a tremendous amount. Which, by the way, the Democratic governor, Tim Walz, also vetoed the Uber and Lyft version of that.
I mean, even he's not Dark Waltz, right? But yeah, I mean, I think often Democrats don't think about these sort of structural forces, these ways that they can use to their advantage. And what we're seeing here is that Republicans certainly have no problem using these little quirks in our system to their own ideological ends. I mean, the Democrats had the debt limit available to them during Trump. The debt limit was increased 3 times during the Trump administration. At no time was it used to repeal the Trump tax cuts or to institute various regulations or anything like that. I'm not saying it should have been that way, but I'm saying that there's a disproportionality between how Republicans see these things and how Democrats see these things. And that disparity explains a lot of frustration, I think, from the Democratic rank and file.
Huh. That's interesting. It, like you said, it almost feels like the Democrats don't care. It almost feels like the Democrats don't want to do these things. I don't know. Am I crazy? Like,
Well, I mean, I think that Democrats in Washington are obsessed with seeming responsible. They want to be patted on the back in a David Brooks op-ed. They see that as central to their being. They are the responsible guys. They are the adults in the room, and they're not going to take actions that threaten that self-image as responsible. Now, to me, the responsible thing to do when you have a legislative terrorist tell you, give me all your money or the economy gets it, the responsible thing to do to that is say, I'm not going to negotiate, right? I mean, that would be the responsible thing in my belief, but and I'm going to use every avenue of my power so that I'm not in a hijacking situation. But that isn't the road that they took. And now, you know, even if you say, well, this could have been worse, it's not great, but, you know, it looks like for 2 years they've got some breathing room. That's still not the place where they could have been if they followed the proper steps and used every avenue of their power. And one interesting thing, I mean, you know, our good friend Ron DeSantis, he announced for president this week, right? And there was an interview where he said, I've looked at the Constitution, I've looked at the authorities that the executive has, and I'm looking forward to getting my hands on them because I think I can use them to a degree that really takes back this country, yada, yada, yada. But the point is that that's what he's focused on, right? Like looking at every avenue to make progress. This is something, you know, years ago, before Biden became president, during the Trump administration, we wrote this series called the Day One Agenda with all of these things that could have been done without congressional authority. Like Congress has already given the authority to the president to undertake a number of actions. And if you go to Day One Agenda, you know, type that into prospect.org, you can find this whole series of all the things that Biden could have done. And he's done about a third of them, which isn't bad, but it also it just doesn't show that it's his main focus, right? And I think for someone like DeSantis and for someone like Trump, who has said, next time if I get in there, you know, I'm not going to fuck around. I'm going to get rid of all the bureaucrats that are in the deep state, et cetera. They're looking at executive power as the way forward to put their agenda into practice. They're not looking at Congress. And I feel like Democrats don't think that way.
I mean, I don't know if they don't think that way or if they are also beholden to the same corporate benefactors that the Republicans are. So therefore, they can portray themselves as progressive legislators whenever they are not in power. My mind always goes back to Kamala Harris being a champion for Medicare for all under the Trump administration when the Democrats had no power whatsoever. And then when push came to shove and when election time came around, there were two people who were advocating for Medicare for all, and the rest of the Democratic primary field directly joined the fight specifically to bomb that. And you know, and now when they are in power, all they do is block any kind of progressive legislation from happening. I don't think it's because they're like rugged institutionalists who keep getting owned over and over again. I think they're deliberately bad. I think they are designed to lose, because ultimately when they lose, it's out of their hands. It's always out of their hands. It's the Republicans that are ruining this country. It's not them, even though they do have the power to do something about it and refuse to do it. And it's always like, oh man, I guess we flubbed it again. It sucks. And the media absolutely allows them to play that role by not holding them accountable in the way that American Prospect does, for example. They just say, oh yeah, well, what are the Democrats supposed to do? And everyone champions that and repeats that line over and over again. And we play this song and dance as the Republican Party eviscerates the working poor.
And what frustrates me, Hasan, is, at the beginning of this administration, they passed a $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, which had the increase in the child tax credit in it, which had $1,200 checks or $1,400, and they were supposed to be $2,000, et cetera. It was a big bill, right? They passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which wasn't everything, but it does negotiate drug prices in Medicare. It does create a number of investments to mitigate climate change. They've done these things and been praised for them in the past, and you would think that there would be some learned behavior there, right? That hey, we're pretty popular. The most popular that Biden has been is right in August of last year when they passed all those bills, when they passed the Inflation Reduction Act, when they passed the CHIPS bill, when they passed the bill on veterans health care. You would think that they would say, hey, when we work together and when we actually get certain things done, like, people like us, right? like this could be a way forward, actually doing things for the benefit of the American people, actually delivering for them. And yet we see Democrats fall back into these patterns of behavior, maybe because of not wanting to rock the boat from a corporate perspective. Maybe because they want to just be the responsible guys and not the wild-eyed crazies like us on the left. For whatever reason, they don't seem to understand the power of making progress and what that shows to the American people.
Yeah, I think that they're doing it deliberately. It's by design. That's why there's always a rotating villain that never gets punished and is celebrated and cherished. And then that's how you arrive at people who are even short-sighted, in my opinion, like Kirsten Sinema, who will get the bag thrown at her for a one-off. And instead of having like a long career in Congress over the course of many, many years, as she was given an opportunity, no Green senator is ever given. And I don't mean Green as in like Green Party, even though she was a part of that back in the day. I mean, like a new freshman senator getting the opportunity of a lifetime to put her name on a bipartisan 1.9 trillion was a massive infrastructure spending bill, and then only to turn around and destroy the Biden agenda over and over again at every step, and then becoming an independent or running or to supposedly run again as an independent and changing her party affiliation. That to me signals that the Democratic Party is engaging in malicious incompetence. This negligence is by design, I think, rather than trying to, I guess, protect the institutions, because institutionalists, which I believe that there are many in the Democratic Party, like actual ones, not the ones that not like the Republican Party, who uses every and any avenue they can to get their bidding, even if they can rule as a minority and quite literally enact an agenda that is unpopular, that the overwhelming majority is actually not on board with, and even
which is everything I just told you about, increasing work requirements, all of the things,
or even abortion
is going into this bill. It's unpopular. Yeah.
And even things that the media actually punishes them on, because the media will not really punish the Republican Party for like work requirements because they are an arm of capital, but they will actually talk about like abortion as a deeply undesirable and deeply unpopular.
Or book banning or something.
Yeah, book banning, abortions, things of that nature, and they still do it because they can do it because they've completely sidestepped the federal legislative body and are utilizing state legislatures and the court system all the way up to the Supreme Court that they've packed with reactionary judges and justices. So they get away with that, which inevitably erodes these supposed institutions that the institutionalists care about. And if you truly were someone who is a institutionalist who wants to defend the sanctity of the American government and regular political process, you would do something about it. So it leads me to believe that they are not real institutionalists and they don't care about it. They just care about, getting the bidding, doing the bidding of their corporate masters. which are the same corporations and the wealthy that pay the Republican Party as well as the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're not going to put me in the position of defending the Democratic Party. I'm just not going to go there.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm just asking questions. I'm completely oblivious to everything.
You're doing your own research.
Yeah. But David, thank you so much for coming and informing everybody. Right. Is there anything you'd like to promote?
Sure. So, we've been covering this whole debt ceiling thing at prospect.org with a daily newsletter that you can sign up for. It'll come to your inbox. And we're doing it as long as there's still an issue here. Until there's a resolution, we're going to be doing this newsletter. It's called X date. The X date is the term that's used to say this is the date at which Treasury will run out of money. So we call the newsletter X date. It's a daily newsletter. And if you go to prospect.org, you can sign up for it.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, David.
Great. Thanks a lot,
for
man.
coming on.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Fix this real quick. Activate camera. Boom. And we're back. That was David Dayen of the American Prospect. Thank you so much for coming on, David. That was a wonderful conversation. That was very instructive, informative. I hope you guys understood a lot more about how these things work and how awful the Democratic Party is. There's an update to it. Apparently, the new X date, we just found out literally while this conversation was happening. The new X date has actually been pushed back. The new X date is going to be on June 5th, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said on Friday, moving the timeline slightly while maintaining the urgency for congressional leaders to reach a deal on the debt limit itself. It just made me angrier. Well, welcome to how angry I am all the fucking time. Do you think there'll ever be a point in the future when consistent federal spending beyond tax revenue renders the U.S. unable to service debt interest and cause the U.S. to drop in credit rating? Why not? Why not? There's a lot of money to be made in any kind of crisis. I think that it's just entirely dependent on whether people want to utilize that or not. But here is a brief, basically here it is, a brief analysis on the debt ceiling conversation that we just went over, but from the mainstream media. Look at the conversation that me and David just had versus look at the conversation that mainstream media is having on the same issue real quick and judge and compare on your own. Of course, you can do that and see all of that uninterrupted as long as you subscribe, because at the top of the hour, there is another debt that is incurred. It's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get 1 free Prime subscription a month on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Kaya, come here. Come here. Come here. Take you outside real quick to pee. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
The debt ceiling is still going on. Sources tell CBS News the two sides are making progress with just 6 days to go before the Treasury's deadline. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning. Where do we stand at this point?
Good morning. Well, our sources are telling us that Republican lawmakers and White House negotiators are getting very close to a deal to raise the nation's borrowing limit. Now, there are still some issues to be worked out, but they do appear to be closing in on a set of terms that, most importantly, would stave off a default for about 2 years.
We are on approach on so many issues.
New signs a deal could be close at hand after another late night for negotiators.
We've been talking to the White House all day. We're going back and forth, and it's not easy.
Sources familiar with the talks say the deal under discussion would cap overall federal spending levels for the next 2 years. Military and veterans funding would increase slightly next year, while domestic spending would dip slightly or remain flat.
Speaker McCarthy and I have a very different view of who should bear the burden of additional efforts to get our fiscal house in order.
Republicans have been insisting on cuts in exchange for their votes to raise the nation's borrowing limit, which must happen within the week, or the Treasury Secretary says she'll start to run out of funds to pay the nation's bills.
$25 billion worth of Social Security checks are scheduled to go out the door next Friday. The ratings agency Fitch just placed America's AAA credit rating on a downgrade watch list.
A default would throw this economy into a recession. It would mean an immediate spike in interest rates. It would cause real economic harm to families across the country.
Republicans had been seeking 10 years worth of spending caps that would have driven domestic spending down by 20 to 30%. Some conservatives are already questioning whether the emerging compromise goes far enough.
You're talking about raising the debt ceiling a significant amount of money. We got to get significant, changes in return.
But this deal, if it does come together, is not designed to get every Republican vote, nor will it get every Democrat. It just needs to get enough of both to pass the House and Senate in time to prevent what would be the first default in U.S. history. Tony?
Time is running short, though. Nancy, thank you very much.
Well, there's less than a week until the Treasury's estimated default deadline, and there's no deal to raise the debt ceiling yet. President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have said that they're closer to a deal, though, but so far the agreement remains elusive. So for more on this, I want to bring in former communications director for Vice President Harris and then Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Ashley Etienne. She's also a CBS News political contributor. And CBS News political analyst and Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez is also joining us now. All right, good to see you guys, ladies. As per usual, that's how I know it's Friday.
I know.
The ladies are here.
Ladies are here.
So I want to start with what both sides are saying about the debt ceiling negotiations. I want to play a clip.
Speaker McCarthy and I have a very different view of who should bear the burden of additional efforts to get our fiscal house in order. I don't believe the whole burden should fall on the backs of middle class and working class Americans. My House Republican friends disagree.
We have to spend less this year than we spent last year. We've never been in a place like this where you had the highest debt in history, spending the most money in history, but having the most money come in.
So, Ashley, the Republicans have made some concessions. They say they're being reasonable in their demands. Do you think that's accurate?
No, I think it's absolutely accurate. I think both sides are making concessions. I've talked to my former colleagues in the White House, and they're feeling very optimistic about where negotiations are. Here's the thing, both Biden and McCarthy are sort of operating with their political futures in mind, right? Joe Biden doesn't want to have a default on his watch, especially going into the next presidential, nor does McCarthy want to lose his speakership over this issue as well. So I think this debate is going to come down to the moderates who are going to give McCarthy cover on the spending cuts and who are going to give Biden cover on work mandates. So that's where I think this thing is going to fall, and it's going to fall down to the moderates and then also who's going to blink. But again, I think there's a lot of progress being made. There's still a lot of time, And then one other factor I should say, I've seen these battles happen both from the White House perspective and from the Speaker's office in the past. And some of the tough decisions can be punted to the next cycle and the next negotiation. The point is no one wants a default now. I think they're making really great strides in concessions, and it's going to be the moderates who are going to make sort of both sides become very sober about the prospects of moving forward.
Let's see your take on it.
Well, the reason I sort of feel like the American people, when they watch this happen time and time again,
I know
they and it comes down to, and we're having a discussion here about what the Democrats' perspective is and what the Republicans' perspective is, but it all really matters on who's actually in the Oval Office and who controls Congress, right? Because Leslie, as you know, one of President Trump's legacies is that the national debt under his administration rose by almost $7.8 trillion during his time in office. And that debt was rising before the pandemic. But now a Democrat's in the Oval Office, and all of a sudden Republicans are concerned, as you heard Speaker McCarthy saying, about spending. I mean, is it just
bullshit
about politics when the average American looks at what's happening in Washington?
That's a really interesting point. Right now, I think you could argue that there's a sober sense, a sense of reality collectively across the United States with respect to this rising debt. People are
Wow, let's ask the Republican strategist if they're being real about the fucking spending. Like, dude, I can't tell you what I think should happen to these people because I would probably get a visit from the Secret Service if I did. If I honestly told you how I think we should be dealing with these fucking ghouls, these demons, and it's not just the Republicans either. It's the cowardly Democrats who play the same fucking game. It's just theater. The back and forth is fucking bullshit. I would literally get a visit from the Secret Service. So I can't tell you. They're strategists. Every single fucking person involved in this process, from top to bottom, is just, they're awful. They behave like oligarchs, and in a just world, they would be dealt like the monarchs were dealt with in the past. Okay? So there's not really much you can do about it other than just fucking sit here and get mad. But I wanted to show you this because I want you to understand, like, this is how consent is manufactured.
Managing their own pocketbooks with more scrutiny, and they certainly expect the government to do the same. Those are their tax dollars. Now, that argument historically has been the case, judicious, responsible, fiscally conservative with your tax money. But we lost that argument. I think Republicans and Democrats both have lost the argument. You can look back, and I thought Ashley made a really important
Like, if that was the case, then they would cut military spending, which makes up the broad majority of discretionary spending. But they're not, right? They're not. They're specifically literally saying, like, it's not even a question. The military discretionary spending will go up. We're not touching that. No, they want to put work requirements because they think that if you cut any kind of unemployment insurance, that it will force people to work harder. It will force people to take on more jobs. It will force people to concede to worse workplace conditions. It will tell people to basically shut the fuck up and get back to work. It hasn't happened, and I don't think it will happen. But that hasn't stopped them from being even more cruel. Like, there's a cruelty dial, and they just keep turning the cruelty dial slowly but surely, with the hope that, like, that cruelty will force the working poor to just not recognize the power that they hold when they don't end up working, but instead capitulate to the fucking demands being made by these awful demons, these petty small business tyrants, for example. No, this is not vice signaling, chat. This isn't. This is material shit, okay? There is no vice signaling on behalf of the Republican Party when they're talking about the very serious and there's the very serious need to hurt the working poor, so they are easily they're less able to push back against the demands made by business owners in the Chamber of Commerce and whatnot. That's it. This is not vice signaling. Vice signaling is what you do when you want to move the conversation away from the material realities to, petty squabbles. This is just cracking the whip. Exactly.
Historically, former Speaker Newt Gingrich in 1995, when they had the 21-day shutdown of the federal government for the same thing, he said it hurt the Republican Party. It dissolved the public trust. And at a time right now when public trust is so minimum in terms of its support, the onus is on both parties to come together, which is something you don't really see in Washington that much. But I will say for Republicans, they really have to stand the line and hold the line, which is why I think you're hearing about only a 2-year agreement as opposed to a 10-year, which gets you to the next presidential cycle. So behind closed doors, let's see what another administration would look like in terms of stronger, bigger cuts. That's going to be the Republican argument.
Leslie, let me ask you about 2 more people throwing their hat into the ring for...
Historically speaking, due to tax cuts, Republicans have only added to the fucking deficit. So the idea that they're deficit hawks is so fucking stupid.
For the 2024 election, Senator Tim Scott and Governor Ron DeSantis. They both raised a lot of money in the 24 hours after they declared, but Ron DeSantis raised more. He says, over $8 million in the 24 hours after he launched his campaign. But as I understand it, he has a considerable war chest, perhaps bigger than the other candidates combined. Is that going to put him ahead? And is that going to put the others in a position where it's going to be very difficult to catch up if money is the factor?
I think if we want to ask if money is a factor, we can look at, Michael Bloomberg spending over $1 billion last cycle to be the Democratic nominee. Money is not going to be the part that closes the gap. You have to have an apparatus. You have to have a base of support. You have to have a record to show that can be replicated on a national level. Governors tend to do that. America has this kind of long love affair with governors traditionally. Senate didn't used to be a way station for the presidency, but things have changed in recent times. I think he has that advantage, but the war chest, the delta between Ron DeSantis and everyone else is massive, almost to the tune of over $90 million. So playing catch up in terms of wrangling wealthy donors to come together
Former governor turned presidents are shit.
behind a national presidential campaign is no small feat. And I think he has a clear advantage along with our former president, Donald Trump.
And Ashley, you wanted to jump in on that.
No, I did. I mean, I think what's interesting here is how these billionaires are playing an outsized role in the presidential elections. I mean, they're rolling, all of these candidates, and each one of them is playing to their sugar daddy. I mean, like, to me, that was the story that was lost in the launch on Twitter. Elon Musk is reported to be a supporter of DeSantis's, right? And so I think that's partly why he decided to launch on Twitter, right? Is you've got this billionaire that's making enormous amounts of commitments in terms of money to his candidacy. So I think that's the story that really hasn't been fully told, which is these billionaires that are bankrolling and the outsized influence of dark money, which is no longer dark anymore, right, in politics, and how it's really, nullifying the impact of the average voter.
Ashley, I think that's a really good point. I mean, even the former president, who we've talked about in polls, is sort of ahead of everyone else. I know things are just really starting, but, a lot of his donations, as I understand it, Leslie, they're small money donations, and Ron DeSantis is, out raising and maybe will eventually be outspending.
Those small, and just kind of end on that point, those small money donations are really the big talking point. Think of Bernie Sanders, you could argue about Donald Trump saying that. That was showing groundswell support outside the traditional party labels. And, George Soros, Republicans would argue, yes, on the left and the right, there are these figures that wield tremendous political power with those dark dollars that people want to see, who they're funding. And the appetite has changed in America. People want more transparency. And they want to feel that they're engaged directly with these candidates.
It is weird that she's saying that as a GOP strategist, but I guess if she's saying it, it's fucking, there's truth to it. But also I think she's saying it because, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what her thoughts are on Ron DeSantis, but little Rhonda is all corporate money. He has no national base of support. He's not actually making a lot of money off of like individual donors, which is part of the reason why his like entire campaign is super PACs. So, who does have individual donors though? Donald fucking Trump. Motherfuckers are still talking about FDR. Okay, bro, FDR. Okay, he's the only governor turned president. Okay, I'm talking in contemporary society. Okay, in American history, in recent American history. Is that fine? Can I say that? I mean, all presidents suck. Doesn't fucking matter.
It is. So it's going to be a different type of presidential election looking forward.
All right. Leslie Sanchez, Ashley Etienne, thank you both very, very much.
All right. Let's move on. Target CEO responds after trans display backlash.
Cornell Medical School has launched a free anti-racism course to teach white students how to be better allies. The 5-hour virtual training was developed in response to outrage over the death of George Floyd in 2020. Let's bring in our panel to talk more about this. Tyrus, Fox News contributor, and Joey Jones.
Bro, that's awesome. Like that, having that guy with his fucking belt too. Oh, that's so sick.
Fox News
Look at
this
cage match. You got the team. Oh, we're a team, baby. We're a tag.
A little bit double trouble.
Yeah,
Go for it, Jackie.
Well, what do you guys make of this? The one thing I would point out is it's a free course. It seems to be voluntary.
Right.
You have a problem with it?
Yeah, I have a huge problem with it. For one, voluntary, but if you don't take it, everyone's going to know you didn't take it. So that's not voluntary.
Wait, what? No, it's not. Get the fuck out of here. No, dude, what the fuck? No one gives a shit. You guys are manufacturing outrage. Oh my God. Yeah, dude, everyone's going to know you didn't take the anti-racism course. You know how fucking normal people, including liberals, especially young liberals, you know how they fucking respond to this shit? They don't give a fuck. That's so stupid. The idea that, like, you're going to be bullied if you don't take the anti-racism course. Get the fuck out of here, dude. What? God, I love this. No, you know what will cause you to be a fucking pariah socially? Being a racist asshole. That will. Okay? God, I mean, fucking... I like that they don't have a big enough fucking stable of like dudes who fake having CTE, so they brought in a dude who literally does have CTE to better triangulate their messaging to an audience that doesn't have CTE, but their brain is the size of a walnut regardless.
Number two, why are we just always assuming that white people are racist? If that's the case, isn't it a medical condition? Like you're born that way? You guys are born that way?
Someone in the chat said, is this the Target CEO? Yeah, I don't know why. I think they debated us with the Target CEO thing, but now I'm hooked.
That way, you can't help it. Like every time I see Bill and he says something, like you're just always assuming that white people are racist. If that's the case, isn't it a medical condition? Like you're born that way? You guys are born that way? You can't help it. Like every time I see Bill and he says something to me, I'm like, oh, it's not his fault. He's white. He was born that way. It's a medical condition. We're going to get him on some meds for his racism. It's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with you put George Floyd's name on it, rest his soul, to push your agenda, trying to push the fact that white people are born racist. If that was the case, I would not be sitting here. No. At all. Like it's asinine. Excuse my language, morning newsroom.
You are forgiven.
Thank you.
And it is a Friday.
Yes.
Joey.
I give it a...
Wait, does he think asinine is a curse? Because it has the word ass in it? Yo, that's awesome, dude. He said, excuse my language, after saying asinine. Tyrus between roid cycles looks like me after the day after Thanksgiving. Oh my God. Bro, he said asinine and then said, excuse my language. Like if you say astronaut, it's like saying, excuse my language. Astronaut. Excuse my language.
10. All right, listen. There are words in this, like there's a phrase in this about being an ally. And I get that. I know where it comes from. It comes from different movements that have pushed back against oppression. But in this context, you're learning to be a better ally, meaning this is definitely a us versus them situation. And you're either on this team or you're on that team. And what's left out of this is...
Explain a situation where being an ally is not a us versus them situation. Explain to me the dynamics of a situation that you presented that you said could be acceptable, where there's an allyship program. I'm not even a fucking fan of these initiatives. They're stupid as fuck. Who cares? I don't know anyone that would have actually ever like been like, oh man, I went to this, I went to this allyship seminar and now I'm a better ally. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Bro, there are disparities in physician diagnoses and perception of pain, distress based on the race of a patient at face value. This isn't even bad. Yeah, I mean, the course, the elective course that you could take for free that no one is forcing you to take is not even a bad one. I don't know how fucking valuable or how effective it is in, like, making people better allies, okay? But, like, why are you so bent out of shape over this? Why? Why are you so mad over this? Also, medical ethics courses are a necessity. If they only knew that there is, like, literally a fucking course that you have to take where they do teach you about the medical racism that black people have been subjected to. If only they knew. If they found out about that, they'd be like, whoa, dude. Turns out there's like very real disparities, as you pointed out, delayed autistic guppy. And therefore, when you want to become a doctor, you do actually learn that because you have to learn that. A lot of this stuff is basically what you see in front of your nose, like what conservatives are telling you, what conservatives are basically training you to be upset at. Okay? That's where a lot of this shit comes from. Okay? Because if they only knew that there is like directly a course where they teach you the health disparities, the the healthcare outcome disparities for black people, they would probably get mad at that too. But they're too stupid to know that that's a real course that they need to fucking take, that you need to take if you want to become a doctor. And they don't know, they don't care, so they're getting mad at this like elective course for everybody who's not even like a real, that's not even like a real thing. Who cares?
Race. And I come from a small southern town, and I tell you, my grandparents' understanding of race, my dad's understanding of race, and my understanding of race have evolved through the generations. But if I were just treated like a racist on the onset, then what incentive do I have to go fix myself or fix my understanding of it? And so I look back at like...
Yeah, famously, you got to be fucking... When someone is being racist, you have to make it seem like they're not being racist, so they stop being racist. That's cool.
Like my dad and the little things that happened where I could see growth in him and think, man, you know, if he were just treated like a terrible person, which he probably would be in this society, he would have never had that chance to grow and understand and learn. Dude. And so when you have classes like this, if it were taught in grace, if it were taught and learn other people and what they go through so you can appreciate them as a human being, that's one thing. But they're saying, no, let's go back and apologize.
She's bargaining and saying this fucking dude is racist. That's
for tweets from 20 years ago. Let's go back and apologize for anything you've ever said that could have offended someone, whether you meant it to or not. Right. That's not learning.
But they're teaching you how to recover from it.
Yeah.
How thoughtful.
Yeah.
No, Robin.
Asking what incentives do I have to not be racist is such a wild thing to say.
Ron DeSantis gets pointed and personal, criticizing Donald Trump on a wide array of issues while trying to sell himself at the same time to Trump voters.
I'm skipping that video because it's not the Target CEO. And it's just a totally random video that was uploaded incorrectly.
As better than the original. It is an understatement to call this new strategy risky. But the Florida governor is all in, issuing a statement this morning with links to 11 different Thursday interviews, all of
Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna get to it, man. Fucking calm down, dude. We're going through the regular news items one by one. I will look at the fucking crypto bro in a minute. Every time I literally move on to the next story and it's not the fucking crypto bro, this dude freaks the fuck out. Calm down.
Of them in the conservative echo chamber, in which he airs a long list of complaints about the former president. A big spender, he says. Not tough enough at the border, he says. Friend of Fauci. Too damaged to win the White House again. There's more as Governor DeSantis looks to use his first days as an official candidate to reset both his campaign and to reset the broader contours of a Republican race that right now is being run on Trump's turf. It is a tightrope no Republican has managed to walk before. Take on Trump without earning the ire of his loyal base. This is how Governor DeSantis right here hopes to keep his balance with Trump-like promises to purge the deep state and to look even at giving clean slates to insurrectionists.
Do you think the January 6th defendants deserve to have their cases examined by a Republican president?
On day one, I will have folks that will get together and look at all these cases who people are victims of weaponization or political targeting, and we will be aggressive at issuing pardons.
Let's get straight to Miami. CNN Steve Contorno is there. Steve, it is an interesting and a risky strategy.
That's right, John. I've been covering Governor DeSantis for the better part of the last decade. I have heard him speak probably more than 100 times. I have never heard him go after the former president in such direct terms. And keep in mind, he was in Congress for 2 years while Trump...
It's so funny. They because Ron DeSantis can't actually say anything mean about Donald Trump. Every little thing, look at this. Have folks that will get together and look at these cases, and we will be aggressive at issuing pardons. Like what?
Political targeting, and we will be aggressive at issuing pardons.
Get straight to Miami.
What did he say there? That is anti-Trump. Am I crazy? What am I missing here?
Miami, CNN Steve Contorno is there. Steve, it is an interesting and a risky strategy.
That's right, John. I've been covering Governor DeSantis for the better part of the last decade. I have heard him speak probably more than 100 times. I have never heard him go after the former president in such direct terms. And keep in mind, he was in Congress for 2 years while Trump was president. He was a closely aligned governor with Trump for 2 years as well. And during that stretch, he never really publicly raised any sort of criticisms with the Trump presidency.
Yeah, he's trying to do everything he can to triangulate and not say anything mean about Donald Trump. because the base is Donald Trump and he knows it, and he's Donald Trump's guy and he knows it. He's Donald Trump's little guy. That's how he got the fucking power. So he's like doing everything he can to just like say he'll be a good president without, you know, addressing the elephant in the room, which is, well, there's another guy that's also running for president who you have to go up against. So what's up with that? And the media is so desperate for like a point of contention. The media is so desperate for conflict that they're unironically going, oh my God. Oh my God. They're fighting. They're fighting. They're fighting. I've never seen somebody throw down so hard. Oh my God. Bro, he ain't say shit. What the fuck are you talking about? He didn't say nothing about Donald Trump.
In fact, he often cheered it on, and he sought and ran on President Trump's endorsement when he ran for governor in 2018. But this change in strategy is clearly designed to try to urge some Republicans to get behind him and to cast the Trump years as not as great as maybe some people remember.
No, it's the fucking friend of Fauci comment, which is literally nothing. He is so... Dude, he's so pathetic, okay? American voters do not want subtlety and passive aggressiveness. You can't mutter shit under your breath. You're in a primary. Get your fucking cock out and put it on the goddamn table, okay? Just slap the fucking table with your penis and say, fuck you, Donald Trump. I'm gonna be better than you, you fucking bitch. This all like, I will be better than friend of Fauci. Like that's terrible. That's terrible. News drama baiting them so hard they want a Monday Night Raw. I know. But like Ron DeSantis has to say something. Like he has to say something against Donald Trump eventually. Otherwise, everyone's going to go, why the fuck would we vote for you? You know what I mean? Why would we vote for you over Donald Trump? How are you going to be better? Okay? Ron simply doesn't have that dog in him. He does not. So the media could try to hype this fucking fight up as best as they can, but we expect more from Ron DeSantis, okay? And right now, he's not giving it to us. He's not giving it to us at all, as a matter of fact. But what do you expect from the guy who did this when he was running for governor originally?
Everyone knows my husband, Ron DeSantis, is endorsed by President Trump, but he's also an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
He reads stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
He's teaching Madison to talk.
Make America great again.
People say Ron's all Trump, but he is so much more.
Big league. So good.
I just thought you...
I like that this entire fucking video, this entire ad is basically Ron DeSantis' wife saying he's so much more than Trump, and then him going, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not more than Trump. You're wrong.
So good.
I just thought you should know.
Ron DeSantis for governor.
So, yeah, what do you expect from that guy? That's how he won, and he barely won. That ad didn't hit like as hard as it was supposed to, okay? And he barely won with that against the dude who was then later found to be doing like meth with gay hookers in a Florida in the Fontainebleau, okay? So, like, he almost lost to Andrew Gillum. That's actually what happened, by the way. That's not even a fucking joke. I'm not even remotely kidding. Okay? So what's up? What's he going to do? How's he going to fucking challenge Trump? There's nothing wrong with that. Fuck yeah. Dude, Andrew Gillum would have been an infinitely better governor than Ron DeSantis. Okay? Are we ignoring the racist baby? Yeah, that's pretty funny. They have the Make America Great Again onesie for the baby. We got to stop those. They're indoctrinating our children. Except, like, I'm not a fucking weird, gross Republican pervert, so I don't care about what fucking children are wearing, dude. Okay? Anyway, why do you lie, Haas? About what? Sometimes American politics is a little crazy, which is why I understand if you think that I'm lying to you when I say Ron DeSantis almost lost to a dude who was propped up as the next Barack Obama in the Democratic Party, who then a year later was outed as someone who was doing methamphetamine. Andrew Gillum is a ledge, although funded by Bloomberg. Wait, what? I'm so confused. What? So you do know then. Okay, so I was right. Anyway, as I was telling you, okay, as I was letting you know, that is real. It's a very real thing that happened. Okay, he did that. He was not really that progressive. No, Andrew Gillum was not going to be that progressive. He was seen as like he was like Obama. They were propping him up. But ultimately, he would have been better than Ron DeSantis. But the state of Florida has never actually ended up hiring, or electing a fucking solid governor anyway. After all, the last governor of Florida was Rick Santorum is what I was about to say. Holy shit. Rick Scott, who looks like literally Voldemort. Like he looks like a lizard person. And his actions in the state of Florida leading up to his gubernatorial run was literally no. That right there was not even a I have to pee really bad, so I peed pee. That was a I needed attention pee. You want to care to know the difference? It's because she didn't even pee all that much. She peed like a little driblet. Okay? You want to know why I know that? That was a fuck you pee. That 100% was a fuck you pee. Because she's a little bitch. Okay? She's an absolute bitch. 100% your fault? Oh, shut the fuck up. Take a day off. No, she peed a little bit. Just a tiny bit. You want to know why? Because I had just let her out to pee not that long ago. I let her out to pee not that long ago. So she didn't even have that much pee in her fucking body. So when I took her outside immediately, she had no piss left because she didn't actually have to pee. Where is she now? She's dead. I killed her. No, I put her in her crate, which I'm sure she will spitefully piss inside of, and then literally will fucking lay in her own piss, most likely. Dogs don't have spite. It was for attention and it worked, lol. I know, but there's nothing I could do about that. She was just really concerned about the debt ceiling? Yeah, that's why she pissed. Fuck. It must be so much to see all these chatters tell you how to raise your dog like you have no clue. I know. It's very frustrating. Fuck off, Haas. Dog barks, take him out. Barking and grumbling are the only communication tools dogs have. If the dog wants to go outside, why not take a 5-minute break and then let them see the outside? I don't know. Because that's a fucking dog, and I'm a human. Are you a dog? Are you Kaya? Are you typing this from the computer upstairs? Are you fucking stupid, Jessica? Please use your fucking brain for 3 seconds. Are you insane? You're supposed to literally capitulate to the fucking whims of your dog? What are you, fucking stupid? Don't fucking question mark me, bro, you dumb bitch. What's wrong with you? Dogs don't rule the show. Your child does not rule the show. This is how you arrive at fucking dumbass kids named Braden, Aiden, Caden who do whatever the fuck they want. What are you, stupid? When a dog barks for attention, you're not supposed to give the dog attention, okay? That is how you have a bad dog. That's why so many of these dumb bitches end up having dumbass fucking dogs who bite everybody. That's how so many of these dumb bitches end up having dumbass children who do that version of the same thing that I'm talking about, but in a child or in a grown-ass adult way. The fuck do you mean? Here, this is what happens when you don't fucking, properly educate Braden, Aiden, and Caden. And Caden, they end up doing bomb threats at the fucking latent target. Okay? Is that what you want? You want more fucking dumbass kids who need lobotomies before they become dumbass adults? I saw a guy last night on Facebook with sons named Jace and Triger LeMafiao. Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you saying? You're not supposed to give the dog too much attention, but not 0 omega lol. You don't give 80, but don't go all the way to 8. Chatter said if the dog wants to go outside, you let them, and you literally asked if the chatter was the dog. Come on. Bro, are you stupid? When a dog is barking to get my attention, if I literally respond to that in a positive manner, I'm basically, this is literally dog training 101. I hope you understand this, okay? There's 2 different types of barking. There's the I want attention because I'm fucking bored type of barking, even though she has all the toys at her disposal. She has literally things that actually mentally stimulate her, but she wants more, and that's fine because she's a puppy, okay? And that's one thing. But the other type of barking is when she's like, I have nowhere to go, I can't pee, Please take me out so I can go out and pee or poop, okay? So I can defecate. That was an attention piss because I had just taken her out to pee already. Okay, explain to me something I don't know because I don't own dogs since I was born, but okay, teach, preach. Well, even though you've had a dog since you were born, you sound like a fucking dumbass. You sound like a dumbass when you're like, hey, why don't you respond to your dog when your dog is barking and give your dog attention so she barks more because she now understands, oh my God, action and reaction. I got what I fucking wanted. Literally every single dog trainer on the motherfucking planet would tell you, do not respond to your dog when they are barking for your attention because they're fucking bored. And now they will learn that that is the only way to get your fucking attention. Oh my God. Also, what do you mean? Were you raising a fucking dog while you were in the crib? Like, is that how what I'm supposed to get out of this? Like, you've had a dog since you were a baby, so I guess like you're more knowledgeable. So I should just take your advice, even though it is quite literally the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Yes, I was sucking on a tit and teaching a dog how to be. Well, maybe you should stop sucking on a dick in this fucking chat and become a better chatter. Have you thought about that? Take an hour off, dumbass. What a dumb stun lock. Right now, I'm doing the exact opposite thing, thinking that human beings could be trained in a different way because I think humans are smarter than puppies. And I'm wrong. A lot of you chatters are just as stupid as a fucking puppy. You currently are getting that attention that you are ordering by barking at me in the fucking chat. And it is the dumbest thing I can do. The dumbest thing I could do in this circumstance is respond to these dumb fucking chatters who are currently barking and pissing and shitting and farting in their diapers. It's crazy. Some of you are barely sentient. How do you think you could train a dog, let alone train your fucking self to not behave the way that you're behaving? Chatters are dog experts, but then have one of those little piece of shit Shih Tzu mixes that only have 2 modes, bark and growl, and they got those poopy little eyes. Yeah. Yeah, let me get a fucking dog that's going to be 100 pounds to just be like an annoying fucking incredibly loud, incredibly aggressive puppy because some dumbass watching me decided that's the best way to go about it. That same dumbass probably has a fucking chihuahua who bites everyone too. Are you annoyed at us? You are so patient usually. Good one. I'm not. I am impatient because I think I expect more from humans. I think that they can just like be normal. I mean, there you go. Attention-seeking barking means your dog barks for your attention, and we've all been there. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to fix his behavior. Try to reward your dog when he's quietly laying at your feet, which I do all the time. When he barks, ignore him. Don't look at him or laugh. Yes, laughter is reinforcing too. When your dog is quiet, turn towards him and reward with treats and cuddles, which I do all the time. Just not on fucking camera. Classic example of a barking dog extinction burst. Your dog barks. You ignore your dog. Dog barks louder and longer. He keeps getting louder and louder and louder. Ride it out. Your dog is learning that attention-seeking barking is ignored. Whatever you do, please continue to ignore your dog even when barking as if is at its worst. If accidentally you glance at your dog while an extinction burst is happening, your dog will think, I need to scream for 10 minutes while standing 2 inches from my owner's nose. Then he can hear me. He needs to learn any type of vocalization does not work. Only when he's quiet does he have your undivided attention. It's yet another one of those instances where like chat is just so absolutely off base. Like certain chatters are so absolutely off base, but so like self-assured. It's like some of you need to have less confidence, okay? Maybe it's the anonymity. Maybe it's because your parents always told you you're the fucking best. But like, just have less confidence in yourself, I think, because you're wrong. Sometimes you're fucking wrong. Oh man, that's called arrogance? I know. Anyway.
Risky bet, as you said. There are still a lot of Republicans who look back on those past 4 years fondly, even though they might be open to a potential alternative in 2024. The question is DeSantis pushing those people off the fence toward him or pushing them away from him because he is being so critical of someone they still really, really like? But DeSantis has got a lot of money behind him. He has raised over $8 million in the first 24 hours since he was since he jumped into the race. And he is going to put that money behind this message, get out in front of as many voters as possible, and continue to make his case to conservative media that he is the best person to lead this fight and to go into the White House and use the presidency in a way that Republicans have been too scared to use it before, John.
That's the fascinating beginning of the official DeSantis campaign. Steve Contorno for us in Miami. Steve, thank you for getting us started. Let's bring the conversation in the room with me to share their reporting and their insights. CNN's Lauren Fox, Zolan Kano-Youngs of the New York Times, and Jackie Kucinich of the Boston Globe. I call
Kaya, please free me. Thank you for the 10
called a tightrope.
You fucking idiot.
The question is it different? Is it different now that Trump has been president than it was in 2016 when Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz, Marco Rubio, John Kasich, Rand Paul, and so on and so forth, said Donald Trump's not a real conservative, Donald Trump's not a good person. Ron DeSantis saying he's not a committed conservative, he's damaged goods, I can win, he can't. Can you sell that? Can you go that aggressively after Donald Trump and keep enough of the Trump voters to win the Republican nomination?
That's what Ron DeSantis is banking on. Whether he'll be successful is something else entirely. I mean,
you especially cannot do that when you have like every fucking centrist Republican also running, okay? You got Tim Ryan. You got Nikki Haley. You got all these fucking Republicans that are running against Ron DeSantis, doing Ron DeSantis. That lineup is not going to favor Ron DeSantis. It's going to hurt. Did I say Tim Ryan? Sorry, Tim Scott. Tim Ryan is the other virgin.
Trump is doing the same thing he did during that race. He's mocking him. He's coming right at him. They took advantage of the fact that his initial launch was less than desired. We'll put it that way. And DeSantis also has a lot of competition for that lane. And so it kind of seems like we're watching the same movie, honestly, where you're having all these other people pulling the people who don't want Trump back. But DeSantis hasn't really, he's above them, but he hasn't really proved he can surmount Trump yet.
Right, that is the challenge. And
Tim Scott is a virgin. You cannot win like that. Yeah, I know that. America is not ready for a virgin president, okay? America will never have a virgin president, actually. I take it back. It's never going to happen.
And, how do you... The DeSantis calculation is Trump's going to get 30% of the vote in most states. Maybe he'll get 35% here. Can you peel away enough of that in a crowded field? Listen to one of the things he's trying to say, because he knows he has to be careful. Donald Trump, essentially, he says, was great. Not anymore.
Oh! I
don't know what happened.
Whoa! He said he was great. Whoa, dude. This is so stupid. They're trying to be parasocial, to be like, Pog, he's actually owning him. Okay? For the record, from 30-year-old virgin to 57-year-old optimist, how Tim Scott, who says a Chick-fil-A manager changed his life and is devoted to his faith, is a very different Republican candidate who wants to be the first unmarried president since 1884. That's right. Tim Scott was a virgin and might still be a virgin. Someone asked him that when he was running. And that's the only thing that people have been talking about. Wonkette, on the other hand, is doing bullshit. Okay? Fucking bullshit. Fuck you guys at Wonkette. Tim Scott will be the first presidential candidate I've ever asked about the status of his virginity. Initial answer. Shouts out to Ben Terrace, by the way. Initial answer, I'm not talking about my sex life with Ben Terrace. Then stood up and said, wait, what? This is not the guy who asked him. This is bullshit. He did not say, I have to go potty. What? Is this actually the guy who was the one who asked? There is no fucking way he actually said, I have to go potty. Anyway, Tim Scott was a virgin, though, originally. Tim Scott was a virgin because of his evangelical Christian faith, and then he wasn't. He entered politics as a virgin. During the time of his first campaign in South Carolina, Scott was a proud 30-year-old virgin, seeing that he intended on staying true to his evangelical Christian faith. As reported by the Daily Mail, he often told audiences that he had never been intimate with a woman because it was against God's word. However, his pledge of abstinence didn't last too long, seeing that after 16 years of being in the political limelight, Scott admitted that around the time he was 46 that he was no longer a virgin. He never did. He never fully admitted that he's not a virgin, I don't think. Oh my God, why are we talking about this? Well, we're talking about this because it's the most important news story of the day, perhaps the week, perhaps the fucking month. Let's be real. Where the fuck is the Wonkette article? Scott has been notoriously hush-hush about his love life and has maintained the super pretty lingerie store owner he went on a vacation with once was just a good family friend. Scott did, however, previously discuss his sex life with Terrace in an interview with the National Journal that is sadly no longer online. This was back in 2012 when Scott was 46. Asked about how well he's sticking to his pledge of abstinence now compared with 16 years ago, he laughed. Yeah, not as well as I did then, Scott told the National Journal from his office in Capitol Hill. The Bible's right. You're better off to wait. I just wish we all had more patience. He's lying. You need to do your journalistic due diligence. You can't just listen to a dude who was a virgin at the age of 30 and take what he's saying at face value and go, oh, well, he said he's no longer a virgin, so he must not be a virgin. No, I refuse. I refuse to believe that Tim Scott actually had sexual intercourse, especially when he ran away from the other journalist from Washington Post who asked him if he was a fucking virgin still. Sorry, we will not be believing this, and I will not be voting for Tim Scott until I find out whether he's a virgin or not. Okay? Isn't this pretty mean? What? Okay. I'm going to explain to you guys something, okay? It's called having fun, okay? The question in and of itself on whether or not an unmarried political candidate running for presidency is a virgin or not is fucking funny. These people have more power than you. It's not like the high school students that are bullying you for not, for lying about your sexual experience when they find out that you don't have a girlfriend that goes to a different school. Stop turning everything that you're experiencing in this broadcast to like your own personal trauma. Okay? Please. Yes, Tim Scott has no bitches He's fake alpha male, no bitches, okay? Just like the annoying chatters who are like, what the fuck? Even though that chatter wasn't really annoying, he was just like, oh, well, that's kind of mean, but maybe he's like a bad guy. The last unmarried president was also hypothesized to be very, very gay. Well, there was one president that was actually around the same time as the last president who was hypothesized to be very gay. And that man was actually gay, but he was married. His name was Abraham Lincoln. That's right. Abraham Lincoln is either a bisexual icon or potentially just straight gay with a beard. Like a literal beard and the metaphorical beard. I will fuck Tim Scott. Enough of this crap. Yes, Abraham Lincoln was famously in a sexual relationship with his bodyguard. James Buchanan, right before him, also incredibly gay, potentially. Wait, why do they have Obama in this? No, they don't. Dude, look at him. That is a homosexual man, okay? I can get the zest off of directly this photo, okay? This photo that is a real photograph. Is this a photograph or is this painted? I can't tell. Is that weird? Maybe I'm fucking brain broken. I got to go back to the drawing board. It looks like it could be a photo or it could have been painted. I don't know. John F. Kennedy certainly was pansexual. That is the truth. He was the guy who invented pansexuality, actually. Before him, that wasn't a thing. After him, that wasn't a thing either, but he was doing it without people knowing that he was pansexual. He invented it, though, for sure. He was the sluttiest president, 100%. Like, not even a joke. He was definitely the sluttiest fucking president of all time. And he paid the ultimate price for that, which was assassinated by the CIA. That's why they assassinated him after they were done assassinating half the women that he slept with. Anyway, Barack Obama. Okay, that's ridiculous. Barack Obama is not gay. That's just what the right-wingers used to say. The late Joan Rivers added fuel to the conspiracy theory fire when she joked, "We already have it with Obama. You know, Michelle is a T word." That is gross. Lyndon B. Johnson. God damn. Lyndon Big Dick Johnson? Lyndon Big Johnson? I did not know about this. Johnson insisted he had no idea about Jackson's personal life, saying, "I couldn't have been more shocked about Walter Jenkins if I heard that Lady Bird had tried to kill the Pope." More like Lyndon bisexual Johnson. Alexander Hamilton. During the American Revolution, his letters to his close friend John Lawrence and Marquis de Lafayette grew more affectionate and flowery, while many accounts describe Hamilton as feminine. In one letter, Hamilton described himself as a jealous lover over Lawrence failing to reply, adding, "Like a jealous lover, when I thought you slighted my caresses, my affection was alarmed and my vanity piqued." Yeah, I was about to say, we're just doing whoever now. So yeah, Abraham Lincoln, also gay or bisexual, possibly. This is real, by the way. This is real. One of America's most iconic presidents, Abe, also spent a large portion of his life spooning with men. This part is literally real. In his early adulthood, the president shared a bed with Joshua Speed, who later became a congressman. Not forgetting his roots, Lincoln several times offered Speed a government appointment, only to be rejected every time. LBJ had a fat cock, yeah. That's true. Green remarked of their cozy living situation, "When one turned over, the other had to do likewise. His thighs were as perfect as a human being could be." Another president who was shot after inventing bisexuality. That's right. 2 presidents have been shot and killed. Shot in the head and fucking killed. Okay? Both of those presidents invented one aspect of the fluidity of sexuality. This guy invented bisexuality, JFK invented pansexuality, and the CIA assassinated them even before the CIA existed in the case of Abraham Lincoln. I don't know about the Bill and Hill Clinton thing. Anyway, this is why you come to the HasanAbi broadcast, by the way, to learn about how Tim Scott is definitely a virgin and to learn about how Abraham Lincoln is a bisexual man. You also end up learning at the top of the hour that there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Oh, another person who was never a president, obviously, but instead was instead the director of the FBI. He was also famously either a cross-dresser or potentially a gay man, J. Edgar Hoover, who people used to call J. Edna Hoover. Yeah. Anyway, the ad break. Bill Vog, shut up, Axel. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is a MB Chaos. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Oh, speaking of gay shit, McCrumple, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs as well. One thing I wanted to show you guys that I've seen before, but I had forgotten about, and I think Osita brought it back up, or was it Noah Colvin? I don't know, but I saw this on my timeline again about like the media reaction. Oh, here it is. Tim Carney, this fucking guy, Catholic, immediately. When you put Catholic on your fucking account, you already know you're just awful. It really seems like the media lives in the upside down world, making it sound like conservatives were aggressors in these culture war skirmishes. Yeah, it's so crazy. The day before yesterday, nobody would have suggested honoring drag nuns or pretending Dylan Mulvaney was a woman. To which Asita replied with a very cool, old school Daily News article, XGI becomes blonde beauty. Operations transform Bronx youth. A world of difference. There it is. Back then, Denmark was one of the few countries that had sex change operations. The country was known for that around the world. She would obviously have been viewed as a novelty in the American press and as the equivalent of a carnival attraction, like a bearded lady. Well, regardless, it doesn't seem like they were trying to fucking assassinate her. In the same way that the Daily News now writes the most insane shit. Yo, chat. Has North Face ad hogs are going crazy over yet? Yeah, I watched it yesterday. Like, I talked about this before. There was a Bond girl who was trans in the 90s. Like, it's a matter of, I need you to understand, a lot of the fucking anger that conservatives literally, the reactionary movement launches against, okay? A lot of that anger is just, it's misplaced anger, but the conservatives do a very good job of like redirecting people's attention to like dumbass shit. Okay. But like, it's anger that is new. They do everything they can in their power to go, this is the common sense position. Everyone feels this way. We've always felt this way. But no, that's not the case. If that was the case, Mrs. Doubtfire would have never been made, okay? None of the Tyler Perry movies would have ever been made in the 90s. None of the Eddie Murphy movies would have ever been made. The idea that, like, drag queens are actually, they're trans and trans people are dangerous and they're fucking groomers and blah, blah, blah. All this stuff is new. Back in the day, they used to direct this attention to gay people because they saw that as like the audience that they could target all their anger to. The trans Bond girl was early 80s. Yeah, 80s, 90s, 2000s. Drag as a performance has been drag as a performance literally predates women being in theater, okay? That's how long of a history cross-dressing has, okay, in the arts. The idea that this is, anger that people have always felt towards cross-dressing is fucking ridiculous. It's just another way to, why are you question marking me? It's real. Literally, everything I just said is correct. Cross-dressing is older than women in the field of arts. That is a factually correct take. Whether it be like kabuki theater, whether it be Shakespeare. Oh, I didn't say predates women. I said cross-dressing predates women in the arts. Anyway. So, when were women invented? I just got here. Yeah. That's a relatively new phenomenon as well. So conservatives, when they fucking like lose their shit over this kind of behavior, as though this is like something that they've this resentment that they've hauled onto, it's like, no, you just learned to be angry at that today. Okay? Because people told you need to be angry at this, and you're an angry person overall, and you're literally looking for anyone that you can redirect that anger towards, and that's why you're doing this shit. Trans in Bond movies is critical race theory. It's critical trans theory. It's CTT. Adam dancing around the Garden of Eden with his junk tucked in between his legs. God going, I gotta get this dude a girlfriend. Yeah, I mean, I know that if you look at biology, men are originally women, biologically speaking, and then they turn into what you understand as a man, like what you understand as a male. But technically, in the Bible, which is what we care about because we're all good, wholesome Christians, all women are men first. After all, Eve was created from Adam's rib. What words change?
Did you know boys used to be called girls? Until the late 15th century, the word girl was used to refer to a child of any gender. Maiden child was used for a little boy, and gay girl was used for a girl, as in female, as in the way we mean it now.
What?
Not to confuse us all. The word boy was actually a derogatory term for servants, and man was used for an adult of any gender, which interestingly is how our 21-month-old refers to all adults, even though he has 2 months.
Don't look up prostatic utricle. All prostates have a small remaining uterus, a la male nipples. No! Are they just making shit up? It feels like it. I did not know this. But then again, here, dude. If you think that, like, here, this is the best fucking photo that I will show you that completely eviscerates gender norms, okay? Here you go. Do you know who this is? Do you know who this is? This is the 32nd president of the United States of America, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Okay? Delano? I don't know how to... Anyway... Del Taco. Franklin Del Taco Roosevelt. That's not Hillary Clinton, dog. That's FDR. Because this is how we used to dress our children. Okay? He got groomed. Yeah. Anyway, Charlotte Clymer has, I think, blocked me, so I'm going to have to open that in an incognito tab. If you're a corporate marketing officer concerned over what's happening with Target, let me make something abundantly clear. You will never appease anti-LGBTQ extremists. They don't want some concessions. They want all of them. But there's a colder truth at play here. You think this is about a few items, and it's not. I promise you it's not. They're the same people who are livid that Pink Floyd used a rainbow in their 50th anniversary logo for the dark side of the moon. Think about that for a second. They're not reasonable. When the Bud Light controversy erupted, the CEO made the unwise choice to cave entirely. He essentially apologized for the company recognizing that trans people exist and put the marketing execs on leave. It didn't work. They're still boycotting it. You need to understand something about these people. Their objective is not really to gain any ground, but to find an outlet for their rage at the world changing around them. She's right. Charlotte Clymer is correct on this. Chat freaking out over a flag in the bio. Yeah, well, Charlotte is not exactly the best person, okay? She is, but she's right on this. She is a hysterical lib that loves American imperialism, okay? Anyway. Centrist NPR boomer take here, but you're taking that FDR thing out of context. It was more because children at that time didn't live to a certain age. So until children hit like 8 or whatever and got into the clear, they didn't bother dressing them to sex. Ken Burns taught me that. What are you talking about? That literally, okay, that's exactly what I'm saying. That doesn't change my argument at all. I don't even know if you're making that shit up. But it doesn't fucking matter because that literally does not even change my argument. That is the exact argument I'm making. What the fuck? You just said that gender norms were not as rigid back then, especially in like, you know, in the way that they, in the way that conservatives establish now. The claim has always been that way. Supporting Ukraine is not U.S. imperialism? What? Man, first of all, that's not even what I was saying, okay? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, dude. Dude, don't worry, okay? $157 billion worth of weapons is still going to Ukraine because we want to fucking ensure that the Ukrainians have a right to defend themselves, and not because the American defense contractors are, shifting over their budgets from Afghanistan over to Ukraine. That's the real reason that we're sending all those guns over there. You can feel good about it. I promise you. Feel good about it all the time. NATO is great. NATO is good. NATO is God. I want more NATO. I wish Russia could join NATO after we end up killing every Russian. Is that what you want to hear? Is that what all the NATO enjoyers want to hear? Oh, all the orcs, all the Russian orcs. We got to kill all of them orcs. Like, are you happy? NATO guys are so fucking odd that they like literally learned Ukrainian racism against Russian people and have been like saying it like they've been living in fucking Donetsk or something. So weird. Call me NATO silver the way I'm predicting the next wars. Yeah, I had a NATO silver moment. Okay. I love Russian people. What is wrong with you? I'm fucking, I don't mean that. Okay. I've come to agree with most of your Ukraine takes, but this is bullshit adversarial. I hate NATO, but I like the Ukrainian people, like people, as well as the Russian people that had no choice in this. I agree. I agree with you. I do. I agree with you. I think that Vladimir Putin is fucking insane, okay? I think he's a bloodthirsty, violent freak, much like many global leaders are. And what Vladimir Putin did was unacceptable, unjustifiable, inhumane. Invading Ukraine is all of those things. Ukrainians have a legitimate right to emancipation. The United States government does not care about that. They just care about selling weapons. Okay? Those two things could be correct at the same time. But if you desperately want to feel like, America's goals are earnest in Ukraine, then go ahead, feel that way. None of your feelings are going to change what we are doing in Ukraine regardless. Okay? Stop being lib the fuck up. What's exactly wrong with the Ukrainian flag in her name then? I wasn't even making a reference to her Ukrainian flag in the bio, but everyone with a Ukrainian flag in their bio is annoying as fuck. I will say that. I don't have an issue saying that. 100%. So fucking annoying. Like the worst posters, okay? They do this. They do exactly what I just was doing. I was talking about trans issues in America, and motherfuckers immediately were like, if you don't say we need to nuke Moscow, you're a fucking piece of shit. They literally, yeah, it's the check mark, is the blue check mark for liberalism. Oh, like, at best, it is just like slacktivism, okay? At worst, it's just, you're about to hear some of the most insane things you ever heard about whatever the fuck's going on in global affairs. Charlotte Clymer is a fucking rugged American imperialist for other reasons. She's the OG. I think she's a Human Rights Watch, isn't she? She used to be at the Human Rights Watch. She's the OG. Like Raytheon is actually super gay friendly person. That's who you're defending just by virtue of like the fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio. Okay. Anyway, that thread is great, though, regardless, because I can have disagreements with people on other issues and still agree with them when they're making a good point, which is what she was doing. She's right. Anyway. Raytheon is a grassroots company providing monetary and itemized benefits to underdeveloped nations such as Ukraine. They are heroes. Exactly. Oh, she worked at the Human Rights Campaign. Sorry, not Human Rights Watch. The Human Rights Campaign. Yeah, that's the worst one. Human Rights Watch is actually not that bad. Human Rights Watch is the one that actually the NGO that actually correctly identified Israel as an apartheid state. Sorry. I apologize for mistaking the two. After all, they are named very similar to one another. Human Rights Campaign is the one that's like, Raytheon is Gaytheon, brother. And Charlotte worked for Human Rights Campaign. There you go. Charlotte Social Climber. Same insults work from 2015. Yeah. Anyway. For decades, we've been told Russia is a military superpower, but they can't even take Kyiv. I don't get it. Why haven't they leveled Ukraine yet? Perhaps America, the American foreign policy apparatus, has built up this like monster that Russia is when it's a nation state that has like the GDP of an American state, okay, and doesn't have the supreme military power. But the way that they turned them into, the way that you can justify, like, increasing the military budget is by making it seem like Russia is this big, scary, bad guy that everyone should be afraid of. I put her in a crate. She peed. She attention peed. So I put her in a crate upstairs. Can you take her out, actually? One time, please. Hello. We have another dog in here. A much nicer dog. Russia's GDP is on par with the state of New York. There you go. HRC is the reason that we have gay marriage, which is about to go anyway, thanks to the Supreme Court, and not legal protections for basically any poor gay, queer, or trans person's civil rights. HRC is also the reason why Gaytheon as a meme exists. Just so that's the worst thing you can point to in general. I mean, the idea that any day Russia's weak army is going to fall apart is just not true. A peace accord is the only option and the only end. Everything else is war hawking. I agree. Russia's army is not as powerful as the American the American military industrial complex presented as, and it's not as weak as the way that they're currently presenting it. But such is the nature of war in general. It's just like an extended effort, which is why if you want to end the war, you should try to get everyone involved and the real people that are backing them involved and get to the table and have a conversation about ending the war. It doesn't even matter. I can't believe we're relitigating this dumb shit. Nothing I say or do, or nothing you say or do is actually going to make any changes, okay, in what is going on in Ukraine. I don't know why we consistently talk about this. Like, I see so many threads on both sides on people saying, well, they took over Bakhmut and that's like nothing. That's like so marginal. It's so tiny. Haha. They spent so much time and effort and like leveled the city. And then I see it on the Russian side where they're like, oh, we took it over. It's over. The war's over. We took everything. And it's so fucking dumb. Okay? No, it's just a war of attrition where people are just dying for no fucking reason. Isn't that just most war, though? Yes, it is. It's all war. All war is bad.
Happened to Donald Trump. This is a different guy today than when he was running in 2015 and 2016. And I think the direction that he's going with his campaign is the wrong direction.
Again, trying to convince.
I never said Russia wants what's best for Ukraine. Why did you just make that up? You said not only did you make that up, but you also added the idea that I said, how can you, that I've been arguing in good faith about how Russia wants what's best for Ukraine. Why the fuck would Russia want what's best for Ukraine? Of course they don't want what's best for Ukraine. They're literally killing Ukrainians right now. Why? They're bombing Western positions. They do not want what's best for Ukraine. They want Ukraine. That's not what's best for Ukraine. What the fuck are you saying? This is why I hate the stupid fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio ass motherfuckers, okay? I never said that.
Trump voters, come to me. I will be Trumpy, but I don't have the baggage. I don't have the grievances. I don't have the negativity. Maybe I can win independence.
This is a difficult balancing act here. He's not criticizing the values, the policies of the former president, but trying to criticize the candidate. And I thought my former colleague Jonathan Martin made a good point in his column today, basically saying that there is this sort of risk here when you criticize the former president, particularly since he has such a grip on the party right now. Mm-hmm. Do you come off as being not a member of the GOP, not one that is supportive of Trump and the party, but more so the other side? Somebody that actually is giving in to Democrats and actually helping out President Biden when you criticize Donald Trump. It's interesting to see him DeSantis continue to make these comments, trying to have a distinction between the policies that Trump supported and saying he no longer is the best candidate to continue to support them, pointed to things such as the border, such as COVID, but while DeSantis continues to use language that is so similar to that of the former president.
And so you mentioned the Jonathan Martin column in Political. Let me read a piece from it because it's a smart column. But he quotes David Kokel, a very veteran Iowa Republican strategist. The conservative media ecosystem has built a giant wall of inoculation around everything Trump. All our voters have ever known about Trump is he's constantly under attack. So he's got these antibodies built up. So Lauren Fox, that's the question. Can somebody like Ron DeSantis, when Chris Christie says this, or John Kasich says this, or Jeb Bush says this, Trump has already pre-programmed his base to not listen to those people. He's disqualified them. Don't listen. Ron DeSantis is one of them, or at least he wants them to believe he's one of them. Can a Trumpy take on Trump, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest questions.
Dude, it's over. When you get called a Trumpy on CNN, you got no shot, dog. You got no shot.
Is will Ron DeSantis be successful?
He called him a Trumpy, dude. That is so lame. God damn, dude.
Successful at something that everyone else who has been circling getting into the presidential race or has already gotten into the presidential race has decided not to do. He is really the first one who is taking on Donald Trump in such a direct way. And in some ways, he had no other choice, right? If Donald Trump is going to come after you in the way that Donald Trump came after him right after announcing, perhaps he feels like this is the moment to try. But you raise such a good point, which is that Donald Trump and his supporters, anyone who comes after them, they're just not conservative.
Well, Trump himself has been going after DeSantis constantly. And again, if we could just show the picture of the Republican presidential field, you see on the left side of your screen, the candidates are already in the race. You see on the right side of your screen, candidates who are considering the race. Donald Trump has said good things about Tim Scott. He has said some nice things about Vivek Ramaswamy, for example. He is attacking Ron DeSantis constantly. Several times a day, he goes after him. He calls him a bad nickname, Ron DeSanctimonious. We'll see if that sticks. But Ron DeSantis yesterday asked in those conservative interviews, why do you think he's coming after you? And Ron DeSantis says, it's pretty obvious.
He understands that I've got a good chance to beat him because he doesn't criticize anybody else now. It's only me. They know that I'm more likely to win the election. I mean, for him to say that we're not winning in Florida, nobody has taken a state from being a swing state 4.5 years ago to now being a red state in such a dramatic fashion.
It is interesting to watch him. And again, he's speaking in the conservative echo chamber. He's speaking to people, many of whom are inclined to support Donald Trump. They essentially flipped a switch. As Steve was noting, up until then, he was gentle in his criticism of Trump. They've decided we're in now. This is the only way, as Chris Christie says, the only way to beat Trump is to go through Trump.
Yep. And he is being attacked because he is a threat. I mean, that is very, very clear. I think the former president's people have been pretty clear about that. But DeSantis is going to have to figure out a way to make himself distinctive and not just be Trump light, as Nikki Haley said during one of her stops.
Right, and if you look at our poll, I just want to show right now Republican voters do keep Trump and DeSantis at the top of the pack. Who are you open to voting for? Would support or consider supporting Trump 84%, DeSantis 85%. You see the others who are that 6 and 10 or less there. Here's the question. If DeSantis is going to daily now, repeatedly attack Trump in the conservative ecosphere, watch that number. Does that number...
This is so funny. Like, they're literally trying to do the electability argument for DeSantis, dude. That's so sick. The problem is the Republican media ecosystem is not the same as like MSNBC and CNN in the way that MSNBC and CNN are able to quite literally use the electability argument and have that be the only argument, because liberals are conditioned into trusting the media and immediately going along with the electability arguments that the media is presenting, which is literally an Ouroboros. Like oh, this person is electable, that's why we have to vote for him, and then he becomes electable, right? Whereas in the conservative media, they tried to do that shit with Donald Trump in 2016. It didn't fucking work because conservatives don't play that game. The Democratic Party plays the game of, oh, God, we got to care about these institutions. We got to care about the most electable person. There's no other way. A tautology, yes, better than an Ouroboros. Thank you for, I was thinking about that. A self-fulfilling prophecy as well. That's another way to put it. Whereas the Republicans are conditioned into making demands out of their fucking politicians and getting those demands. Okay? That's it. You're coping, Biden just wasn't popular enough? What do you mean? What? You mean, I think you were trying to own me by saying Bernie, you fucking idiot. You're so stupid. You're so dumb, dude. Yeah, what were Biden's bona fides other than his electability, his supposed electability? That was it. He didn't do anything. He didn't say anything. He didn't even campaign in half these places. And it doesn't matter, okay? Bernie got owned. He did. He got owned. He got fucking eviscerated, okay? I know that. I don't know why you're saying this shit. So horny to post, they had a stroke. Exactly. He was like, yeah, I'm going to get him. It's always funny when someone is like, someone in a Twitch chat will turn around and be like, yeah, Bernie got owned, you fucking idiot. Like, what do you work for the DNC? Show me the pay stubs. Are you working for the National Democratic Party? Explain to me why you are defending them. Please. Are you working for the DNC? Because if not, like, why are you celebrating a dude who demonstrably does not care about your best interest? He does not have your best interest at heart. And that much is a certainty from the way that the way that he's governed so far. So why are you like using that as an own? Are you that fucking hard to just be like, haha, you got owned, Hasan, you fucking idiot, that you're forgetting that, like, you know, it's your material conditions that are dog shit as a consequence of like this never ending cycle of rewarding bad candidates like Joe Biden?
On the show is Governor Ron DeSantis. He has freshly announced his 2024 presidential campaign. Governor DeSantis, thanks for joining the show. Really appreciate it.
Hey, congratulations on the new baby, Ben.
I really appreciate that. That's so sweet of you. And we say hello to Casey as well. So why don't we talk about the first 24 hours of this campaign, how you think it's gone so far? Obviously, there were some technical snafus. What with...
yeah, it was just a snafu. It was not that big of a deal. This is a nerd off, dude. They're having a mid off, brother. Ben Shapiro likes DeSantis because he's just as mid as Ben Shapiro. He's like, I want a guy. A lot of people think, foolishly, that they want to vote for a guy that they can have a beer with. I want a guy who's just as fucking unlikable as I am. When I vote for someone, I want to make sure that they are unfuckable and unlikable.
Twitter Spaces, but there were tons of people watching. 700,000 people were trying to log on at the very beginning. These are big numbers.
Yeah, and actually, you know, talking on Twitter, there are actually very many more who couldn't even get to that part of the queue, and so it caused their system to basically melt down. And they've never seen anything like it. So I think there was a huge amount of interest. Part of the reason we did do it this way is because we figured with Elon involved that would reach a wider range of people than would just do a traditional campaign rally. And so there was a lot of buzz generated for those who've been able to watch it. I think like across all the different ones that have it, I think it's over 9 million between the live stream and between David Sachs's one. So that's really, really significant. You know, obviously I made the announcement. I did a little bit of a riff to start, but then a lot of it was just talking about the issues facing the country and being able to answer questions that people had. We need to do more of that in this country. You know, we're not here to be entertainers. We're here to be leaders. And ultimately, a leader is measured by what kind of results you're ultimately able to deliver. We've delivered great results in Florida because we focused on what matters to the people of the state. And I think we'd bring that same know-how to Washington to focus on what matters to the people of the United States.
So Governor DeSantis, obviously Joe Biden has been doing a rather poor job. You're running to replace him, but standing in your way is a formidable rival. Former President Trump is the first Republican candidate to declare. So far, nobody's really laid a glove on him or drawn a strong contrast between themselves and President Trump. In sort of the national polling, he's up pretty significantly. So how do you see a difference between your candidacy, what you've been trying to do, your record, and President Trump?
Well, I think it's interesting because he's been attacking me by moving left. So this is a different guy than 2015, 2016.
This is so bad. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you're going to convince the base of the Republican Party, the primary voters, that Donald Trump is actually a leftist. Hey, you fucking idiot. The reason why they like him is because the reason why they liked him from the start and the reason why they still continue to like him is because, yes, unlike the regular Republican cardboard cutouts like Ron DeSantis, he sometimes will say shit like, the fucking DC is corrupt. It's a swamp. Or he'll say things like, I bought all of these politicians when I was a billionaire. Or he'll say things along the lines of like, yeah, you're going to try to fucking cut Medicare and Social Security. If you literally think that those are leftist values and somehow the base of the Republican Party is going to look to that and go, whoa, you're right. We do need fiscal responsibility, actually. And we shouldn't be fucking voting for Donald Trump. You're the most delusional person I've ever met. That's why I laughed at Ron DeSantis fucking saying that Ron DeSantis saying, I'm running to restore sanity and also to bring back fiscal responsibility. That's the first fucking thing he said when the Twitter space finally worked out. It is so incredibly dumb to think that in a post-Trump era in the Republican Party, if you want to win an election, especially a fucking Republican primary, you have to hold on to like age-old Republican tropes like fucking tort reform or fiscal responsibility. You're an idiot.
He attacked me for opposing an amnesty bill in the Congress. He did support this amnesty, this good lot too. 2 million illegal aliens he wanted to amnesty. I opposed it because that's what America First principles dictate, that you're opposed to amnesty. He also attacked me for voting.
This part is also fucking stupid. When asked, okay, and this is one of the most interesting things about like the American reactionary movement. Okay? Americans don't actually fucking hate like the individual immigrants in their lives. This is what's so shocking about it. 75% of Americans agree. 75% of Americans is like similar to the abortion numbers, agree to amnesty, conditional amnesty, or pathways to amnesty for those who are already inside of the country that have been living here for 10 years, 20 years, okay? It is a mind-numbing fact. When you hear about it, you're like, what the fuck? Really? No shot. I don't believe that. Yes, there are plenty of Republicans who literally agree to that. As a matter of fact, a lot of those Republicans agree to that because their fucking parents are undocumented, okay? And they've been living here. And now their children are Republicans. And I'm talking like parents who've been here for fucking 20 years, 30 years, and their kids who are now voting for the Republican Party 30 years, 40 years. Okay? The idea that like Donald Trump couldn't swing a bill like that and you could actually criticize him by saying he's woke and he's leftist is so stupid. Remember, Republicans own patriotism and they own strong border control. So they can get away with making actual fucking policy changes like Ronald Reagan did, who was the most successful Republican in contemporary history, like someone that only Trump has been able to surpass in popularity. Okay. Ronald Reagan also did amnesty. You're fucking stupid if you think that like Republicans can't actually advocate for that. Just like Republicans can actually successfully advocate to, if they wanted to, which they never will, lower the military budget. Democrats can't do that because if a Democrat pushes for that, they're pussies, they're soy, they're fucking gay, and they want the they-them military to be even further diminished so that like our enemies overseas and domestic and foreign can come and fucking kill us. Okay? But a Republican could actually advocate for that. Why could they advocate for that? Because they already own patriotism. They already own the military. Donald Trump, for that reason, was able to literally eviscerate Hillary Clinton by saying he was against the Iraq War and Hillary Clinton wasn't. While simultaneously literally saying some of the most unhinged shit I've ever heard about a military veteran. Okay? He said, I like my war heroes to not be captured, about John motherfucking the Maverick McCain. Okay? That's it. If you can't comprehend how Donald Trump is able to get away with that, then you've lost the plot completely. Okay? Why do you care about John McCain? Are you fucking stupid? You think I like John McCain? First of all, I do like John McCain. That's actually true. John McCain dropped 4 American fighter jets in the Vietnam War. How many fighter jets did you fight? How many fighter jets did you drop? 0. John McCain is a based Ho Chi Minh thought following revolutionary secret Marxist. You are not. He's a fucking hero. Okay? Yeah, he was Uncle Ho Chi Minh's bravest warrior inside of the American military. He almost sunk an aircraft carrier too. Yeah, that was his only problem. He was not able to sink that American aircraft carrier. If he had done that, he would have been literally the GOAT. What, a HasanAbi classic?
On Monday.
Yeah, Donald Trump attacks George W. Bush on 9/11 and Iraq.
done. That's all I have. I don't have this. So.
Anyway, my point is this. He can get away with saying that, okay? Partially, he can get away with saying that because a lot of the sentiment that he's expressing are sentiments that, like, Americans share, a broad majority of Americans share. He can get away with saying whatever the fuck he's saying about John McCain because the Republicans also own patriotism. So no matter what happens, you're not going to be able to fucking claim that a Republican is fucking woke, okay? That's the one thing they have. It's the marketing that they've done for years and years and years, and it's stuck. That's why when Democrats run Amy McGrath or all these like fucking, veterans like Pete Buttigieg or veterans like John Kerry, for example, they will never be actual patriotic military members in the eyes of the broader majority, in the eyes of the fucking American public, because the American public doesn't care about that. They care about who's saying the things that is closely associated with patriotism. Okay? Claiming patriotism is a crazy statement. It might come across like a crazy statement, but it's the fucking reality. If you've been following politics for as long as I have, you would understand that. But will that work? This is a good question. He was president and doesn't have that appearance of being an outsider anymore. Now, that's a really good question. The only way that Donald Trump would be able to maintain the presence that he's somehow fighting as an outsider is if the entirety of the Republican Party was somehow up in arms about him running again and was doing everything they can to stop him from running. Okay? On the one hand, he never lost in the eyes of his base because they stole it from him. He successfully avoided that question. And on the other hand, right now he can play the role of an outsider again by saying, look at the Republican Party. They're putting Ron DeSantis in front of me. They're rhinos. These fucking rhinos are trying their very best to put forward an institutionalist Republican who doesn't care about your best interest like I do. So the GOP is like effectively giving Donald Trump an out to literally look like he is the outsider once again, even though he's quite literally the insider. Elysia, I'm not going to listen to this. I don't care. It's not important for the main point of conversation here, okay? We're done. Let's get back to Ron DeSantis.
Against an omnibus spending bill that was bloated, full of pork, and that racked up huge amount of debt for this country. Yes, I voted against the omnibus. He signed every omnibus that was put on his desk. And so I think it's odd that he's doubling down on those positions because those were instances in which his actions did not match his campaign rhetoric. And I also think just the difference between 2015 and 16 and now is I, as chief executive of Florida, and he as chief executive of the United States, we both faced COVID-19, and we both responded in the way we did. He responded by elevating Anthony Fauci and really turning the reins over to Dr. Fauci, and I think to terrible consequences for the United States. I was the leader in this country in fighting back against Fauci. We bucked him every step of the way, starting in April of 2020, whether it's the schools, the businesses, the mandates, and our state has never done better as a result. We're number one in migration, number one for growth, and we continue to see great things happen. But it required me to cut against the grain. It required me to know that every decision I made was going to be met with opposition from the media and from the left. But you do what's right and you don't let them cow you. And so I think Fauci should have been fired. And I think the fact that Donald Trump gave Anthony Fauci a presidential commendation on Trump's last day in office, that was a gut punch to millions of people around this country who were harmed by Fauci's lockdowns.
You know, Governor DeSantis, today, the president actually attacked you by suggesting that Andrew Cuomo had done a better job in New York, which is sort of a shocking thing coming from a president who's declared that he is the enemy of the left when it comes to COVID. Andrew Cuomo, of course, did not do a better job. He's been citing statistics suggesting using sort of absolute numbers of people who died per state as opposed to looking at population adjusted, which of course seems deeply dishonest just on a statistical level. What's your take on those attacks?
They're very bizarre. I mean, first of all, Florida had less excess mortality than California or New York. Part of that is because states like California had excess mortality derived from the lockdown policies, which is really, really avoidable mortality. But if he thinks Cuomo handled it better, that's an indication if something like this were to happen again, he would double down and do what he did in March of 2020. That was a difficult situation. We didn't have all the facts, and people can kind of understand, if you did things that may not have worked out. But we all have to sit here today in 2023, look back at March of 2020 and say Fauciism was wrong. Fauciism was destructive. Fauciism has set us on this path with the CARES Act and the Fed printing money, creating inflation, and creating some of the economic problems that we have today. So if you could do it again, would he do the same thing? I sure hope not, because those were not the right decisions to make. And I've said very clearly, if I'm...
Sorry, I had to put Fiona in there as well to see how this works out for them. I don't know if putting them in a confined space like this together is a good idea, but we're about to see how this works out. We interrupt this broadcast for a very special report. Fiona went in and immediately went for the fucking chew toy, which I'm sure is going to bother Kaya. Kaya starts barking at Fiona to play. Fiona, on the other hand, being the old bitch that she is most likely not going to play with her. She has refused to play with her every single time. Now Kaya is taking the chewy toy back, which Fiona will probably respond not kindly to. She has shown a little bit of toy aggression so far. I usually have to yell at Fiona and correct her behavior in times like this. We are awaiting. Fiona is now going for a separate toy, deciding maybe I can play with a different toy instead. That's a good thing. That's a good compromise, I think. Fiona did not like the secondary toy because the secondary toy does not have a chew toy inside of it. Fiona is now looking around, saying, what the fuck am I doing here? Why am I stuck in here? I'm not a little baby. Kaya not only has control over the chew toy, but wanted to play with Fiona, which allowed an opening for the chew toy. And now Fiona's going back to the chew toy itself. Kaya is taking advantage of this opportunity to smell Fiona's booty, butt, and is now, she's getting all up in there. Getting all up in there. Get in there. That's how dogs learn about each other. Smelling the tail. Fiona is taking advantage of this opportunity to chew on the chew toy. Fiona, of course, is an older dog, which is why she is usually very quick with the destruction of chew toys, such as the one that takes a long, ass time for Kaya to go through. Fiona, there. Okay, let's see. I opened up a space for Kaya to possibly go back and grab the chew toy. Will Fiona correct this behavior? Fiona, share the toy. Fiona's looking up at me like, what the fuck do you mean? Kaya's going in for the toy now. Fiona, no. Kaya, get the toy. Okay, I am changing the dynamic a little bit. Good girls, both of you. Good job. Sharing is caring. Hey. Girl. Kaya is now chewing on the chew toy instead. Fiona is looking around. I'll give him treats. Hold on. For her good behavior, Fiona gets a second fresh 7-inch bully stick, premium dog chew. Kaya is now being inquisitive about the bully stick, which is leading to Fiona grabbing the other bully stick. So now there's 2 bully sticks. Kaya has now, in the most dominant way possible, taken the other bully stick. She is such a fucking asshole. It blows my fucking mind. Fiona, on the other hand, is a very submissive, wonderful, beautiful dog who doesn't engage in asshole behavior like Kaya. Because Fiona's not a fucking asshole, even though Kaya is. Bully sticks are made from bull penis? Yes, I know. And it smells like fucking shit. But it also keeps these dogs occupied for literally hours on end. So I don't give a fuck. Super villain pup origin story? Straight up. At least they're being good together. They are. They don't actually have like legitimate problems with one another, but they do actually Kaya barks a lot. And I actually don't know I actually don't know how to deal with that either. Like I don't know how to train her not to fucking bark at Fiona all day every day. Having Kaya on a cage is so authoritarian of you. All socialists and communists are the same. You preach about equality and equity until they get into power and put you in a cage just like you're doing to Kaya. Yes. I am doing that to Kaya. Kaya is such a diva. Treat her like Austin. It's the Tibetan Mastiff instincts. They bark a lot. Yeah, I know. Mongolshevik is correct. Tibetan Mastiffs are very loud and very vocal. Kaya, please free me. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. They're very loud. They're very vocal. They never shut the fuck up. They're not as bad as Huskies, but they do bark a lot. Like a lot. But fine. I manage. Take a newspaper and whack her on the head when she barks. Some will say that's abuse. I say brown parents' upbringing. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Huskies are respectful. Shut the fuck up. No, they're not. Huskies are literally the most communicative dogs. It was Fish as hard to train as a puppy? I don't remember, honestly. I actually don't remember. I thought it was so easy to train because it's been so many fucking years. Like I remember how cute he was as a puppy. I just don't remember how like hard it was. But I do think that Kaya is harder to train. I mean, look at this. Look at this fucking asshole. Look. You see this? She's such a fucking asshole. Like, she is literally an asshole, dude. Yes, Kaya currently is trying to get Fiona to play, which was a big mistake because Fiona's now using this as an opportunity to eat the chew toy that Kaya had stolen originally. Now Kaya has stolen the other chew toy that Fiona was playing with. Now the chew toys have swapped once again. Oh, Kaya is so possessive, no sharing. No. She's not barking because... She's currently not barking because she's possessive over the chew toy. She does not give a fuck about the chew toy. She does not have any toy aggression. Fiona does. Fiona is an older dog, and she's developed some level of toy aggression. The thing is, Kaya's barking because she wants to play. Kaya's barking because she wants to interact with Fiona, and she wants something back from Fiona. She wants Fiona to play back. Fiona, being an older dog, does not want to play with Kaya at all. This is unfortunate. Fiona does not give Kaya anything, which is ironic because that's what chatters wanted me to do. Chatters literally were like, why don't you respond to your dog when she's barking, you fucking animal? Guess what? You're not supposed to, and Fiona's doing the right thing. I would also want Fiona to maybe even bark more at Kaya and like scare her a little bit, but unfortunately she doesn't do that. She's too submissive to do that. It's just it's not in her personality. Has she met other dogs yet? Yes, she has met. She's with another dog right now. Don't you think keeping Kaya in a game with Fiona might have unforeseen consequences, like the top of the hour ad break while reading this message and forgetting the time? Yes, it does have an unforeseen consequence. I had a really good banger of an ad break segue, and now I gave it up to you. I was going to say I'm training them harder than I train you to avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. NB Chaos and Kaya, please free me. Thank you for the 5 and 10 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. When they first met, Fiona was actually correcting her really well when she was barking. I remember you were confused at first why Fiona was growling, but that was actually really good. It was teaching Kaya dog manners. Yeah, and now Fiona has decided that Kaya is untreatable. Exclusive, a solitary assistance fund that the Writers Guild and several of its prominent members. Here, I'll show you this, guys. Here's some good news. A solitary assistance fund that the Writers Guild and several of its prominent members have established to help non-members during the Guild's ongoing strike has now grown to over $2.2 million and has already helped more than 400 industry members. No, Fiona still growls at Kaya. She's doing it right now. You might not be able to hear it over the noise gate, but Fiona was just growling at Kaya when Kaya got too close to her face. Kaya, being the little bitch that she is bored of the attention she's not getting from Fiona and doing everything in her power. She will inevitably become a little bit more annoying and more of a nuisance. She is slowly but surely testing the boundaries, trying to see what she can get away with. Look, she's sticking her face into areas around. She's so fucking funny. She's so fucking annoying, but I love her so much. It's hard. I am expecting Fiona to literally turn around and chomp at her a little bit. She's getting so big. She's already 24 pounds, and she's literally about to complete her 3rd month of existence. She's a little bit smaller than a Tibetan Mastiff would be at this age, for the record. She is Tibetan Mastiffs at their 4th month are supposed to be, I have it right in front of me. Female Tibetan Mastiff weights at 3 months is 25 pounds to 40 pounds. This is her completing her 3rd month, and she's 24 pounds. So it's because she has chow chow in her. Yeah, 25 to 40 pounds is how big she's supposed to be right now. If she was like an actual full-blown Tibetan Mastiff. This is her last week of her 3rd month. If you move the bed out, would they have more room to exist slightly next to each other rather than on top of one another? No, that's deliberate. The bed is there to restrict her movement. It's on purpose. I'm doing it on purpose. Yeah, she's probably going to be around 30 pounds at 4 months, which is certainly much, much lighter than what she's supposed to be. So I guess the worms are responsible for some of the weight loss too. No. That could be the case, actually. You're right. At 6 months, like their growth stagnates a little bit. Female Tibetan Mastiffs go from 30 to 45 pounds at 4 months to 35 to 60 pounds at 5 months. Sorry, 35 to 60 pounds. And then at 6 months, they go to 40 to 60 pounds. Probably max at 100 pounds due to the other breeds. Yeah. The DNA test I got was from Embark Vet. She is 11 weeks old. She's completing her 11th week, or she's on her 12th week now. Anything over 70 pounds is a large dog? Yeah, but I wanted a giant dog. I wanted a really big dog. Yeah, Embark Vet is the thing. I do not believe that she will be a giant dog. I hope that she will. I want her to be more than 100 pounds, but I don't think she will. Just trade her in for a larger model? Yeah. What happened to not caring about the search criteria anymore because you love Kaya specifically so much? I mean, that's the truth. What the fuck do you mean? How much was Fish? Fish was, I think, around 70 to 80 pounds. Look. She's barking at Fiona, and Fiona is growling at her while still chewing the fucking chew toy. Kaya is standing on top of Fiona, which Fiona is not liking. There's no way she takes kindly to that. My dog was a lab mixed mutt, and she was smaller than Kaya at 3 months. Maybe she was 20 pounds at that age, and she reached 108 pounds as a healthy adult. She will still look bigger with all that fluff. It's true. Ooh. Oh my God. Kaya is leaning into Fiona, like laying literally towards her belly. And every time she does that, Fiona growls aggressively. When will she reach her max weight? At a year and a half. Around a year and a half. Maybe a little bit before a year and a half. Puppies technically keep growing until they're 2 years old, but usually, you know, it caps out at around a year and a half usually. Puppies are all like this, and I have a dog even more patient than Fiona, and he's so reluctant to go aggressive, but he has taught a number of dogs manners and personal space. I've literally seen him pin a dog by a throat until she got the message. She was not socialized, so it was hard for her to read another dog. How is Kaya with Moran and the fam? Kaya is incredible with people, even though she does get a little puppy-like at times, and will then turn around and, you know, chew on them or try to. How can you curb her barking as a pup? Adult Tibetans can bark, can shake a room. I'm gonna send her to training. Has she met black people yet? Yes, she met Trey, but that's it. That's the only black person she's met so far, and very briefly. You guys laugh. No, that's literally important. No, it's not a joke. No, stop laughing at that chatter. Yes, a lot of dogs are literally develop racist ass tendencies because they never fucking they never actually interact with like black people if they're, you know, in a white family. And they literally will become racist. Like not but like they'll bark at black people. Oh my God. Wait, my dog isn't around white people a lot. Will he be racist? Yes. Okay, it's literally impossible for your dog to never be around white people. So that's why it's different. White people are the, you know, broad majority, the overwhelming majority of the American population. So that's why dogs are rarely ever anti-white races. Oh, she's pushing it. She's fucking pushing it, dude. Oh, Fiona's growling again. She's fucking pushing it. She's like, oh, she just learned now that she can get Fiona's attention by putting her fucking face all up in her face. Okay? Very quickly, she will most likely she will very quickly learn that that's probably a mistake. Because if she keeps pushing Fiona, Fiona is going to bite. But instead of going further and further in and investigating a little bit further, she's decided, never mind, I'll just go back to the other chew toy. Will size change the dynamic between them when she becomes a much larger dog? No. No, I don't think dogs are that aware of their size. I think it's significantly more important to just like teach a dog manners when they're young, and when they learn how to behave when they're young, it doesn't matter how big they are. Dogs don't know how big they are. Yeah, dogs don't understand size or strength, only authority. My friend's dog hasn't been around many white people and literally called me the C word once. So fucked up. Cats know their size because that's how wide their whiskers are. Okay, cats are fucking demonic, okay? I've seen the way cats fucking treat dogs. They will fuck dogs up no matter what size they are, okay? That doesn't mean cats can't be besties with dogs. They certainly can. I'm just saying, territorial cats will fuck dogs up. They'll fucking claw their eyes out. Straight up. Anyway, let's get back to little Rhonda while this plays on the side. Okay, you guys can watch this, continue to watch this if you want, or you can watch Rhonda.
President, somebody like Fauci is in the government, I will bring them in and I will tell them two things. You are fired.
You know, it's always bad for.
Oh, that's so lame. He used the Trump. Oh, God. He's still using Trump mannerisms, dude. That's so weak. You are so cucked. Ron DeSantis. Oh, Oh, she's barking back at Fiona now. She's trying to get attention.
Areas where Donald Trump has tried to draw a contrast. He's been suggesting that there are high crime rates in the state of Florida. Obviously, he speaks as a sort of law and order candidate. But, we were all present for 2020, and the National Guard was not deployed despite massive rioting in America's major cities. You, as governor of Florida, actually took some pretty strong positions on crime, up to and including providing stipends for incoming police officers. Maybe you can talk about that a little bit.
Well, first of all, Florida's crime rate is at a 50-year low. That's just a fact. And it hit a 50-year low during my administration. But a lot of that is because local people, local government, local law enforcement have done a good job. But it's hit a 50-year low while crime has been spiking in other places around the country. So we're counter trend for what's been happening in the United States. One of the main reasons families have moved to...
That's literally a lie. Crime has been getting lower everywhere. Everywhere is a 50-year low, not just Florida, you fucking asshole. God damn it. It's so dumb. I hate this. It's so fucking stupid.
Florida since I've been governor is because of public safety, because they know we're a law and order state. So that's delusional to say that somehow Florida, has bad crime. And you can see that in the migration patterns. People are leaving high crime areas and they're coming here. When the Floyd riots were going on in Minneapolis, I called out the National Guard in Florida immediately. I had state law enforcement deployed. We work with our local partners. We said very clearly, you're not burning cities down here. We'll put a stop to it if it happens. And sure enough, it didn't end up happening. We've also enacted legislation to crack down on rioters with tougher penalties and to prevent local governments from defunding the police. But I think one of the things that we've seen is, under the Trump administration, he enacted a bill, basically a jailbreak bill. It's called the First Step Act. It has allowed dangerous people out of prison who have now reoffended and really, really hurt a number of people. So one of the things I would want to do as president is go to Congress and seek the repeal of the First Step Act. If you are in jail, you should serve your time. And the idea that they're releasing people who have not been rehabilitated early.
Wait, what? Is he shitting on fucking Donald Trump's First Step Act? Like one of the only...
Step Act. Crack down on rioters with tougher penalties and to prevent local governments from defunding the police. But I think one of the things...
Dude, it's like one of the good things that Trump allowed to happen. He signed into law.
Things that we've seen is, under the Trump administration, he enacted a bill, basically a jailbreak bill. It's called the First Step Act. It has allowed dangerous people out of prison who have now reoffended and really, really hurt a number of people. So one of the things I would want to do as president is go to Congress and seek the repeal of the First Step Act. If you are in jail, you should serve your time.
Yeah, that's insane. And it would never, I don't think it would pass because Republicans literally voted for it. That's psychotic, dude. Oh my God. He's trying to run to the right of Donald Trump, not realizing that the Republican Party and the American right is literally just the right, okay? Or is just Donald Trump, sorry. The American right is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is the American right.
And the idea that they're releasing people who have not been rehabilitated early so that they can prey on people in our society is a huge, huge mistake.
So Governor DeSantis, one of the big questions that comes up in the presidential election, happened in 2020, I'm sure it'll happen again in 2024, is Donald Trump claims that the 2020 election was rigged. And this raises a question. Even if you believe that that's true, how do you plan to reverse that sort of thing? If you're worried that the voting rules have changed, how do you plan to actually win, given the fact that 2020 didn't go the way that Donald Trump wanted it to go? Well, you obviously in the state of Florida took a very different tack, and you can see the results. You can see a 20-point shift between 2018 and 2020. Can you talk about your sort of on-the-ground strategy and how that would be different from what President Trump did in 2020 running against the Democrats?
The left is going to throw the kitchen sink at any Republican. You've got to be ready for that. So in 2020, we saw these states, largely because of the Fauci state of emergency for COVID, they used that as a pretext to change the rules, the way voting happened. They embraced this mail balloting and ballot harvesting. Of course, I think that that's wrong. But if I were the candidate, I would have gone in and combated that. Either had our people doing the same ballot harvesting or been more aggressive to try to head that off in terms of some of the legal challenges. I also look at how the federal government colluded with some of the tech companies to censor information, like the Hunter Biden story. That's election interference. It's totally unfair. But I would also point out that was Donald Trump's FBI and Donald Trump's DHS that was doing that. He didn't have control over his own agencies. If somebody in my government were doing that, they would have been fired the next day. And so you've got to take a responsibility.
What the fuck just happened? I walked back and she was standing on top of Fiona. He said he would rig the election. Half the chat is only looking at Kaya and Fiona, and the other half of the chat is only looking at little Rhonda. This is so funny. Kaya's fucking around too much, bro. Yeah, now you understand. Now that there's another dog in play, you now understand how much of a fucking annoying little asshole she can be as a puppy, okay? She is pushing her luck. I wish Fiona would just fucking snap back. You started upping the antics as soon as you left?
Ability as the candidate to shape the battlefield in a way that's going to be most advantageous to your side winning. So what I'll do, obviously in Florida, we did it very effectively, but nationally, you
Fiona,
look
do
to
something.
see what the rules of the game are. Yes, we banned ballot harvesting in Florida. That's what you should do. Yes, we banned Zuckerbucks in Florida. That's what you should do. However, not every state has done that. So if you're in a state like Nevada, that's a mass mail balloting state with ballot harvesting and Zuckerbucks, we will have organizations in place so that we can exploit that system. If you have it in Wisconsin, we will have organizations in place to exploit that system. I think telling people not to send in a mail ballot is a huge mistake, and it ends up reducing the pool of prospective voters. In Florida, we focused on some of these low propensity voters in my reelection. They usually vote in presidential. They don't always vote in midterm. And we converted a lot of them to vote. Most of them chose to vote by absentee ballot through the mail. That was their choice. If we told them you could only vote on election day, some of them very well may not have voted. So understand the battlefield. It's your responsibility as a candidate to head off that. But every single candidate that we would nominate is going to face this from the left, the Democrats, and the media. And what I've told people, if you nominate me, I'm not going to make excuses. I'm going to get it done. And will be sworn in as president on January 20th, 2025.
So Governor DeSantis, final question for you here, because I know you have to run. Now, President Trump has threatened to not participate in any primary debates, assuming that he will sort of be appointed by acclamation. What do you make of his threats not to engage in some sort of primary debate with any of the other candidates?
Well, look, I mean, I'm a blue collar kid. I started working for minimum wage. And I learned very early on, I'm not entitled to anything. You got to earn it in this world. And I think this nomination is something people have to earn. Nobody's entitled to be nominated. And so I intend to earn it. I think those debates are an important part of the process. So Republicans across the country can size up candidates and see what they think. I look forward to participating in them because I think we've got a great story to tell. And I think that the contrast between me and some of the other candidates, I think will be favorable. And I think it'll help us win the nomination.
Well, that is Governor Ron DeSantis. He's got a big day and a big several weeks at the minimum lined up for him. Governor DeSantis, if you want to give to his campaign, head on over to rondesantis.com. Really appreciate the time and good luck.
Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis's parents. I don't know what the fuck they've done. Like I can't find like what they like actually did, like what their jobs were. But he does lie about his background. He's like Florida. He's Jacksonville born through and through. But he will like routinely lie and claim that he actually has his heart in Ohio and Pennsylvania. And that he's like, he's got Middle America roots through osmosis, I guess, or through epigenetic memories. Oh, she is going to get fucking work, dude. She's like literally trying to nibble at Fiona. What the fuck? I'm expecting Fiona to retaliate a little bit. What the fuck, Fiona? Do something. God, why are you so beta? This is unacceptable behavior. I am literally, I am way more aggressive with Kaya when she behaves like this. She does this to me too. She tries to like stand on top. She tries to climb me like a fucking mountain. And at first I thought it was really cute because, she's a little puppy trying to climb me. One of them also did the thing that dogs do when they're scared. I don't know what it is. It's like a skunk. But they'll like release something. Not like piss. But it just like smells very distinct. Really awful. I don't know which one it was. It might have been Kaya. Yeah, anal gland spray. And the fucking room smells awful right now. I don't know which one it was. It was probably Kaya, but I don't know why she would have been scared enough to fucking do that. Ignoring an alpha move in dogs is not submissive, Cesar Millan told me. Has she seen her own reflection yet? Yes, she has. It's called a fart dog? No, it's not. It smells like fish. It was Kaya. She made a little humpy motion. Yeah, Fiona's like, I'm bored. Get me fucking out of here, dude. Oh, there we go. Good job, Fiona. You fucking tell her. You tell her what's what. She needs to learn her goddamn place. Get fucking wrecked. Okay, one thing I will tell you. I've seen her when Fiona has snapped at her before. Kaya is really funny when she's scared. Okay, I know Fiona wants out. She's not getting out, though. No, play with her. Go. The whole thing? She ate the whole bully stick. Like, she just downed it so fast. Anyway, I was saying, oh yeah, it's happening again. What? It's really, oh, look at her growling. She's fucking growling at her. So one funny thing, that Kaya does when fucking Fiona snaps at her, she'll just go, ah, 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 and like run away. Run away like a fucking goofball crying. It's the funniest thing on the fucking planet. I want you guys to see it. My dog eats those in 4 minutes is a problem. It's so funny. It's literally the funniest thing. You'll see in a second. See, Fiona did something that time because Kaya was trying to be dominant, putting her feet on her and standing taller than Fiona. The rest of the time, she was just being a pest. I mean, she was literally standing on top of her before, and she didn't do anything about it. I don't know why. Why is Fiona so unfriendly, though? Dude, what do you mean? Wait, what? Oh, my God. I just realized chatters literally do the same exact parasocial shit, but with dogs, too. Like, we've unlocked a new level of parasocial in this community. We've unlocked a new level of parasocial in this community where, like, now you're parasocial about a dog. You're psychoanalyzing a fucking dog. I'm going to tell you why Fiona's unfriendly. Fiona's the friendliest fucking dog on the planet. She's unfriendly because Kaya is a bitch, okay? Kaya is a puppy, and she's fucking annoying. She wants constant, round-the-clock attention. She wants constant fucking attention. She constantly wants to play. She constantly is, like, pestering Fiona. And, of course, for that reason... What is this? For that reason, Fiona is checking her behavior, which is the right thing to do. No, Fiona, stay in there. Come on. Be good. Play with her. Play with her a little bit. Please. Same reason why babies are annoying. They have no content. Babies have content. I mean, these babies have content. Look at them. You know about the Mission Impossible out of there? Yeah, she's looking around to see if she can jump out of the crate. But she's not like that at all. If you have a tug of war toy, you could probably get them to play together pretty easily. No, I try it all the time. There's a tug of war toy here. Fiona literally refuses to engage. Fiona is a bit more submissive, and she's also a bit like she's well mannered, but she also doesn't like, for example, if I give her treats in front of Kaya, like she's a little bit more apprehensive at taking them. If she's the only dog around, she'll have it immediately. But when she's around other dogs, or if she's in like an unfamiliar environment, for example, she will, she won't be quick to fucking bargain at her and then immediately submitting, but then immediately barking again, trying to bite her fucking toes. Uh-oh. Growling again. All it takes is for Kaya to give a couple nips at Fiona, and then she'll clamp back. Yeah, she's play bowing, but Fiona doesn't want any of it. How old is Fiona? Fiona is 5 years old, 6 years old. Too old to be putting up with this shit, that's for sure. The pen is too small. They're gonna fight. Chat. Are you not scared of her actually biting Kaya? You're probably right in not being scared, but it gives me anxiety. Maybe it's me. No, I want her to bite her. What do you mean? No, I want her to bite her. What do you think is gonna happen if she bites her? That's the point. She needs to learn. See? See? That's what I want her to do. This is establishing boundaries. This is where Kaya learns. This is where Kaya learns what not to do to other dogs and to also other humans as well. Okay, she's now starting to get short with her. She's like, yeah, she's annoyed. She wants out. Fiona, be nice. Fiona, play with her. Come on. Is this why Fiona's in the cell with Kaya, to teach her personal boundaries? Yes. Chat turned on Kaya so quick now that Fiona's at play. When Kaya was doing exactly all this shit to me, you guys were on board with everything that she was doing. Now that you see how much of a fucking monster she is when she's doing it to another dog, all of a sudden you start realizing, oh, it's not so nice, huh? She is a fucking asshole, and she needs to learn not to be a fucking asshole. And the only way she can learn not to be a fucking asshole is literally with Fiona correcting her behavior by, biting back sometimes if she gets out of hand. Can I ask why such a small space? Does it not make them anxious? First of all, it's not that small of a space. Secondly, usually they're in a much larger space, and Kaya does this exact same shit. She just runs after her. She's desperately trying to get playtime. And Fiona is literally like, why the fuck is this person just, why is she so fucking annoying? See? That is social correction. Fiona is very scared of her. No, she's not. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? What? She's not scared of her at all. She's just annoyed, which is fine. She's such a fucking asshole. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's such a fucking asshole. You can't force Fiona to be there. Brother, this is just playing not cool for Fiona. She obviously wants to leave. Okay. Everybody shut the fuck up. Okay? I know she wants to leave. I literally am not allowing her to leave because I want her to be in a confined space with Kaya to treat Kaya fucking manners. Do you want to see this or do you not want to see this? Because if you don't want to see this, I am going to literally fucking end the broadcast, okay? I'm going to, or at least I'm going to shut this part off, okay? Shut the fuck up. You guys are so fucking annoying. Some of you are so fucking annoying. You've never had a pet. Just shut up. Or you've only had a cat. Socially inept chatters trying to read dog social cues as though they can read human ones. Jesus Christ. Exactly. Holy fuck. Chatters are like, I'm a dog empath, and this is not normal, actually. I already showed you guys I am leaving. Okay, leave. Like, what? Okay, here, take a day off, too, while you're at it. Yeah, this ain't a fucking airport dog. You don't have to announce that you're departing. Okay? Here.
Ready, open the gate.
Can a dog fix another dog's aggression? Watch Prince in action. Let's take a look. And she's not even aggressive, so this doesn't even fit that well. Look, she's trying to protect the water.
Prince! Good boy. Prince.
Now we're going to watch it in slow motion. The gate is going to be opened. The hound is going to chase Prince and hit him in the side, and you're going to see it in a minute. There might have been a bite in there. There might not have. Okay, he's running out, and Prince is doing nothing. Prince is on his own property. He's desensitized to Prince, and this is the meeting he has. It's inappropriate. The single best way for this dog to learn his lesson is for the dog that he hits or potentially tries to bite to apply the punishment, not the trainer. It works sometimes.
See? Exactly. Do you understand? Either I can fucking yell at her when she's being annoying and like traumatize her by smacking her, okay, which I'm not gonna do, or I can let Fiona do that. Okay? If Fiona got out of control and actually started like trying to kill Kaya, do you think I would let that happen or do you think I would stop it?
with the trainer, sometimes doesn't. Prince looks serious. Here's the thing with Prince, though, that's the greatest thing ever. His response is appropriate. He has not bit the dog one single time. He is just saying, knock it off. That is not okay. Now, I want you to watch something right here. The lip lick from Prince right now, right there. He's saying, if you want this to stop, this can stop. And then the dog goes at him a tiny bit. Prince goes at him a little tiny bit. Just response. He's just responding. Now, here's where Prince goes, okay, you want more? And I don't mean that in an attitude way. He goes for a little bit for the backside of Prince, and Prince says, okay, I've been cool to you. But if you want to keep doing this, I'm going to not be cool. It's going to get more and more. The response is going to get more and more every single time he does it. I know it is completely appropriate for Prince to do what he did. He did not hurt the dog in any way. He said, you cannot do that. And it came from the dog, not from a trainer, not from a leash, not from an e-collar. It is the most natural way that it could have possibly been done.
Best thing for him. Yeah, and Prince is the one, since I watched your shows, I trusted Prince. Best thing for him.
Look at where she fucked right off, dude.
Greatest
What happened?
thing for that dog just happened right now. Now look at it. They're over it. Prince isn't mad. He's not holding a grudge. He let him know that what he did was totally inappropriate because it was totally, absolutely inappropriate. He tried to essentially bite him in the side, and then Prince let him know, and then Prince said, I'm over it. I don't hate you. He doesn't hate him. He had to tell him what was up.
This is what well-behaved dogs do, okay? Fiona is a well-behaved dog, so she's not gonna fucking like aggressively pursue Kaya and like try to fuck Kaya up. But if Kaya gets out of pocket and behaves in a manner that she's like unhappy with, violating her personal space is one thing, but like literally trying to nip at her is another thing. She's going to correct that behavior. That is part of the reason why you socialize dogs, okay? That's the reason why I'm socializing Kaya with Fiona right now. You just happen to be also watching it. The reason why I'm doing it in a confined space is because I want them to forcibly interact with one another. If it ever got out of hand, there's enough space for both of them in here. If it ever got out of hand, obviously I would take her out of the pen. What you should do is also probably socialize.
He needed to be told what was up, and now he's
Look, she's still annoying
perfect,
her.
but he's not.
She's still annoying him. I mean, he's still annoying him. You see that? But he's not doing anything because that's not like as aggressive.
We got to do more of this today. But, Princey, good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. You're the best boy.
Would that work with two puppies, or one has to be an adult dog? No, I mean, puppies are... two puppies socializing is also good, because that way they learn the power of their bite. Puppies also learn together. If you have two puppies, it's even better, actually. But they're not going to learn, like, boundaries. But, well, they'll learn different kinds of boundaries. So two puppies will learn the boundaries of, like, how hard they can bite, what they can... what they can get away with. It's actually good that, it's good when they socialize with one another in the same age group, because then they can run around together. Did you do research? This must have been what you were when you were also reading theory. I did research this a lot. Puppies can teach each other behavior people don't like, but they'll learn to respect. Yeah. What's your opinion on muzzles for dogs? I mean, clearly that other dog is like a very aggressive one. So in the training process, putting muzzle on him is probably a necessity.
It's not what it looks like, which is saying, oh my God, you did great, and reinforcing him. It is, but it's because his nervous system is really high and I need to calm him down. Okay? That's our good boy. That's our nice boy. That's our nice boy. That's our nice boy. Okay, now, I wouldn't do it, Luke. It ain't smart, dude. Okay, we need to do this safely with other dogs, because what just happened is this dog, for the first time since you've had him, got with a dog. what now the floodgates hopefully open to where the next dog, it goes right. We miss the 2 bites.
You are
and it
very
goes
correct.
right
You know your
into
stuff. I
not
say this as
sure
someone
of the
certified
dog,
in animal
but not
behavior and
biting the
trained their
dog.
own
Then the
service
next
dog. Thank you.
It doesn't even it doesn't even go to not sure of the dog. It jumps right to where he is now. It's like every dog it stair steps down. Now I've seen some dogs that just they're that high and that bad with every dog, but I don't think that's him. I think the next dog is going to be better, and the next dog is going to be better.
This dog is now with us at the board and train. He has a group of friends. You're going to see him. This is the first time he's been with his group of friends. This is a couple days ago. He's been with us for like 5 days.
This place
So it
is
took us
sick,
a day or
dude. What
two
the
to
fuck?
just make sure he's comfortable. Now he's with his friends. We're going to this is the first time he's meeting these guys. He's going to meet all these guys. He's going to go to the pasture with them. I'm just going to repeat some things that I said because I think it bears repeating. We set the dog up for success. Him going at Prince was unwarranted, and it needed to be corrected. And it was corrected the most effective way it could possibly be corrected, and that's from another dog. I'm not saying trainers or people have the dogs or have a dog.
Fish never had a barking problem. Kaya definitely will. So I don't know how to do bark training, but I think you have to teach them to bark and then commend that, like teach them how to silence their bark afterwards. And it's probably, I mean, I assume, this is a suspicion of mine. I don't know if that's the correct way to teach them. And you teach them to bark by having them bark and you giving them the command and then giving them a treat for it. And then you teach them to, stop barking when you tell them to stop barking if you time it correctly, and give them a treat when they stop barking.
Or have the cojones, no offense, to do this. You have to be so darn sure that your dog is not going to hurt another dog.
Also, if you have Chatter said he has a problem with barking, you might need to get a bark collar potentially. Some people say it's inhumane. Not all bark collars actually shock dogs, for the record. There are non-shocking bark collars too, for the record. So just fucking calm down. Sometimes it just makes like a noise. Yeah, some bark collars just vibrate, some make high-pitched noises. Not all of them are electrocuting ones. Bark collars are never okay. No, just no, never okay. Okay, well, never okay, dude. You still have to train them with the collar. I guess it also just depends on the dog triggers and basically desensitize the dog triggers to stop it. Yeah. And most of the time you never use it anyway. You just have the clicker. You have the remote. I'm just saying, if they're a full-blown adult. The non-shocking one is even more aversive. It's the aversiveness that is bad training practice. I don't know. I've never used it. So they figure out they shouldn't bark really fast too with the non-shock bark collar. There's also the metal clickers you can click in a dog's direction. It's just a noise cue for training. Yeah, clicker training is big. A lot of people recommend that. I've never done clicker training. Just develop a real relationship with your companion. Okay, thanks. Yeah, just talk to your dog. You can debate your dog in the not barking.
You can't possibly do this if your helper dog or your personal dog
Bro,
might hurt another dog.
people
Can't
act
be done,
like
ever.
dogs are humans.
That's just
But like when dogs interact with one another, they interact with one another in very different ways than humans do. You understand that, right?
But he needed to be told that he cannot do that, and he was.
You
told
get that, right?
Now
Like
he's
that's like dogs don't debate one another. They bark at one another. They sometimes bite one another, okay? I can't bite her because I'm not a fucking dog. I can bite her, but I'm not going to, especially because she's so fucking stinky. Y'all must have had birds as pets or something, because some of the shit y'all say is so dumb. I found the mirror link. Yeah. Also remember, if you yell at a dog when it barks at the mailman, Doggo will think it's being yelled at because the mailman is near, and it'll make the dog hate the mailman. Yeah, I never had... Stop trying to find the one guy. I'm not. I'm not trying to find the one guy. Also, you know, different strokes for different folks. Different dogs, like dogs from abusive fucking households that are like incredibly fucking violent, are going to need, they're going to need different kinds of training. Like I will never rule out, any kind of training method because, hey, let's say what, by the way, look at how fucking chill Kaya is now. She shut the fuck up because Fiona successfully got her to shut the fuck up. Now, obviously, she's a puppy, so it doesn't matter. She doesn't have any of these like bad habits yet. She's learning what kind of bad habits that she can get away with and what kind of good habits that she needs to develop. But like, if you, for example, had a fucking, old aggressive dog that was like abused and shit like that, I wouldn't even rule out fucking shock collars or any kind of any kind of tools, like straight up. Because if the alternative is literally euthanasia, it's better off that way, no matter how inhumane it comes across. Pain as a learning mechanism for animals with sharp teeth. Never heard of it. Yeah. How to stop a dog from barking from Cesar Millan. Let's take a look.
Go put it all the way on the top. Yes, all right. Don't put tension. There you go. Now, this is what happened. I want to walk you through it. Right. So we put a leash on a dog, right? That puts a dog in a different state of mind. Why? Because now the dog feels that the human has some kind of control. No, don't give affection. So if you give affection, you nurture that.
What the fuck? She's petting her dog as the dog is fucking growling at a random stranger. That's insane.
Grandma gives affection to Buddy when he's growling. That just makes him growl more. She's reinforcing the behavior
That's literally chatters right there. Half of chat would do that, and then would be like, why aren't you doing that?
doesn't want. So
He's a fraud. He is not from Milan.
Affection, and then the dog changes. Alisa is right. No one can feel comfortable entering Grandma's house with Buddy in this state. It could be just fear, or him feeling that he has to protect Leslie. I need to see more of Buddy's behavior before I can help the situation. Let's do it again. Can we do it again? Can we knock on the door again? All right, both of you guys together.
Caesar asks Alisa and Mason to go back outside and knock again. But this time, Caesar will observe from inside the house with Buddy on a leash to see exactly how Buddy reacts.
So I'm gonna stop. Hey, sit down. Hey, sit down.
The dog and the owner look exactly alike. That's how it always works.
If he goes on the couch, what he's doing is the equivalent of him finding a bed and goes under. Now, this dog is more afraid than anything else. But he uses the couch to hide. It's his safe place. So when he jumped up there, when it was a knock on the door, I knew that he was a fearful dog that acts out because he's afraid. He's just using it as a hiding place. So I don't mind for him to go on the couch, but I'm gonna tell him when to go on the couch. Out here. This is an exercise, by the way. This is huge for this guy to not choose fear. Look at that. So then you can come in.
Y'all are just racist, bro. Y'all are just fucking racist. If you think Cesar Millan is bad, you're just racist. I said it.
Come
no,
on,
I'm
buddy.
kidding. I don't know anything about Cesar Millan, but I'm sure half of you motherfuckers don't know the shit that like dog trainers are doing half the time. And if you knew, you'd be very upset.
So then he said, so when did they give me the couch? When I sit down and relax and wait.
Buddy has never relaxed when there were strangers in the room. And stranger to him is anyone other than me who walks through the front door.
Can we do it again? Can we knock on the door again?
Do you want me to go out?
No, from there. Hey. Every time there was a knock, Buddy would bark out of fear. When he did that, I snapped him out of it with a correction, and he calmed down. And after every knock, the dog got calmer and calmer until Buddy was totally relaxed. And relaxed.
Having demonstrated how to keep Buddy calm during door knocking, Cesar wants Leslie to copy his technique while he knocks.
So the snap or the touch would work.
When you touch in that part, the brain is doing this, woof! And then you touch, and the brain does this, and it snaps out of it.
Oh.
You're ready, right? Just keep him right there.
Okay.
And then relax the tension. Let's do it again. Hey.
He literally said, don't fucking put him on the couch. And then he put him on the couch. What the fuck's going on? According to a 2007 article in the Indian Scientific Journal Current Science, some professional Indian dog trainers find Millan's methods outdated, flawed, and unscientific and inhumane. Millan's detractors say that what Millan calls calm submission is in reality a state of helplessness that is the result of adverse dog training techniques. Writing in the New Yorker said that critics were responding to the highly edited version of Millan's approach shown on television, which exaggerates the frequency and intensity that he uses when he disciplines the dogs. In October 2012, Millan appeared on the Alan Titchmark show. Titchmark called his methods cruel and unnecessary, citing a video in which Titchmark said, Millan punched a dog in the throat. Millan called it a touch, not a punch. Titchmark read out an RSPCA statement saying that adverse training techniques, which have been seen to be used by Cesar Millan, can cause pain and fear for dogs and may worsen their behavioral problems. In 2016, the American Humane Association responded to complaints about an episode on Nat Geo reality television series stating that the treatment of animals did not meet their guidelines for safety, for the safe use of animals in filmed media. Probably wouldn't work for Kai anyways because Kai is not barking from fear. Yeah, no, I know. I know. I know that. I'm not watching this. I'm watching this because it's content. I'm not watching it because it's like gonna teach me anything. In 2016, the AVSAB published a response to the airing of the popular TV show Caesar 911, in which a dog being trained by Cesar Millan attacked and injured a pig and stated, when the problem behavior involves a negative reaction to another animal, attempting to elicit the bad behavior so it can be corrected is not only ineffective, it puts the target animal at risk of injury. What the fuck? The RSPCA does a lot of great work, but they call literally anything that causes a dog any amount of discomfort or inconvenience cruel. The RSPCA would call out the fucking mom dog that we just watched that like got her litter to shut the fuck up by barking and growling at them. The woman from It's Me or the Dog is Better, also a dog trainer from the UK, though. All right, let's finish this and then we'll watch the...
Don't keep looking at the dog. He's right there. Yeah, 'cause when you keep looking at him, you stay like this.
Cesar is more telegenic because he's not British. Kaya.
Cesar has been called by whistleblower Elisa about her mother's Labrador Buddy, whose constant barking is driving a wedge between her son Mason and his grandmother Leslie.
Come on in.
Now Cesar wants Leslie to learn how to prevent Buddy's aggressive barking when there is a knock at the door.
Don't keep looking at the dog. He's right there. Yeah, because when you keep looking at him, you stay like this. Leslie just needed to correct Buddy's reaction to the door, but she was staring right at him, which only creates more tension and fear in Buddy. You're missing the point. The more you cater to him, the more you go in the back of the pack. Let's do it again.
When I look at that face and I see him so scared, I just want to hug him.
Leslie has to get this basic exercise right before we move on to the larger issues at work here. Look, one bite. Let's do it again. That was it. That was it. Leslie eventually calmed Buddy with the correction, but she's still very emotional around him.
That's a good boy. Come on.
Her instinct is to cuddle him when he's afraid, and that has to change. What you're trying to do is to ask him to calm down.
He's afraid, and I want to comfort him.
So when a human believes by himself, the dog becomes a soulmate. Right? Because the human wants a soulmate.
Yes.
The human wants somebody to love and be loved. So the human fulfills his need with the dog, but the dog needs calm, confident energy. He doesn't need for somebody to feel sorry for him. He doesn't need that somebody tells him he's a good boy when he's not a good boy.
Yeah, oh my God.
So that's what I wanna help you to see. I need to show Leslie how to treat her dog like a dog, not like a human. And the number one thing dogs need is leadership. If Leslie can do that, every time her grandson comes over, she will have a problem.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. It goes for old ladies, too.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, and join me on my mission of better humans, better planet.
Girl, come here, good girl. Come on. And just like that, we peed and we fucking pooped, baby. Cesar Millan can suck me, dude. Okay, I'm the real Cesar Millan over here. Whoo, sheesh. God damn, dude.
Listen to us. His barking is on another level. The seagulls, the wind, children.
Did you see that? I want you guys to see what happens when she actually gets scared. It's so fucking funny. There's not enough space. There's not enough space here for you to actually see what happens because she's like the funniest part is when she runs around. Oh, Fiona's not enjoying this. Chill, dude. No, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny when she gets scared and she runs around all goofy. Oh, by the way, she does this all the time with Fiona. It's really fucking annoying. Like, look at this fucking little asshole.
Okay.
See? She shut the fuck up. She barked, and then she shut the fuck up and laid down and is now playing with her fucking... Laid down and is now playing with her fucking toy. All right, let's watch this lady. Victoria Stillwell, is that what you said?
Teddy? I see, okay.
And just like that, he's off.
He barks all the time at everything. Any slight noise that triggers him
Oh my
off,
God,
and
this
he's
is
just
perfect.
bark.
Now, I just saw him get up and run out. I didn't hear a noise. No. But he did.
Yeah. He could be laying in that basket in his bed, and it could, to us, be dead quiet, and all of a sudden he's gone full
Yeah.
help.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
barking at the top of his little voice.
He was on my lap there.
Oh.
Heard something and he was gone. His
We didn't-
nail caught me.
She's fucking up the puzzle right now, Kaya is.
And
we
that's
didn't hear
yesterday.
anything. And then he'll just sniff and bark around an area.
That worries me because all dogs bark. Yeah. That's just normal, but not constantly. The barking. He is very sound sensitive, so any little noise is going to trigger him. Yeah. And so when he hears a sound, he goes like this, runs towards it.
The noises make Teddy even more anxious as he tries to work out if they're friend or foe.
This training is going to help cut through what he's barking at so that he can run right back to you. I call it the back and forth game, and it's just all centered around fun. You say, Teddy, here, and then when Teddy is with you and he's eaten the little treat that he's going to get, you then say, Teddy, here, and then you're going to go backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
Designed to lower Teddy's stress levels, this simple strategy
Call Teddy to you now.
pulls Teddy's focus away from noise.
Look, she's so fucking bored, which is insane. This dog has the entire world, and yet it doesn't matter. She needs even more stimulation than the entire fucking world at her disposal. She does this all the fucking time. She does this with me when I'm playing with her too. Like, still looking for her tail, chasing her fucking tail. Very, very annoying. Okay? Get her a switchy monster. I wish there was like an iPad. You know, I would love to be an iPad. I would love to have an iPad child. Okay? It's a nature toy, lol. I mean, it's that actually tail chasing actually scares me because my trainer's dog literally fucking like bit his tail so much that they had to chop it. She's so dumb, dude. This is what I mean. She's so... So did someone have the clip? We gotta watch that again. I'm worried about tail chasing because like I don't want her to chase her tail so much and like actually bite into it and then open up a wound, and then because after that it's like really hard to after that it's really hard to like fix it, you know what I mean? Even if you put a fucking cone on her, she might end up like reopening the wound. It's a nature toy, lol. I mean, it's that actually tail chasing actually scares me because my trainer's dog literally fucking like bit his tail so much that they had to chop it. Oh shit, Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 50 gifted subs, especially at the top of the hour. Oh, Fiona. Ooh, that was the loudest bark I've ever heard from Fiona so far. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Fiona is my brother's dog, and she's incredibly well trained, and she's doing a really good job. She's doing a really good job teaching Kaya manners right now, which you guys get to experience as well. Look at her teeth. Look at her fucking teeth. By the way, this is how she is all the time. This is she started crying because no, leave us alone. Do not come here. We're doing something very important right now. Oh my God, you always do this. Immediately, she has to come in. She's like, what's going on? Why is there so much barking? I have to fix this problem. And it's like, it ruins it. It's like every time, she has the same tendencies as chatters do, where she's like, oh, let me come and like pet the baby because the baby is crying. I'm like, no, Mom, you're ruining it. Which is wild because she used to complain about my grandparents all the time. My grandparents would do the same thing that my mom is doing to me right now. Okay? Anyway. Like, she ran, too. She literally immediately ran. She, like, ran over here. My mom did. She may do some damage behind your back that will undo a ton. I mean, she's not doing it on purpose. She doesn't know any better. And she can't help herself sometimes, which is fine. And then she gets upset at me. She's like, okay, I won't do anything then. Like, when I need help, and I'm like, Mom, can you take her out? She's like, no. By the way, Fiona pretending that she's not there is exactly what I do as well. And then chatters get mad at me for doing that, but that's what you're supposed to do, because otherwise she can be fucking unbearable. She needs to learn that she can't get anything by doing this sort of thing. She can't get anything by barking like this. That's so cute. Why would she be so... that's crazy that she's that aggressive. Did you know that dogs don't get tired of barking? I did not know that. This is literally the most I've ever seen a dog bark. Yeah, she never stops. She literally will not stop. She's the most fucking annoying with her barking. She only stops when she gets bored. She only stops when she gets bored of the bark because she realizes she's not getting anything else.
Back on Jane and Mike.
Lovely. Now, Mike.
Teddy here.
And now she's barking because...
And drop food on the ground? Good. Very nice. Tell him good boy.
Good boy.
You cool?
Teddy.
Look at this. What an asshole.
Teddy,
what a fucking asshole. What a fucking asshole. She will stop because like now she's not getting what she wants. So she's like, all right, whatever. I'm gonna stop now.
Don't look at him. No.
Teddy, here.
Yes. Boy. Yes, this is a fun game, but it's also going to enrich his life. And we find that barkers, they need a bit more enrichment.
Teddy, here.
Nice. When you call, say, Teddy, here. Yes, good. He likes it.
He does.
Make it high,
Okay.
because then he's going to be like, oh, that's more exciting for him. Mike, you got to find that voice somewhere.
After a little practice,
Teddy, here.
both Jane and Mike are happily going up a few octaves.
Teddy, here.
I don't think he's ever heard that voice from you before.
I haven't either.
And you have.
And soon, Teddy's no longer barking at his usual triggers.
Teddy, here.
Nice. Oh, beautiful reaction. Oh, He was looking at that bird. He so wanted to bark, and you got him.
Good boy.
It's unreal, the influence and the impact that she has.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? You go sluthy.
That's all it is. We just gotta play more with our dogs.
Teddy absolutely smashed it. It was awesome. It's such a simple thing to do, and it's blown my mind completely. Teddy! Good boy!
Teddy here! Teddy! Here!
How do you decide between a bark to go to the washroom and an attention bark? That's hard to do, especially because she barks for attention all the fucking time. I guess, you know, it's a bit of a luck of the draw, but right now I know it's not a piss or shit bark because she pissed and shat literally right when I brought her outside and then came back. She pee-peed and she poo-pooed, which means that I know she doesn't have nothing in the tank. She didn't drink water afterwards either. She got nothing in the tank. Please free Fiona. No, shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Oh my God. Free Fiona. Free Fiona already. Free Fiona, please. Free Fiona. Dude. You're abnormal. Please. I want to shake you until you're normal, okay? Like, you're a human, so I'm trying to communicate with you in a human way. Shut the fuck up and be normal.
We can now control him mid-bark 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Teddy, here! Good boy. Just like that. Prior to Victoria coming here, he wouldn't have stopped barking then. He would have carried on and on and on.
Nervous dog cowers at everything. Okay, let's see. Boundless energy makes this staffy a liability. Three sofas.
She eats
That's
everything like a rat, non-stop. She eats anything. Is it true or not?
But the destruction really kicks off if she's home alone. To date, she's eaten 3 sofas.
That's crazy.
Chairs, tables,
not the Paw
tablets,
Patrol
toys,
sofa.
so much
No.
damage done.
Anything that she can put her mouse on. But the door frame, that was really too much.
Staying alone at home?
I don't understand. Like, why are you not crate training your dog? Fellas, ladies, MBs, this is literally why you crate train your fucking dog, okay? Never have your dog, never have your puppy out of your sight for like the first 6 months to a year. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's insane. One, you're not here right off the bat. This dog is not getting enough. This dog is not getting enough of her energy out, okay? 2, this dog is nervous. This dog needs mental stimulation and physical stimulation, okay? And you need to fucking crate train the dog. It's crazy. Crate training is really, really, really good, okay? It's good. Dogs like their crates. A lot of people think, what the fuck? You put your dog in a small, confined space? Like, what are you doing? No, they like that. They fucking like that shit. Sadly, I saw a TikTok of someone whose dog suffocated because it wasn't in the crate when they left. What? Oh, yeah, exactly. If you don't crate train your dog, you'll kill your dog. You will kill your fucking dog. Because guess what? Non-crate trained dogs think that they can bite shit. Non-crate trained dogs think that they can bite shit, and then sometimes they will literally bite into things that will kill them. It'll get stuck in their fucking throats and they'll die. Yeah, it's hard to probably hear me over her fucking yelling, but Fiona, I actually like it here.
That's a big issue.
What does she do?
She chews on everything. She would break anything that she can find.
Something that has...
HasanAbi talking shit as if U.S. wasn't the only place people crate train. Wait, what? Crate training is a very American thing, I think. Never met anyone who crated their dog. Crate training is fucking awesome, and it's very good, and I don't give a shit what people say about crate training. Dogs quite literally like a den, a physically confined space that is covered. Especially in order to get your dog to like her crate, you have to make her get comfortable with her crate at first. For example, you get her to eat inside of her crate. You get her to associate positive feelings with the crate. Okay? It's like their own area. It's their little home. Like, motherfuckers probably see this and go, what is this outdated thing? Like, so what do you, they're like, oh, America's the only place where dogs get crate trained. So what is this then? We had this shit in Turkey. What do you think this is? What do you think this is? When you see this, do you go, wow, that's really fucked up? I think Cesar is right. Too many dog owners think their dogs are human. Yeah, no, that is a genuine problem with fucking... That is a genuine problem with dog owners. They literally think that their dogs are human, and the way to fucking train them is like you would train a human, I think, which is weird.
Has chased the postman down the road. We have friends around. She will bark for maybe
these dogs are so
40 minutes at them.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The Bernese Mountain Dogs are so fucking
nervousness
cute.
about her.
She was always a bit shy around new people, but she didn't used to be as territorial, not as barky until I think when we got Yogi.
They're great friends now, but I think she sets him off and then it goes a bit mad.
Whoa, soon as that doorbell goes, it's a trigger for barking.
Who's this?
Massive shot of adrenaline. Even though this is somebody they know, Safi continues to bark. That door becomes a flashpoint, and that's what I need to address. You're going to do what you did when I came in, put Safi in the garden.
Yeah.
So that she's not in this flashpoint here, because that trigger with the door knocking, well, that's just too much.
Yeah.
The bigger challenge is an unexpected knock at the door, a trigger these two find impossible to resist.
What normally happens is mayhem. Now we're changing the picture. Now
I got lucky with my Chow Chow. He instinctively guards my doors while I'm gone, so he just moves back and forth, laying in front of my entrances. I mean, look, I'm not going to be a backseat dog owner to you, but that's, you know, different strokes for different folks, but I would say that that's probably not a good thing.
Now you're no longer going to get up. You're going to keep reading. Wait till they're settled, and then you calmly get up, close the kitchen door so they don't...
Yeah, do you guys like that role reversal? You like that role reversal? Now I'm backseat fucking dog training.
Don't follow you. So you can talk to your delivery person in peace.
So while excitable Yogi and nervous Safi react as expected, the humans carry on as if nothing has happened. Eventually, they get the memo and settle down.
Good boy, Yogi.
Very nice.
Good boy.
Well done.
Then, after closing the kitchen door behind her, Carol can quietly see who's knocking.
As odd as all of this seems, we're really breaking their habit.
Yeah.
Though in Safi's case, getting her to relax around visitors is more complicated.
Have your guests come in, let them settle, and then introduce her. Also, be that kind of emotional anchor for her.
Yeah.
Give her those treats as you're coming in. Tell her, good girl. And that means she's going to be focusing more on you rather than on all of these scary people around.
Yeah, okay.
She'll also be focused on Victoria's next piece of advice. Engage the brain.
I love this. It's an interactive toy that I put some food in.
Okay.
She's got to work out how to get it out.
Okay.
There you go. Now let's see what she does. The more sort of problem-solving activities you give, the better. Because when a dog is seeking and sniffing, it actually lowers their stress levels. I'm going to show her how to do it.
By the way, I muted, but Kaya has not shut the fuck up. I muted so you guys are not annoyed by it, but Kaya literally has not stopped barking. I know you can see, it is fucking insane, dude. She's going bananas. She's going bananas mode. Which is wild because, like, if fucking Fiona doesn't give a shit. I wish she cared. What? Hasan, I love you. You need to actually read info on staffies and pipples. The sad reality. I would like to be proven wrong, and I wish it wasn't true, but being unaware of it can be dangerous. Wait, what? Like, what do you want me to read? Fucking what? See, I don't understand what you mean by this, because like I had a pit bull. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you can read a million different fucking facts about how pit bulls are dangerous or whatever, but like I literally raised a pit bull. So what? You're like, hey, I know you raised a pit bull, and he was never aggressive at all, and he was the fucking kindest, sweetest dog because you trained him really well. But guess what? There's a lot of research that you need to do that shows you the exact opposite of what you have experienced. Like, I'm not saying pit bulls aren't capable of being dangerous or violent. Of course they are. Especially if they've like literally been trained to be violent, okay? But the idea that like I should not fucking yeah, I'd like to see it. Okay, if you acknowledge that, I'm okay. Some people treat them like there's no difference. Wait, first of all, no, any dog can be fucking aggressive. You're so stupid to try to like debate me on this. Every dog can be aggressive. Every dog. Okay? Every dog. There is like the inherent like aggressiveness trait. It exists within Dobermans as well. It exists within fucking Shar-Peis. Like, there are more aggressive traits. Okay? Some dogs are more aggressive. Okay? Some dogs are more aggressive than others. That doesn't change anything. It's just a matter of like how you fucking socialize them, how you train them, okay? There is no dog that you could have since birth that you would literally not be able to train as well as you want to. How is this guy dog racist? Like, it blows my mind. This dude is like trying to debate me on acknowledging that pit bulls are additionally dangerous. Kaya. Good girl. You're chill now. Calma, tranquilo. Smaller dogs especially, they have Napoleon syndrome due to their size. Okay, well, immediately goes back to fucking... Fucking asshole,
There you
dude.
go.
I should have never gotten that treat.
What we just did then was a bit of social learning, where I showed her how to do it, and then she did it herself. Soon she'll be like, oh, that's easy, boom.
There's a piece.
Well done, good girl.
Finally, never underestimate the power of exercise.
Either before your guests come or after, take her for what I call a decompression walk.
Okay.
As in, relieves that stress.
Yeah.
If you follow these tips, I can assure you that her nervousness around people is going to dissipate. Yeah, the future's bright for this girl and for you. Isn't it, darling?
Thanks for watching. If you love
It's Mia the dog. Okay, this is the one that eats.
trouble. You come home awake.
This is really like the last chance for Marley.
Hello.
I'm gonna go pee real quick.
He jumps a lot.
He jumps a lot. Jump a lot. She does jump a lot. Goodness me. Hello. This training is going to benefit Marley in so many different ways. It's going to enable her to listen, cuts down the frustration, and gives her the chance to run, get all that energy out.
It's a nice activity. It's fun for us, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
not only for the dog. I like it.
While Marley and her family face a long road ahead, Victoria has one other simple technique which could be a game changer.
This has so many wonderful applications, and it's called social learning. You can teach your dog to turn on and off a light, to open a cupboard. Maybe you don't want to teach Marley to do that. To do all kinds of things just by doing it yourself.
Building on cues Marley already knows,
Marley!
like sit, it's a game that uses both her excess physical and mental energy.
I'm going to basically teach her that when I sit, she sits. Here we go. Copy me. Sit. Yes. Marley. Copy me. Sit. Yes.
Eventually, there's no need to even say the word sit.
Marley. Copy me. Yes. Take it away.
And it's training the entire family can take part in.
Marley, copy me. Yes.
Beautiful. I love it when a plan comes together.
I like it when we find the language of Marley.
Yeah.
Copy me. Yes.
This is constructive play, and it's fun. Practice with things she knows, and then start introducing things she doesn't.
Over the next 3 weeks, the family work hard with Marley. But despite some progress, Hortense is struggling and has come to a difficult decision.
We think that she needs more time, attention, and we're not sure that we can give her that. It's a dog who needs to run every day, to be honest. I think she'd be better with somebody
There you
else.
go.
I think
She needs mental stimulation and she needs physical stimulation. Oh God, my mom is here. She's taking photos of the dogs. They're gonna go fucking wild again. Uh-oh. Sniffing is as tiring as running. What happened when this dog become a dog stream? Well, are you gonna say it? Wait, what? What's your issue? You have a problem with like watching dog training videos? Like I don't understand. Why are you upset? Why is it that like one person? Oh, okay. Thanks, Mom.
think it's a courageous decision, and I know it's upsetting you a bit, but you tried. You've given her so much love.
We're gonna keep trying, and until we find the perfect match for Marley, that Marley loved the person loved Marley and got the time, got the right place for Marley, we will keep Marley and do the training, but it's
I just realized I've had Stafford dogs and not pit bulls my entire life. Long as a buffoon. What do you think pit bulls are, dude? They're a staffy mix. Pit bulls are literally just staffies.
not easy for us at all.
They're mixed with
She's a
Staffordshire
cracking dog
terriers.
with the right home and the outlets for all of that amazing energy, Marley will find her place. As hard as it is for Hortense and the family, I do feel that she's right. Marley will be better in a different home, a home that can give her the attention she needs. She is an amazing dog, and so the future is going to be bright for her with the right family.
Thanks for watching.
Dude, Cesar Millan is more content, I've decided. Like looking at these dog training videos, like Cesar Millan is like way more content. Wait, Gideon did a pedo hunting thing? What the fuck?
Cinco de Mayo, a day that should be for celebration, music, familia, has now turned into a crime scene. Because these two men are trying to meet our undercover decoy. On today's explosive episode, we catch two of the most disgusting, vile creatures to ever walk the earth. EDPs. A cupcake? We made shocking discoveries while we did our investigation, and we made sure to get our steps in as well. Buddy, you dropped your phone.
Excuse me, sir.
You dropped your phone, man.
Sir?
You gotta come get your phone back.
We're chasing this.
I'm your host, Chris Handjob. Sit back and relax while you watch a coordinated catch we did alongside HPD and Skeet Hansen's Predatorial Investigation Unit on today's episode of EDP Watch. Hey man, what's good with y'all boys, man? So, if you guys...
All right, if you actually work with the police department, then like that's automatically more legit than like 90% of pedophile hunter YouTube videos out there. So we'll see.
Remember, over a year ago, your boy went over to Detroit and we did an EDP catch, got to 10 million views. Then YouTube took it down, man, bro. They made a policy where like you can't do EDP catches unless you have like these certain stipulations. But it was just so nice that we had to do it twice. So we're back here with Skeet, aka Black Hansen.
Chris Blackson, we're back at it.
Oh, Chris Blackson, my bad. The cool thing about this one is that it's Cinco de Mayo, so we got piñatas. Oh, let me just show y'all. We got some balloons, we got piñatas, we're gonna make them hit, and we got some tacos here, we got sombreros, and we got security guards, bro. Look at these boys. So I hired you guys not for our protection, but actually for the EDPs, because every time I see them, like I just get so enraged that like I just start throwing hands like crazy. So if you see me going crazy, bro, like you're really there to protect them, not me. Because bro, I'm like, bro, look at this, man. And to make this one even better, we really wanted to go with the ketchup vibe. So I put on my story, I need a young girl. No, wait, hold on. How did I say
Hold
it?
on, you might want to watch how you phrase that one.
I said, I need a girl that's 18 plus that looks young. And then at the bottom, I'll put, we're doing a catch, right? Oh, there's a decoy right there. Yo, where'd you get that merch from, my man? Well, you're supposed to say shopjudeon.com. Skeeter, what's her name going to be for this catch?
You are Taylor, and you're 14.
This is the day after my surgery. I don't know if you guys saw, but your boy got surgery the other day. Got my hairline back.
And we thought you were really getting it.
I did. Did you not see me on the operating table? I was connected to the heart.
EDP was like a fucking Vine meme that became a YouTuber who's like a Philadelphia Eagles fan who's like a very notorious pedophile. A very notorious pedophile who was caught by like gross ass pedo hunters. A lot of the pedo hunter dudes are like weird as fuck. I personally, I don't know, in my experience, like watching some of these things, I always am like, you know, I'm fucking very grossed out by the way that they operate too. Like some of them literally will portray themselves as children themselves. Some of them will get like real children. You know what I mean? Yeah, like they do a lot of like weird ass shit. But most importantly, I feel like the entire genre of like pedophile hunting content is a little weird to me. Because, you know, half the time you're like kind of trivializing something super serious. You're trivializing something super serious, and then like you literally end up doing it in a way that like makes it inadmissible in court. You know what I mean? And like obviously the goal is if someone is like if someone is trying to, you know, be a predator to children, like you want them to not be able to do that, right? So if you basically catch them, but you do it in such a way that like you can't actually jail them, you're almost like making them stronger. You know what I mean? You're like teaching them the techniques of how they could be caught, and literally doing it in a way where like they can't actually they don't even face any legal scrutiny. So it like defeats the point. That's my take on it. I don't know. It just feels odd sometimes.
Monitoring everything.
Stop! Let me through!
For the first catch of the night.
No, man, this isn't entrapment, and most of the time they were put on the police radar when they weren't before. No, I know, which is why it's like not all that's not always the case. Which is why I'm saying it's like I'm conflicted half the time, because even Chris Hansen, who is supposed to be like the OG dude, okay, the guy, the man, the myth, the legend on pedo hunting, who did it with like network TV, fucked up a lot of these cases. A lot of these people were let go. So just remember that shit. I covered it before. I covered it even during the EDP saga.
Tonight, we have our friend that goes by the name of Marco Rodriguez. We met him on the Badoo app, and on his profile, he has that he's 43 years old. He initiates the conversation with W. Riz.
Hi, sweetie. What do you want to do, sweetie?
Hi, you really think I'm sweet, huh?
You are, sweetie. Yes. What do you want to do, sweetie? We can meet 3 p.m.
Not sure. We just started talking. Tell me more about you. How old are you?
40, sweetie. I'm old for you. I'll be a good boyfriend. I promise you.
Is it okay if I'm 14?
We can shine, sweetie. I'm with you. We can.
You don't care if I'm still in high school?
Do you want with me?
I don't want to trick you, so I told you the truth about my age.
Yes, sweetie. What do you want to do?
I thought you wanted to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes, sweetie. Sure.
Things then take a drastic turn when this W. Riz turns into Harismet real quick. Marco Rodriguez then asked our decoy if she likes the fun time. We responded by saying we only had a fun time 3 times.
Really, sweetie? We can trying.
Do you like dentist stuff too?
I want to do that too. It sounds sweet.
I like that. I'd like to have a lot of fun with you.
Out of nowhere, Marco then decides to gift this 14-year-old girl a picture of his polo.
Okay, I don't want to watch this. It's just not for me. I can't. I don't like this stuff at all. I just, I don't think it's a joke. You know what I mean? I feel like it like I said, this kind of stuff is like one of the few fucking instances where the law enforcement is supposed to be doing the job that they're supposed to be doing. You know what I mean? So I take it seriously, like. Are the police in this video? I don't know. I didn't even check. I don't know why. It's just like not entertaining. This kind of content is not entertaining for me. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm the weird one, because people seem to love consuming that shit.
I'm done gaslighting the SPD.
Speaking of, projection among pedo hunters, here is Matt Walsh, who portrays himself as a pedophile hunter by claiming that every fucking queer person is grooming your children. Well, guess what? Matt Walsh has a weird-ass, gross-ass little baby of himself. And here is him talking about it. A lot of people found out about this. We've known about this for a while. We made fun of him. I thought he saw that we were making fun of him and like literally stopped using the baby thing that he had.
Done gaslighting the SPG. Yes, this is a sweet baby plush. You are not hallucinating. He's been lurking behind me in smug silence for months now. At first, I thought this was a prank that the company was playing on me as they prodded with Matt, the stuffed walrus, was such a success. We have to make this next. But the joke didn't end there, because it was not so much a joke as it was an attempt to offend God and offend all people all decent people with I can't even hold this thing and talk. I've been informed that as of today, you can get your own, very own stuffed sweet baby by purchasing yours from the Swag Shack at dailywire.com/shop.
Swag
I never
Shack.
asked for this, but some of you have, and this is your fault. God help.
So this motherfucker had that baby behind him for a while. I used to make fun of it all the fucking time. Turns out, like, and he took it off. So I thought maybe he knew it was weird. They're so well behaved. Anyway, as I was saying, why did you wake her up? Well, she deserves it. She was being a good girl, so she deserves to be fucking rewarded for being chill and good. Is an entire line of merchandise where it's a dipper. It's not only the toy. Anyway, listen. I thought that he knew that it was creepy, and he hid it because I thought he like listened to us. Like he thought he saw us making fun of him. He's allowed to meme around and make weird shit, but not creepable. Exactly. If you think a trans person, if a trans person made something like this, if you think Matt Walsh wouldn't be like trying to get that person executed, you are fucking delusional. Okay. Just remember that. It's like, well, he's straight. He's a straight guy, so he's allowed to do that. You know what I mean? This is normal. Not only that, but apparently Matt Walsh actually calls himself, or his audience calls themselves the sweet, or sorry, what do they call him? Like the Sweet Baby Gang.
All right, Sweet Daddy Walsh, your wish is my command.
That is the worst tattoo.
I have one question for you.
Sweet Daddy Walsh, when are you joining the Sweet Baby Gang Facebook group? Why haven't you joined the Facebook group yet?
Daddy? We're waiting for you. Your sweet babies need you.
And you're just letting us down. I'm cordially inviting you to join the loyalists of your sweet babies.
So, what are you waiting for?
Come on, man. And I have one question for you.
Bro, that was Brace? No, it's not. It's not Brace, man. Fuck.
All right, Sweet Daddy Walsh. Letting us down. I'm cordially inviting.
Wait, where is it? Disrespecting the house of the rising sun by animals like this should be illegal, but I guess these are your average Matt Walsh fans. Anyway. So there's that aspect of the Matt Walsh fandom too. Now you know. I'm literally going to drown myself in a vat of acid. Is this common American behavior? It's just common Republican behavior. Can the FBI infiltrate Matt Walsh's Facebook group like that Thug Shaker Discord? Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. Oh, here. This is the other one. Thank you.
There's a gang of sweet babies. We're called the Sweet Baby Gang. Our dad? I guess it's Matt Walsh. I no longer like this analogy. Ben and Mike and Clavin with no ease.
Bro, I'm serious. You need to be put on a list, like straight up. I think if you're Matt Walsh, if you're a Matt Walsh fan, you should be put on a list in general. But like,
all wish they had a baby gang of their own. Instead, they live in relative obscurity to the legend that is Matt Walsh. Matt's wife, her name is Alyssa, She makes fun of Matt online. Matt claims to be the leader of his family. We all know who's in charge.
They're so cute together. They're sleeping together like little babies, by the way.
God-awful shirt. It's
Okay, I can't do the rest. Okay, we're done. Sorry. Let's watch this.
Hey Matt, my name's David. This is Vessi.
Hello.
We're dedicated members of the Sweet Baby Gang, and we're getting married in a couple months.
2 months, actually. October 1st.
And we would very much like for you and your family to join us.
Bro, look at this. Look, Leftist Tears mug, Sweet Baby Gang mug. Like, what the fuck?
She was raised Catholic, and I was raised Christian but not Catholic. But she's got me coming around, and largely due to your influence, is what led me to decide to get married, have children, and possibly convert to Catholicism.
You know what's crazy about this? Like, you know, like I have stans and people who are parasocial in this community, but like they're young. You know what I mean? These people are like whole ass adults. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening, dude? They have like children and shit. They have children. They have,
Catholicism.
He loves you. He honors you, okay? Let's be real.
And it's a tradition in her family to have godparents that were married in a Catholic church. And because none of my family was married in a Catholic church, and since you're already our parent in a certain way, we would love for you to join us and be our godparents at our wedding. So we would love to fly you and your family out here, and can't wait to meet you.
Yeah. We're super excited, okay? You better come.
imagine finding out you weren't a mistake but exist because of Matt Walsh. Dude, they asked Matt Walsh to come to your wedding? Like, what? Asking Matt Walsh to come to your wedding? What the fuck? I mean, he looks like he's got like, that's a mistake, okay? He looks like there was a genetic accident that happened here, okay? Like, you know, some relatives got kinky. That's what it looks like to me. She looks normal, but like there's a conservative vibe to people like this where you just can kind of tell. I don't know what it is.
SPG for life.
Why do they call themselves Sweet Baby Gang? Like, I still don't understand that. What's that about? If I saw a video of my parents doing this after I was born, I'm running away from home. Yeah, imagine your godfather is Matt Walsh, dude. Like, I thought that the baby was a one-off, like, mistake, joke. I thought it was weird. Now that I'm finding out that Matt Walsh calls his fan base Sweet Baby Gang, and that his fans actually, and then his fan base actually fucking calls him daddy, like, and they're not like young children, and instead like actual whole ass grown ass adults, like these are people with 401ks, you know what I mean? These aren't people in the beginning phases of their lives, like looking for some kind of, you know, some kind of adult. I used to do wedding invitations and people would send invites to the Obamas all the time, but not online fascist Lamau. Yeah, Obama's coming to your wedding. Like, bro, I think it's like extra weird that he's so obsessed with like what trans people are doing, and then his community is doing shit that like here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. As far as like they will look for like trans people being weird sometimes, you know what I mean? Conservatives, they love doing that, being weird and cringe. Like, and you know, everyone has the capability of being weird and cringe, right? And certainly, sometimes a trans person can be weird and cringe as well. And they'll point to that as though that's the fucking norm. Like that's how, like every trans person is like this all the time, with completely devoid of context. Like maybe this person was having a bad day, whatever, right? Like they don't give a fuck. They will literally be like, this is how it is. This is how all trans people are, and that's why they should be fucking murdered or whatever, right? Meanwhile, this is what these motherfuckers are doing. Like, bro, there is no shot. There is no fucking shot that if like a trans person was doing this, that Matt Walsh wouldn't make a million videos about it until that person was like executed. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't. Oh my God, she woke herself up. Oh no, she was dreaming and got scared in her dream and woke herself up. Come on, Fiona, you gotta be nice to her. I mean, look at this little baby. Look at this little baby. She's such a little baby. It was quiet for so long, man. No, this is how it is every day. She does this shit. She goes fucking wild. She goes buck wild for like an hour. And then she wears herself out. And then she, quiets down, chills the fuck out, and lays the fuck out for the rest of the night. It's pretty funny, actually. And they sleep in light? Yes, dogs don't care about that, dude. What? Here, this is the finance bro guy that you wanted.
I was in Greg's, and the woman behind the till, she started crying, and she was just bursting with tears. There was just tears.
Oh my God, I just realized the reason why that dude wanted me to fucking watch it is because he's British. That's why he was like, come on, please react to the finance bro. Because he probably went to sleep. That guy who sent me this and wanted me to react to it desperately is probably sleeping right now because of what time it is over there.
Dripping everywhere, and I went up to her and said, why are you crying? What's up? And obviously, it's not nice seeing someone upset. And this lady just said to me she's had enough. She's not making enough bread to feed her family, and her little son Josh, I think his name was, had to go hungry, and it was just really sad to see. So what I said to her is, look, there's other ways round it. And she said, oh, really? What do I do? And I said, look,
steal food.
You have a phone? And she said, yeah. I said, do you have an internet connection? She said, yeah, as well. And I just said, look, go to my bio, drop me a message, and I'll show you how to make money from your phone instantly.
What? No. There is no fucking way this is real.
The police officers that shot that dog. If you're in the police, right, and you have a gun, you've been given that responsibility. You should not be in that role if you're scared of a dog that's literally whimpering in a corner. The last thing on the
Bro, dude, even the dumbest oibrovs still are literally, like, they would be considered gay communists in America when you hear them talk about cops. It's so funny. By the way, another instance where the microphone is not plugged in. I just need you to understand. This is another instance where the microphone is not plugged in, and this is not a real podcast, okay?
On the planet you should be doing is shooting that dog. At the end of the day, the dog posed no threat to those police officers. Those police officers were clearly scared, and they shouldn't be in that role. Ridiculous. The police officers.
I have a Copa who's a HasanAbi head in the UK. First time in my entire life that this happened.
So the King's coronation.
Okay. That's when I was in the UK, I was walking over to the Ritz for high tea. Okay. And there was a Turning Point UK protest outside of a library, or and it wasn't a library, it was a bookstore. They were protesting like gay books or some shit. Okay. And there was a fucking bobby that was outside of the protest, like, trying to keep the peace. And he turned around and he went, Hasan, oh my God. And I was like, yeah, it's me. And I kept walking because I was late to high tea. But then I realized, like, yeah, Oh shit, you were there? I was at a counter protest? Yeah, I was there. I was at the Turning Point UK protesting gay books. And I wanted to be like, damn, dude, actual fake story. Why would I lie about this? Just think for a moment. Why would this be a lie? Turning Point UK sounds wrong. Did you vlog some of it? No, I did not. I'm kidding, dude. Oh, okay. And I remembered that, like, in other countries, I bet the cops, when they listen to me talk about cops, they probably agree with what I have to say. Even though I do also kind of know that, like, cops across the board in other countries are doing a lot of the same shit, too. Anyway. Why were you protesting gay books? I hate gay books. I hate books in general. That's what it was. I was at the protest, not protesting the books that were gay. I was just protesting all the books. Also, I'm protesting the last ad break here. Okay? That's right. This is I'm leaving. I'm going to go and do some stuff. Okay? So, that's where we're at. No, okay, buddy, right now, but I will do it tomorrow. Do not worry. Fear not. I will do okay, buddy, tomorrow, okay?
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
Barbie trailer tomorrow. Anyway, from me and the doggos, because Marat left Fiona here for the weekend, we wish you well. I bid you adieu, and I will see you tomorrow. Nick is not green is going to be on the stream tomorrow to give me Nick Talk updates on TikTok drama about what's going on TikTok. That's right. We're going to be doing all that, which is exciting. Get excited for that. And we'll do some other stuff as well. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you. What the fuck is happening over here? Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan Street.